That doesn't count. If you don't say anything, I'll carry out the default option and show you myself naked, wearing only an apron. Why is that the default option? If you don't want to see the naked apron, the next option is a swimsuit. Swimsuit sounds more normal. It's a V-shaped spaghetti strap swimsuit. Correction. The style is no longer normal. After the swimsuit option is the bathrobe option. That sounds quite normal as well, but I refuse to be fooled anymore. Also, hurry and seal away the first two options. Bathrobe, fully soaked wet edition. I knew it wouldn't be normal. Although Seiji was verbally retorting, he still couldn't help but imagine such icky scenes. He was simply such a gentleman. I truly don't need such a payment. But, I do have a request for you. I'd like to ask you to open up your domain in the future so that me and my friends can train there. For you and your friends to train there? Kazuko tilted her head slightly. Yeah. Me, Shika-chan, and our other friends. What are your other friends like? They're all members of a team I established. You could say that we're a spiritual ability user fighting team, Seiji explained. A spiritual ability user fighting team. Are you all usually fighting for the sake of justice? Kazuko adjusted her eyeglasses. No. We just established our team not long ago, and we're not that strong. We need to first become stronger. I see. That's why you wanted to make use of my domain to increase everyone's strength. Yes. This is basically like cultivation. Seiji nodded in affirmation. Cultivation, such a hot-blooded word. The brown-haired girl smiled. All right, I'll open up my domain again just for you. Call me at any time that you need to use it. Thank you. No need to be so polite with me. Please treat me as an easy girl that you can call on or use at any time. I won't do such a thing at all. What's with being able to improve one's strength in her domain? Natsuya inquired. Kazuko-san's domain is actually the inner world, Seiji explained to the student council president. Inner world. Something flashed in Natsuya's eyes. What's the inner world? Kazuko wasn't familiar with this term. Seiji then explained the inner world to Kazuko. Spirit worlds, they sound quite interesting. I'd really like to see one. Kazuko was quite interested in this topic. It's quite dangerous there. There's not only spiritual creatures, there's also spiritual ability users that go there. Seiji lectured her quite seriously. Kazuko-san, your domain power is quite amazing. But, precisely because it's amazing, others might take interest in you. I believe that it's best to keep a low profile and not attract attention. Yeah, I know not to cause trouble. Kazuko expressed her understanding. Still, I really do want to check out a spirit world, along with seeing what an inner world is like. Perhaps I'll be able to better understand my own power if I can compare these places to my domain. Oh, there's also one more thing about your domain, Seiji explained to her how the demons there might be connected to hell. Hell, the eternal inferno of unending darkness. If those demons are actually from hell, wouldn't that make me the guardian of hell? Kazuko's eyeglasses flashed. Seiji was rendered speechless. This sounded like a Chunibu name for some elite boss from a game like Diablo. Does Hirano-kun plan on going to spirit worlds? Kazuko then asked this question. I do. Could you take me along with you? Seiji considered this question. Kazuko had great power and was fully capable of protecting herself. Perhaps she would even be of great assistance. You're certain that you want to go? Yes, I want to go. Kazuko was quite adamant. All right, we can go together. Seiji agreed. Thank you, Hirano-kun. I shall wear fishnet stockings and trample on you as payment. I don't want that at all. I could let you lick my feet instead. I don't have such a hobby. He would prefer to lick black lace stockings. No, wait, what was he thinking? The brown-haired eyeglasses girl said goodbye and left after finishing her tea. What do you think? Seiji looked towards Natsuya. She's a powerful and mysterious existence. I don't know what exactly she is, but it seems that she has no ill intentions towards us. She seems almost like an ordinary girl who simply possesses special powers, Natsuya gave her opinion. Actually, I think that she's rather similar to Yomi, Seiji mentioned. Your bonded spirit. Yeah. They're both powerful yet mysterious existences with unknown origins. I'd really like to hear Yomi's opinion on this, but as usual, she's ignoring me. Seiji sighed. But at the very least, this probably means that Kazuko-san isn't someone very dangerous. Is this why you believe in her? That's one of the factors. Seiji finished his tea, and Natsuya refilled his tea for him. Are you considering adding Kazuko-san to your spiritual ability user team? Natsuya asked him after refilling his tea. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 584, I could also try wearing that for you. Chapter 584, I could also try wearing that for you. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. I haven't, but I suppose I also am. Seiji paused for a moment. I would have considered inviting her already if it wasn't for my worry regarding how her domain's demons might have negative influences on the other members. With her ability, it would be much safer for my Night Order to cultivate in her domain rather than in a spirit world. Even without the ability to cultivate in her domain, her personal combat strength alone makes her worthy of an invitation, Natsuya assessed. Yeah. Her strength is quite valuable. Even if she can't assist in our cultivation, she's someone worth the effort to recruit. The issue is what we can give her in return. She seems to be quite fond of you. Perhaps she'll accept as long as you take her as a girlfriend. Seiji was rendered speechless. Just joking. Natsuya averted her gaze. But I do feel slightly displeased about your conversation with her. She started pouting slightly. The jealous student council president was so cute. Seiji was instantly moved by the sight. By the time that he regained his senses, he discovered that he was already sitting down next to and hugging her. Natsuya lay softly in his arms as she started blushing. Such a cute mega beautiful girl is my girlfriend. Just realizing this made Seiji feel that he was truly blessed. I apologize for making you displeased. I don't have any particular thoughts about her. I know, Natsuya replied softly in a kitten-like voice. But I still feel a little emotional. I'm the one who should apologize. Seiji couldn't help but pat her on the head and then run his hand through her silky hair. He gently raised her head and approached. Tender and soft lips together with such a sweet kiss. This wondrous sensation was quite addicting. No, he was already addicted. Seiji felt like he could do this for the entire day if he didn't restrain himself. Of course, it was also possible that if they kept kissing, a certain type of censored scene would end up occurring. Natsuya started out by passively accepting the kiss. But she then started becoming proactive as she hugged him even tighter and sought even more. She felt his love being transmitted to her through a wondrous sensation as he responded gently. A gentle warmth was injected into her body, helping to gradually soothe her inner frustrations. After a long period of time passed, their lips finally separated. All negative emotions were completely eliminated as her body was filled with a feeling of safety and warmth. Natsuya felt that she was truly fortunate. Seiji, you mentioned that you really like maid attire. Natsuya spoke cutely as her face reddened. I could also try wearing that for you. Natsuya in maid attire? Seiji got all excited just from imagining the scene. A classic long-made dress or a made miniskirt sexiness both seemed to complement her quite well. It would make her charisma level go through the roof. And if she also lifted up her skirt and shyly said, "Master, please give me your orders." Oh, Just his wild fantasies alone made him feel like he was about to turn into a raging beast. That would be quite awesome. Seiji almost wanted to cover his face. He did his very best to not show off any strange expressions. Also, a bunny girl outfit would be fine as well. Natsuya's eyes were as clear as water as she had a seductive expression. A swimsuit or bathrobe is also fine. Just a naked apron would be a little difficult for me. Aha! He was going to transform. He was going to explode. He suddenly received an unexpected fierce aerial bombardment. The enemy's attack was far too fearsome. Sergeant Haruta was about to lose the battle. Seiji's self-control was seriously shaken. Just as his sense of reason was about to slide over the brink, a loud clink sound suddenly startled him. The sound was from Shika Kagura. The black-haired girl had arrived some unknown period of time ago and was sitting next to them while quietly sipping on some tea. She had just forcefully placed her teacup on the table as she poured more tea for herself while silently looking at the couple in front of her that was emanating fiery waves of passion. Seiji and Natsuya both froze solid. The sweet atmosphere instantly cooled down. Seiji let go of Natsuya while she adjusted her posture. Both of them coughed in unison as they took their teacups and also sipped tea. This tea was so wonderful. Although such an incident happened, Seiji didn't want to skip an entire day of classes because of it. Seiji put on his school uniform and went back to Genhana High School. To his surprise, he saw that Kazufuru was there as well. Even though Kazufuru could have taken a day off, he immediately came back to school after regaining control of his own body. As expected of an excellent student. "Could we talk for a little while?" Kazufuru walked over to Seiji during lunch break. Of course, Seiji agreed. As Mika, Chiaki, and the other students watched, the two of them exited the classroom together. "Uke-san and Hirano-san, what's going on? Could it be that they actually have a thing for each other? No, it's more like they're finally going to duel. It's all for President Yorahana. The hell with a duel. Nobody would have even a 1% possibility of defeating the magic-devouring dragon. He's undefeatable. Both of them arrived so late today. Did something happen?" As always, all the spectating students were quite gossipy. Mika and Chiaki were quite curious as well. But they didn't need to gossip, because they knew that Seiji would tell them what happened if they asked him afterwards. This time. "Thank you, again. No need to be so polite. I actually didn't do very much. Even if I left you alone, you probably could have woken up by yourself." The two boys were now having a discussion in a quiet corner. "No, I might have slept for a very long time if it wasn't for you." Kazufuru shook his head. "Even if I only remained asleep for a week, that would have been quite troublesome. I'm quite grateful to you and Kagura-san." Seiji responded with a smile. He then asked, "Could I ask what exactly you think of Kazuko-san? She saved my life. I would have died if it wasn't for her, although I don't know if she's a ghost, demon, or something else." Kazufuru sighed. "The price is that she gets to have half of my life. Although it's quite a severe price to pay, I can only accept." "Although you've accepted it, you don't want to leave things just like this, is that right?" "Yeah. I want to separate from her and return to a normal life, if it's still possible." Kazufuru adjusted his eyeglasses. This behavior was the exact same as Kazuko's. No, it should be that Kazuko's behavior was the same as Kazufuru's. Natsuya said that it would be impossible. But that's only as far as she knows. It might not be impossible at all. It was currently a new generation with all sorts of strange phenomenon occurring. Something that appeared impossible might not actually be impossible at all. Kazuko-san feels that it will be fine to simply live together with both of you in the same body. But she's also willing to search for a way to separate. As long as the two of you reach a mutual understanding and work hard together, there will be hope, Seiji spoke sincerely. Yeah. Kazufuru nodded. Both of them then fell silent. Just as Seiji was considering inviting Kazufuru to eat lunch together for the first time in a long time, something flashed in Kazufuru's eyes as he clenched his fists and apparently came to a decision. Harano-san. I have a request. Eh? It's impossible for just myself and her to return me to a normal life, Kazufuru spoke seriously as he looked directly at Seiji. I'm just an ordinary high school student. And, although Kazuko has special powers, she doesn't have any particular special knowledge. We need companions, trustworthy and reliable spiritual ability user companions that can help us to achieve our goal. Otherwise, simply relying on ourselves will be like trying to find our way alone through the darkness. It would be way too difficult. That's why, although it's something that really makes me lose face, and even can be called shameless, I still want to request of you, Harano-san. Please help me once again. The excellent student lowered his head and bowed at an angle of 90 degrees. Seiji was astonished to see him requesting in such a formally serious manner. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 585, Indeed, it's been a long time. Chapter 585, Indeed, it's been a long time. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Please, raise your head, Uksan, Seiji spoke after he recovered from his astonishment. Kazufuru slowly straightened himself. Seiji could tell that Kazufuru's expression lacked energy and luster. Just an ordinary high school student. Indeed, that was the case for Kazufuru. He was kidnapped by a vicious villain, almost died, and then obtained a mysterious alternate personality with unknown origins. This would be nothing more than a terrible experience for an ordinary student. Kazufuru had already mentally collapsed once when he received a cursed item. And now, a mysterious existence had taken over half of his life. The fact that he could remain calm right now was already impressive. He had accepted Kazuko's existence. Yet, she was still an unknown to him, so he probably still felt some resistance somewhere deep inside him. He wanted to return to a normal life, but felt that he didn't have the means to do so as he was only an ordinary person. Even though the mystical existence within him would assist him, he still felt doubtful that it could be accomplished. That was why Kazufuru sought out reliable companions. I'd like to confirm first, when you say companions, you mean companions who will mutually assist each other, right? If I need assistance, you and Kazuko-san will assist me as well, is that correct? Yeah. Kazufuru nodded. Although I don't really have any powers. In that case, you don't need to lower your head to me at all. You'd be greatly helping me out, Seiji told him sincerely. Kazuko-san's powers are quite amazing. I would greatly benefit if she became my ally. And, Uksan, since you share a body and soul with her, I believe that you should have incredible potential as well. In fact, I'm the one who can't promise anything about being able to successfully separate the two of you. I can only promise to do my best with anything that I may be of help with. When comparing this, I'm the one who obviously benefits more. It's not that fair if we become teammates like this. That's why I promise that if I can't help you achieve your goal after a long period of time, I shall pay you an appropriate amount suitable to how much you helped me in this time. Will that be all right? A fair cooperative relationship where both sides would help each other. It's just like Kazuko said, Kazufuru thought to himself. If you think that just the two of us aren't enough, then ask for Harano-kuan's assistance and become his companion. My powers are useful to him, so he'll definitely agree. He'll surely offer us a fair equal standing agreement. The only obstacle in asking for his assistance is your pride, or your way of being reserved, Kazufuru. When thinking about the rest of your life, you should decide what to do about your way of being reserved, and whether to give it up. Those were Kazuko's exact words. Kazuko was a new personality who had formed from combining with his own soul. Kazufuru held complex feelings towards her. He felt that continuing like this was no good. No matter how good of a mutual understanding they had, sharing a body with her meant that it would be impossible for him to have a normal life. He wanted to find a way to separate, but it would be far too difficult just by himself. That was why he asked for help. Apart from asking Seigo Harano, another option would have been for him to ask Natsuya Yorihana. However, Kazuko had refused to accept that. I know about your past feelings for President Yorihana. Precisely because of this, I don't wish to have anything to do with her. Although Kazufuru considered this option, he truly didn't want to ask Natsuya for assistance either. He felt that this would be even more lacking in self-respect compared to lowering his head to his classmate Seigo. The fact that Kazuko rejected this idea beforehand made him feel as if she understood his way of thinking. Should he say that it was to be expected of an alternate personality formed from himself? In the end, just as Kazuko said, it was a problem of how reserved he was. Kazufuru came to a decision after some hesitation. He also felt somewhat assuaged after hearing Seigo say he had potential, even though he knew that Seigo was only being polite. As for the promise, there wasn't much to say about it. That sounds quite reasonable. Thank you, Harano-san. No need to be so polite. I'm delighted to reach an accord with you. Seiji smiled as he reached out his hand. Please take good care of me in the future, Ukun. Seigo's way of addressing him had changed from san to the more familiar kun. Kazufuru felt an indescribable subtle sensation when he noticed the change of honorifics. Looking at the hand that Seigo proffered, Kazufuru also reached out and shook his hand. Seigo's hand was large, thick, warm, and strong. Please take good care of me in the future, Harano-kun. Kazufuru almost wanted to avert his gaze as he shook Seigo's large hand and said such words. However, he managed to reflexively restrain himself. He wasn't sure why he had such an impulse, nor did he understand what his subtle sensation was, but if girls with certain interests had witnessed this scene, they would surely be excited to the point of screaming. Seiji never expected that he managed to recruit an individual with special powers so easily. He could only inwardly exclaim to himself as he retracted his hand. Agreeing to help Kazufuru and Kazuko separate was a task deemed impossible by Natsuya. It was indeed impossible for him to promise success. That was why he never even considered using this as a way to invite them into his team. Yet, Kazufuru brought it up himself. And so, Seiji naturally agreed to work together and become companions. This was an unexpected lucky occurrence for him. How about eating lunch together with us? Seiji naturally invited Kazufuru. Lunch, together with Uehara-san and Wakaba-san? Yeah. Sure, Kazufuru agreed. It's been such a long time. Seiji smiled as he thought back to his first meeting with Kazufuru. Kazufuru also recalled their first meeting. Not that long had actually passed, but it felt as if a year had passed already. Fine, technically, a new year had indeed arrived. Indeed, it's been a long time. Kazufuru smiled as well. Seiji told Mika and Chiaki that Kazufuru ended up awakening to special powers due to a certain incident, and that he helped out Kazufuru in this incident. Seiji didn't mention the specifics, as Kazufuru didn't want people to know. After all, being kidnapped, having a strange experiment being performed on him, and gaining a new strange personality that was capable of transforming him into an actual girl was something quite difficult to tell others about. Mika and Chiaki were both rather curious, but were also polite enough not to pry. The four of them ate and chatted together and had fun eating lunch. I feel that Uksan has changed quite a lot, Chiaki commented after lunch. I like this you much better than before. Should I interpret this as praise? Kazufuru adjusted his eyeglasses. It's up to you. Chiaki smiled. I'm simply voicing my own opinion. You're the same as always, Wakaba-san. Thank you for your praise, Secretary-sama. Chiaki bowed formally. Kazufuru looked at her. And, no, I think you did change after all. He changed what he just said. Compared to before Hirano-kun arrived, I think that you're even more open and free-spirited. Chiaki blinked upon hearing this. She then chuckled as she looked towards Seiji. You've said something quite nice, Uke-san. I like you. Kazufuru wasn't foolish enough to interpret this as Chiaki liking him romantically. Previously, he had tried so hard to become friends with Chiaki Wakaba, but had always received rejection. He never expected that saying such a sentence would obtain her recognition. Was it because he had become Seigo's teammate? No, it was because he had changed. He didn't know exactly how to explain what had changed about himself. But, he would no longer be like how he had been in the past. What do you think about Mika, then? Has she changed after Seigo's arrival? Chiaki asked such a question. Uehara-san. Kazufuru turned to look at the twin-tailed girl. I think that she's become more mature. That's another nice assessment. What do you think, Mika? It's fine. Mika was actually quite happy inside as she looked towards Seiji. Seiji responded with a smile. There was nobody who would never change. For young people in particular, they would mature quite swiftly as time passed and they experienced various things. Normal experiences were experiences, while dangerous experiences were also experiences. The important part was to constantly progress forward. The prime of youth was simply beautiful. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 586, Why does it seem so immoral? Chapter 586, Why does it seem so immoral? Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. After school. Seiji headed over to the Jumanji Mafia Group's residence and explained to Hisashi about training in the domain. Hisashi fell silent when he learned that the demons there might be connected to hell and influence him negatively. But, he then broke out into laughter. I've already been through the real hell. Who cares about some domain? I apologize for treating you like an experimental subject. Seiji was truly apologetic. Keat and I are definitely the best choices when considering that we should be more resistant against hell's influence. And since it's an experiment, simply me going alone will be sufficient. Hisashi adjusted his eyeglasses. This is a reasonable arrangement. I understand how it is. There's no need for you to apologize. Seiji could only smile in response to Hisashi's smile. I shall prepare a full set of equipment for you, and then contact you about the time for the training. He then asked about how little Anna was doing. Hisashi told him that everything was well and that the artificial intelligence Anna was being an excellent financial advisor for his investments. Kazuhiko Hyga was also living a quiet and peaceful life, just like an ordinary otaku. Seiji said goodbye after chatting for a while. Later that night, he contacted Hana and explained the basic situation about Kazufuru to her. You've even gathered a transgender individual to make your harem even more abundant. Congratulations. That's not it at all, I really did start a harem, though, but I don't dare to tell her that. Seiji felt rather guilty inside. The important part is her domain ability. If those demons have no negative influence on the awakened, it means that we have a great training grounds for cultivation that we can enter and exit freely at any time. It'll be far safer to train there than in a spirit world, Seiji told Hana seriously. It's a great thing for such an individual to become our teammate. In exchange, We need to help them separate from each other and obtain any relevant information to this process. Split a soul in half and separate them into two individuals. I think it's impossible. It's not like humans or earthworms. The cat-eared hat girl on the computer screen folded her arms. I've already used that analogy, dear younger sister. Natsuya also said that it would be impossible. But I'll still try my best. That's what I promised. Fine, I'll see if I can gather any information on this. But don't have too many expectations. Thank you. Also, I intend to take Hisashi Jumanji with me to train in the domain. I need to prepare a full set of spiritual equipment for him. Hana also agreed to help provide the spiritual equipment. If Hisashi could train in the domain and improve his strength without receiving any negative influences, then the entire Night Order could cleanse the domain as a daily training, leveling up as if they were playing a dungeon RPG game. This was really important to him. Seiji wanted to hurry and start Hisashi's training to see how it would go. After finishing the discussion with Hana, Seiji went to the living room to pour himself some tea. He saw little Ryo with an ear pick, seemingly wanting to use it. Harano Oniai-chan, could you please help clean my ears? She made such a request when she saw Seiji. Sure. Seiji sat down and had Ryo lay down on his lap as he used a clean ear pick to carefully and gently clean out her ears. Cleaning Aloli's ears and seeing her react to him putting something inside her gave him an indescribable feeling. Seiji entered her as gently as possible in order not to hurt her. Ryo felt that it was incredibly comfortable to lay on her Harano Oniai-chan's lap as she enjoyed his careful service. Her entire expression became soft and cute. Shika arrived at the living room to see this scene, causing her to blink. After Seiji finished cleaning Ryo's right ear, he blew gently on her ear before he switched over to her left ear. After he finished cleaning her left ear, Ryo still didn't want this to end and wanted him to clean his ears for a while longer. They're already plenty clean. Continuing to pick at your ears will be bad for you. Seiji coaxed her to get up from his lap and go back to the bedroom to sleep as early as possible. Shika silently watched him. Would you like to try as well? Seiji indicated at her with the earpick. Shika blushed slightly as she nodded. And so, Seiji continued his ear cleaning service for his adopted younger sister. Shika instantly felt incredibly comfortable when she felt her brother Seiji reaching inside her and gently moving around. Lying on his lap, feeling his warmth, and enjoying his service, was truly wonderful. Seiji felt a sense of accomplishment when he noticed that Shika's expression also became soft and cute. He went in slightly deeper as he gently and softly moved around. Shika couldn't help but moan cutely. He moved around again. You. Alright, everything was clean now. Seiji blew on her ear. Shika instantly went numb as her body trembled and her face reddened even further. Seiji felt an even stronger sense of accomplishment upon seeing the look of addictive pleasure on his adopted younger sister's face. He switched to the other ear and continued. It was so comfortable that Shika moaned out loud again. Seiji entered her gently and stopped right before reaching the farthest point inside and used the perfect amount of strength, even better than earlier. Shika felt hazy, as if she was floating and having a beautiful dream. She wanted this sensation to go on even longer. Yet, this beautiful feeling soon ended. Brother, let me help you do it as well. Shika sat back up and said that with a red face. Seiji instantly felt his own ears starting to itch when he heard this. Alright, thank you. He handed her the ear pick. He lay on Shika's legs and felt her softness as he inhaled her faint fragrance. He then experienced an indescribable sensation of comfort. A lap pillow plus ear cleaning was too wondrous. Seiji's expression also went soft all over. He felt reassured, comfortable, and blessed as if he was having a beautiful dream, as if he was in heaven. Even though they were doing something pure, why did it seem so immoral? That surely had to be nothing more than a mistaken impression, Seiji decided not to think about it and simply enjoyed himself. After the pleasurable experience, "You made me feel really comfortable," praised Seiji. "Same to you, brother. Let's do it for each other again next time." Yeah. Thursday was a day of inclement weather. Dark clouds filled the sky and a chill permeated the air. This caused people to recall that winter hadn't completely left them. Seiji received a phone call from Natsuya at almost the exact same time as the previous morning. Last night, not a single one of the spirit world locations transformed into a spirit world. Natsuya told him important new information. This is the first time such a thing has happened ever since spirit worlds appeared. Seiji remained silent as he mulled it over. This helped to remind everyone that spirit worlds are still an unknown phenomenon. It's possible for them to disappear at any time. Natsuya sighed. But, after experiencing spirit worlds, the spiritual ability users won't easily accept the spirit worlds disappearing. Seiji understood what Natsuya meant. Those who made sacrifices when exploring spirit worlds, those who obtained benefits from spirit worlds, and those who planned on going to spirit worlds, it would be impossible for such individuals to simply say let's forget about it in reaction to the spirit world's disappearance and not care anymore. If spirit worlds really stopped appearing, people would gradually be forced to accept the new reality even if they didn't want to. But what if the appearance of spirit worlds was something man-made and controllable? In that case, if the spirit worlds are actually being controlled by someone, this is the timing that the controller will appear soon. The game's free-to-play trial period, or beta test, was now over, and the game developers were now going to charge money. Seiji figured this situation was akin to such an analogy. The controller is probably the Soul World faction. My guess is that they'll make an announcement such as demanding to stop all investigations of the midnight incident if people still want to go to the spirit worlds, Seiji extrapolated. That's quite possible. Apart from asking for overlooking this incident, they might even request even more conditions, Natsuya stated softly. Spirit worlds were something that contained far too many potential benefits for spiritual ability users to ignore. All factions would definitely act to steal these benefits if they could. But, the harsh truth was that it was impossible for them to steal the benefits. No, it was that other factions didn't even know how to steal them. In this situation, the true controller of the spirit worlds had the absolute advantage. Using spirit worlds as a bait to make other factions ignore the midnight incident was completely possible. A little more than 2 months had already passed since the midnight incident on New Year's. Was the Soul World faction finally about to reveal themselves in public? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 587, Aren't they supposed to be love rivals? Chapter 587, Aren't they supposed to be love rivals? Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. It's also possible that spirit worlds aren't controllable and are simply some unexplained phenomena. I feel that's an incredibly low possibility. Yeah, I agree. Several seconds of silence passed between them. No matter what the truth is, right now, I'm interested in seeing if the change in the spirit worlds has affected Kazuko-san's domain ability. Something flashed in Seiji's eyes. The spirit world's disappearance would affect him as well. No matter how things developed in the future, right now he first wanted to contact Kazufuru and ask how Kazuko was doing. Seiji immediately dialed Kazufuru's number after he finished his conversation with Natsuya. Good morning, Okuan. I apologize for calling so early in the morning. Something major happened last night, so I want to confirm Kazuko-san's condition. Could you allow her to meet with me in a bit? By the street side. Seiji walked over and greeted a brown-haired girl wearing eyeglasses and the Genhana High School girl's uniform. Kazuko responded with a smile. Calling Kazufuru so early in the morning yet asking to meet with me? Hirano-kun, you're such a demon. How am I a demon? Seiji started directly with the main topic and explained the situation, after retorting, "Of course. I don't feel like my abilities have changed in any way. But, we can test things out right now. Do you want to try immediately? Let's test your abilities immediately, then." Seiji and Kazuko walked over to an isolated alleyway. Kazuko raised her hand and used her ability, instantly causing a black crack which led to her domain to form on the ground. Seiji's vision darkened as he entered the domain. Instead of seeing the Genhana High School buildings as he did previously, he instead saw an ancient palace. Plants and trees were growing everywhere, with gigantic vines reaching out of the ground that glowed and spread all over the place. This was the Forest Palace. Seiji immediately recognized this location as the only spirit world he had visited previously. The difference from before was that the vines here were glowing and acted as a light source. "Things really have changed inside here," Kazuko spoke up. "You didn't make any modifications to the environment yourself, did you?" Seiji looked at Kazuko. "Of course not. It seems that what you surmised was correct. My ability was affected. Yet you didn't notice anything at all." "Yeah, I noticed nothing." Kazuko paused for a moment. "Demons are coming, do you want to fight them? It should be fine if there's only a few of them." Seiji prepared himself. A dark mist seeped out from the cracks in the palace walls and speedily formed itself into several black wolves. These wolves had sharp gazes filled with a red light. These were the exact same spiritual creatures as the ones he previously fought in the Forest Palace. Even the demons' forms have changed. Kazuko adjusted her eyeglasses. An incredibly similar environment and the exact same spiritual creatures. "There's no mistaking it, this is the Forest Palace's inner world," Seiji thought to himself. The black wolves growled and rushed over. Seiji fought back with his fists. Hit, 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 hit. He defeated them quite easily. The black wolves transformed into a dark red mist which then evaporated. There were no strange sounds like the previous demons in Kazuko's domain. Another wave of wolves arrived. Seiji experimented with his cleansing against the wolves. His target black wolf received only minor damage from the cleansing spell, unlike the previous demons that were instantly exploded by cleansing. Seiji told Kazuko that would be enough and asked her to teleport him back outside after he finished defeating the second wave of wolf monsters. "I once went to a spirit world named the Forest Palace. The environment and creatures in your domain are almost exactly the same as the Forest Palaces," Seiji informed Kazuko back in the real world. "That's why I believe that your domain has now changed to become the Forest Palace's inner world. I don't feel like there's any differences in my ability. I can still use everything normally just like yesterday." Kazuko slightly tilted her head. "This change is quite meaningful to me. Previously, I was worried that the Hell's demons would have a negative influence on my friends. But now that they've become the spiritual creatures from the Forest Palace, I'm no longer worried about that. No, I can't say that there's no more danger." Seiji rubbed his chin in contemplation. Although he didn't hear the same strange sounds from these spiritual creatures, cleansing hadn't been completely ineffective. It was just that it was far less effective than against those demons. This meant that the Forest Palace's spiritual creatures might also be tainted. But it was just that they were tainted to far less of an extent than the previous demons. Perhaps they can become strong, or they can also become monsters. You can only pay attention to the situation and stop things if you feel like something is going wrong. That was what his older sister Yui had told him about the awakened. Thinking back on her words, perhaps her words had contained a hidden message, that it was impossible to completely avoid being tainted and people would have to pay attention, this type of hidden meaning. The awakened would have to become tainted if they wanted to become stronger. Was it a case of wanting to grow powerful would contain risks? Rather than simply thinking about it, Seiji decided to directly ask. He immediately took out his cell phone and dialed Yui's number. Nobody answered his call. Whom did you want to call? Kazuko inquired. Someone who can answer my doubts. But unfortunately, she's not free right now. Seiji put away his cell phone. If possible, I'd like to ask you to investigate more about your own abilities in the future. I shall do my very best to improve my abilities to change my clothing at will. Kazuko's eyeglasses flashed. I'm not talking about those types of abilities. I watched a lingerie show last night and received great amounts of inspiration. Why lingerie? Why not an ordinary fashion show? The lingerie models are capable of calmly showing off such embarrassing underwear, which makes me seem so inexperienced in comparison. I need to improve my level of shamelessness. You're going in the wrong direction, Seiji retorted. Kazuko smiled happily before she started to give off a blinding red glow. After a bright red flash, she turned back into a brown-haired, eyeglasses-wearing boy now in the Genhana High School boy's uniform. Seiji exchanged glances with Kazufuru. Let's go to school, Ukkuin. Yeah. They then immediately headed to school together. The tall and handsome Seiji was witnessed walking together and chatting happily with the cool excellent student Kazufuru. This caused a bit of a commotion at school. Why are Hirano-san and Secretary Uk walking together? They seem like they're good friends. Aren't they supposed to be love rivals? I heard that they even ate lunch together yesterday. For real? What exactly happened? The other students were astonished to see this. Seigo Harano was quite famous in school now as the magic-devouring dragon. Kazufuru Uk was also semi-famous in school as he was an excellent student, had a classical handsome scholarly appearance, and was the student council secretary. The sight of the two of them together attracted quite a lot of attention, especially from the girls. And people paid attention most to what their relationship could possibly be. Kazufuru had been the boy that everyone knew was closest to student council president Natsuya Yorihana until Seigo transferred into school. Things started changing after Seigo transferred into Genhana High School. Seigo and Natsuya had a close relationship with each other, such rumors started appearing. Since Seigo and Natsuya never had any contact with each other at school, these rumors quieted down for a while. But, during Valentine's Day of this year, the student council president gave the magic-devouring dragon her love chocolate, which explosively confirmed the original rumors. The scholarly student council secretary who was believed to have the best chances ended up as the loser. Although Kazufuru appeared quite calm on the surface, he must have been feeling quite pained inside. That's what all the other students believed. His opponent was the extraordinary magic-devouring dragon. Even if he wanted to counterattack, he was no match at all, making him quite pitiful. All the students pitied him. Yet, they never expected that. The scholar, loser, and magic-devouring dragon, winner, actually came to school together. And actually seemed like they were having fun chatting with each other. What exactly could have happened? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 588, Sister, Don't Be Afraid. Chapter 588, Sister, Don't Be Afraid. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. The students wanted to know the truth. Unfortunately, they were destined to never find out. Seigo and Natsuya's relationship was still a mystery. And now, an additional mysterious connection appeared between Seigo and Kazufuru. This made everything about Seigo seem even more inexplicable. The most excited students were a group of female students with certain interests. They secretly created a new scholar character to compete with a certain trap character in a series of doujins with the magic-devouring dragon as the main character. And rumors slowly started spreading on this day that Seigo Harano, the magic-devouring dragon, was actually bisexual. Seiji felt a rather strange chill inside the classroom. Was it because of the weather? This type of weather made it easy to catch colds. Apart from Seiji, several others in the classroom were sneezing, such as Keiho. Keiho was rather lacking in spirit. It wasn't because she was sick, but rather she was worried about her older sister Karen. Karen's fever went away later on the same day. However, she still seemed rather strange afterwards, which made Keiho worry. During lunch break, Yui returned Seiji's previous call. "Why did you contact me? Do you have time to meet up? I would like to ask you some things. I can give you 10 minutes of my time, but 10 minutes will be enough." After school ended, Seiji and Mika returned to the Uehara apartments. Not long after, Yui's car arrived. Just like last time, he got on her car to talk to her. Seiji asked if all awakened would become tainted if they went to spirit worlds or inner worlds and fought with the spiritual creatures inside. Yui's reply was, "It's different for everyone. Some will become tainted, and some won't. And each awakened has different resistance levels towards becoming tainted." Seiji couldn't help but think of Mika when he heard this. When Mika was fighting in the inner world, her Mashiro's clothes absorbed the spiritual creatures and became stronger. This didn't seem to affect Mika herself one bit. Later, when Mashiro woke up again, Seiji still didn't notice anything wrong with Mashiro either. This meant that Mika was probably the type who wasn't at risk of becoming tainted at all. Her risk was only related to controlling her own power. Using too much of her power would harm her body. Does becoming tainted have to do with the type of power a person has? Seiji tried asking this question next. Yes. Becoming tainted past the limit will transform a person into a monster? That's right. Even if one doesn't go past the limit, receiving a large amount of pollution all at once is also quite dangerous, Yui told him. And it's still possible for people to have high resistance levels against being tainted yet end up becoming fallen. Fallen. That's the term, which means they become monsters. Seiji fell silent for a moment. Even those that were highly resistant against becoming tainted weren't absolutely safe, so there was still an element of risk. Still, it was apparent that it was still much better than having a low resistance against becoming tainted. How can one cleanse the taint? Right now, it's still impossible. The awakened can only try their best to deal with it by themselves. That's why it's important to pay attention to their condition, Yui informed him seriously. Seiji nodded. Thank you for telling me all of this, Sister Yui. Do you have any more questions? About the disappearance of the spirit worlds. The moment he spoke, Seiji knew that he wouldn't receive an answer based on Yui's expression. And so, he stopped himself. I don't have any more questions. Let's end things here then. Yui indicated that the conversation was over. Seiji watched her car leave after he got off. What exactly would happen in the future if the Soul World faction revealed itself to the world? As he was thinking about this, he suddenly felt something cold on his head. He then noticed that rain was beginning to fall with a pitter-patter. It finally started to rain today. Sister, what exactly is wrong with you? Back in her sister's room, Keiho was questioning Karen with a rather forceful tone. Nothing. Karen averted her gaze. Liar. Anyone can see that something is off about you. Keiho blared at her older sister. Mom and Dad are both really worried about you. You shouldn't hide your problems from us. I'm really fine. Stop lying to my face. Go to the hospital if you have a problem with your body, or say it out loud if you have a problem in your heart. It's so unseemly to see you being roundabout like this. Do you have the right to lecture me on this? Keiho's face instantly went bright red when she heard this. Karen realized that she was a bit too harsh with her words, so she lowered her head. I'm sorry. Keiho only felt even more angered to see her older sister lowering her head and apologizing. If you think that I don't have any right to lecture you, then stop acting stupid like this. Keiho spoke in a vicious tone. Although she impulsively wanted to leave right now, she was unable to move her body when she saw how pitiful Karen seemed. Both sisters fell silent for a while. Keiho felt quite complex inside as she thought about how Karen was always so gentle and considerate to her. She forced herself to tolerate the feeling of frustration she had and did her best to calm down before she spoke again. Sister. It's quite obvious that something's off about you right now. Even your smiles contain the traces of shadows. It's evident that you're hiding something. Even an idiot like me can tell. So, of course, Mom, Dad, and all your friends can see all this as well. They're all quite worried about you. As long as you tell us, no matter what it is, we'll help you with it. But if you don't talk about it, and make them keep worrying, won't this be exactly like me in the past? Just shutting herself in and only caring about her own feelings, without caring about other people's concern, covering her ears and resisting against everyone's good intentions, this was truly unseemly. Keiho knew that she was once such an unseemly girl. If it wasn't for meeting that person, perhaps she would probably still be like that. No, even now, some remnants of her past unseemliness still remained within her. That was why she didn't want to see her older sister become like her. I'm begging you, sister. Indeed, I don't have the right to lecture you. But, I truly don't wish to see you become like me. Keiho's eyes moistened as she looked directly at Karen. Tell us if there's anything bothering you. Don't shoulder the burden all by yourself. So many people want to help you because you're Karen Miyamoto. You're a beautiful, kind, and gentle girl that all our family and friends love. You're someone who can ask for help. So many people will offer assistance the moment that you speak up. That's why you shouldn't shut yourself in and handle everything by yourself. I want to help you as well, even if I don't have the right to, even if I might not be of any help at all. I still want to help you, because you've always. Because you've never given up on an idiot sister like me. Keiho. Tears started streaking down Karen's face when she received her younger sister's heartfelt feelings and saw that Keiho was already beginning to cry. I'm sorry. Karen went over too and hugged her younger sister. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 589, I've met him. Chapter 589, I've met him. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. What type of person is he? Karen was astonished to hear that her younger sister actually knew a spiritual ability user. He's a really cool and handsome person. Keiho paused for a moment as her cheeks flushed red. He's the person that I based my story's male lead on. Karen widened her eyes upon hearing this. Wasn't the male lead of her younger sister's story the person that she liked? So this person was actually a spiritual ability user. Karen's imagined version of this boy now had an added layer of mystical elements to him. She suddenly felt that he was far more complex than in Keiho's story. Keiho felt awkward about this. She didn't want to tell Karen about Seigo because she knew that Karen would instantly realize that Seigo was the male lead of her story she was writing. I'll contact him right now. But, since this was related to demons, she had to take immediate action for her older sister's safety. Keiho took out her cell phone and dialed Seigo's number. He picked up rather quickly. Good evening, Seigo. Good evening. What's up, Keiho? His familiar voice spoke up on the other end of the phone. Just hearing his voice made Keiho feel reassured. It's like this, my older sister seems to have met a demon, she explained the situation. Seiji fell silent for a moment before he spoke up again. Are the two of you at home right now? Yeah. Is there a coffee cafe or some similar cafe near your home? Yeah, there's a coffee cafe nearby. Could I meet with the two of you there and take a look at your sister's condition? Of course. Text me the coffee cafe's name and address then. I'll be over as soon as I can. Okay. Thank you, Seigo. No need to be so polite. They ended the phone call there. When Keiho put away her cell phone, she saw that Karen's eyes were sparkling while staring at her. What is it? He's the boy that you like. There's no mistaking it. Karen had a huge smile as she spoke. You had such a cute expression just now. You're completely a girl in love. Keiho's face reddened when she heard this. I didn't have any such strange expression at all. Stop making things up, sister. Karen's eyes sparkled even more and became gentler upon seeing her younger sister's expression. Karen reached over to pat Keiho on the head. Why are you patting my head? Because you're so cute, Keiho-chan. Don't call me like that, and don't touch me. Keiho resisted against this. It was nice that her older sister was spirited again, but wasn't this recovery too quick? Where did the pitiful girl who was just saying she was so scared disappear to? But the two sisters shared an umbrella as they walked through the pouring rain to the nearby coffee cafe. They put away the umbrella, took a seat, and ordered some coffee. This was an old-fashioned store that was plainly decorated. The classical music playing inside the store combined with the pitter-patter of rain falling outside to create a nice atmosphere. The coffee that the sisters ordered soon arrived. Keiho inhaled the thick coffee aroma and was about to add some sugar. I suddenly recalled that this is our first time ever drinking coffee together outside, Karen mentioned. Keiho paused in her movements for a second before she continued to add sugar. That's quite normal, isn't it? Normally you wouldn't go to the trouble of drinking coffee outside together with your family members. You'd be drinking coffee together at home. You're right, but I feel like occasionally doing this is pretty nice as well. Karen smiled. Why's that? Because our home lacks this type of atmosphere. The atmosphere is important when being together with family? It's no good to worry about the atmosphere? It's not a matter of being good or not, I just think it's really strange. I don't think it's strange at all. Drinking coffee together with you, having desserts, chatting about various things, just like good friends. I think it's awesome. Karen's eyes were sparkling brightly again. We're sisters. We could just chat at home. Why do we have to go outside to some store or restaurant and spend money to chat? Keiho disagreed. Actually, she did somewhat understand what Karen meant. She just felt that all this was unnecessary. It's fine to do so just on occasion. Come together with your sister. No way. After chatting for a while, a new customer walked inside the cafe. Keiho reflexively looked in his direction, and saw the tall figure that she was expecting. Seigo. The jacketed handsome boy put away his umbrella and looked around the store before meeting her gaze and smiling. So handsome. Although this wasn't a date and he wasn't her boyfriend, Keiho's heart still beat quicker when she saw his gentle smile. That's him? A surprised voice sounded next to her. Keiho turned around to see that Karen's eyes were widened and that she had a strange expression. What's the matter? I've met him before, ... Right as she finished speaking, the boy arrived next to their seats. Keiho, this is your older sister? Seiji asked while looking at Karen. He recognized this girl as the breast goddess that he'd previously met at the grocery store. Whoops, the beautiful girl who had godly breasts. Yes, she's my older sister, Karen Miyamoto. Nice to meet you, Miyamoto-san. I'm Seigo Harano. We've met once before, do you remember? I remember, Karen looked at him. That was at the supermarket. You were together at the time with a twin-tailed girl. That girl is Mika Uehara. She's my and Keiho's classmate and good friend. Seiji smiled. At the supermarket, what? Keiho was rather confused. Seiji sat down next to them and explained about the meeting at the grocery store. There was such a coincidental meeting before? Keiho finally understood what was going on. So he's the boy that my younger sister likes, Karen felt complex feelings inside. He was handsome, loved to help others, friendly and gentle. Apart from the otaku part that was difficult to tell on the surface, he was the very image of the male lead from her younger sister's story. Previously, she thought that the male lead was only an idealized version of the boyfriend that Keiho wanted. Karen never expected that he would be the same in reality. He was completely handsome to the point of being idol-like. And she'd even met him before in the past, and was someone that she wanted to see again. The previous coincidental meeting had given Karen quite a deep impression. After that meeting, whenever she returned to that supermarket, she would always intentionally scan the other customers, looking for that boy again. But she ended up never seeing him again. Nor did she see the twin-tailed girl with him at the time again. And so, she slowly gave up on the thought. She'd never expected that both those individuals were actually Keiho's friends. Karen felt that fate was truly a wondrous concept. Seigo Harano. Now that she learned his name and identity, she knew that she had to completely eliminate the tiny spark of feelings in her heart for him. She thought that it was only a coincidental meeting to begin with, so she had just about given up already. It wasn't painful at all for her to give up on her feelings. Karen began worrying about Keiho more than herself. It was only natural for Keiho to fall in love with such a high-level handsome boy, but it was too difficult. Doubtlessly, this was something rude to think of her sister. Still, Karen couldn't help it. If only this boy that her younger sister liked was 30% less handsome, no, 40% less handsome, only then would they be a good match. Seiji didn't know about the complex feelings Karen had inside her right now. To him, this was only a small matter of his previous guess being correct that this beautiful girl he met once in the past was actually his friend's older sister. The important part to him was what was about to come. Seiji cast astral vision and carefully inspected Karen's body. He immediately noticed a faint red mist being emitted from her voluptuous breasts. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 590, This is only a small inspection. Chapter 590, This is only a small inspection. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Why her breasts? Seiji focused on the red mist and felt rather speechless. Karen impulsively wanted to cover her breasts when she noticed that Seigo was staring at her chest. But she restrained herself. She was quite familiar with boys' lecherous looks aimed at her. Currently, Seigo's expression didn't give her such a feeling. It was more like he was observing something. Keiho also felt like Seigo was only observing. However, she felt rather strange about seeing him seriously stare at her older sister's large breasts. There's a bad aura being emitted from this little girl, Yomi's voice suddenly spoke up inside Seiji's mind. Something that's really bad? Seiji mentally spoke with her when he heard his bonded female spirit speaking up of her own volition. Quite possible. A deeper inspection will be necessary. How should I do a deeper inspection? Yomi told him the relevant information, causing Seiji to pause for quite a while. Don't joke around like that, Yomi. I'm not joking at all. This is a necessary inspection. There's no other method. Nope. The female spirit chuckled lightly. Why are you resisting this? This should be an excellent method for you. Excellent, the hell? Seiji retorted. Yomi's method was to massage Karen's breasts. And the massage couldn't even be performed through clothing. It had to be skin-on-skin contact. Although this was indeed an excellent method for him, the price was that he would be treated as a pervert. While he indeed worshipped these godly breasts, he didn't really want to massage them. Truly? A tiny voice in his heart questioned this. Fine, I admit it, I really want to rub them. But not like this. This is only a small inspection. This little girl seems quite gentle and obedient and probably won't mind. Yomi chuckled. That's not up to you to decide. You only have to treat yourself as a doctor and her as a patient. Having an inspection is only natural. Simply enjoy yourself during the process. Enjoy the hell. That will make me even more immoral. If you really feel bad about it, why don't you promise to take responsibility for the rest of her life? This little girl seems like an excellent concubine candidate. That's too much. Also, your way of thinking is so disrespectful. Seiji continuously retorted in his mind. However, the female spirit adamantly maintained that this was the only inspection method available. Although Seiji was incredibly doubtful of this, he could only accept it in the end. After sighing deeply, Seiji put on his most serious expression. After observation, something has indeed possessed you, Miyamoto-san. Karen and Keiho both tensed up when they heard his serious tone. However, only observing won't tell me the specific situation. I need to inspect things more deeply in order to ascertain what it is, Seiji continued in a heavy tone. However, there's a little problem with the inspection method, no, a very big problem. Let me clarify that if there's any other methods available, I would have chosen them. But, this is really the only inspection method available with no other choices. This method is. Seiji lowered his voice to the point where only the two sisters could hear him as he explained the necessary steps of the inspection. Karen and Keiho both paused in surprise upon hearing it. Karen then blushed crimson red while Keiho widened her eyes in surprise. Everyone fell silent for a moment. Seiji felt like he would understand if Karen spoke now and cursed him for being a pervert, hoodlum, hentai, or something similar. In fact, he felt it was quite possible for her to simply stand up and leave immediately. After all, a boy that she only met twice before just told her that a breast massage would be necessary as a checkup. This basically sounded no different from sexual harassment. Yet, Karen didn't explode as her face continued to redden. She looked towards her younger sister Keiho and exchanged glances with her. Something flashed in Keiho's eyes as a complex expression appeared on her face. She believed in Seigo. However, the inspection method that he mentioned was quite difficult for her to accept. And so, she only looked back at her older sister, not knowing what to say. Karen glanced at Keiho for a while before looking back towards Seiji. Seiji maintained as serious an expression as possible. After observing his handsome face for a while, Karen retracted her gaze and slowly picked up her coffee mug, sipping on some coffee. There's really no other method? She finally spoke up, breaking the long period of silence. There really isn't. Seiji sighed. Then I guess I'll have to accept it, Karen said in a soft voice while blushing. Sister, Keiho. I don't trust a boy that I've only met for the second time, but I trust you. I trust that the person you believe in won't be just a scammer or pervert. Keiho was quite moved by her sister's deep trust in her. She looked towards Seigo, who could only smile wryly. I swear that if there's any other method at all, I wouldn't use this method. Since Seigo Harano was even swearing an oath, she felt that it had to be the truth. The inspection couldn't possibly take place in public at the coffee cafe, so the three of them went over to the Uehara apartments instead. Shika was still currently practicing cultivation at Natsuya's residence. Ryo was being taken care of by Keed, so nobody was home at Seiji's apartment, perfect for doing something that he didn't want anyone else to know about. He felt almost as if he was having an extramarital affair. No, not at all. Although he indeed didn't want anyone else watching this inspection, this was still only a simple inspection, with pure motives. Seiji forcefully told himself that was all he thought. After entering his apartment, what he needed to consider next was where to undertake the inspection. The living room, his bedroom, the bathroom, or the study. All of these choices seemed quite bad. Having Karen choose seemed even worse to him. After some inner turmoil, Seiji chose to do the inspection in his bedroom. Keiho should have originally been happy to be invited inside Seigo's bedroom for the first time. However, she felt incredibly complex inside it thinking about what he was about to do. Karen kept her head constantly lowered and was flushed bright red all the way here. She looked just like a bullied bride. Please take off your clothes. Seiji forcefully withstood the feeling of guilt inside his heart as he spoke in a low voice and averted his gaze. Karen's face reddened to the point where she was almost blood red. However, she still obeyed and slowly took off her shirt and then her bra. Keiho watched her red-faced older sister slowly take off all her upper body clothing and gradually reveal that ass-gnashing chest of hers. Even though Keiho was Karen's younger sister, she could still feel the thick arrow sensation emanating from that chest. She felt that any boy who saw this scene would surely lose control of themselves. Luckily, Seigo was currently averting his gaze. I've already taken my clothes off. Karen was now naked from the waist up and spoke softly while covering her chest with her hands. Seiji mentally prepared himself before turning back around. He put on his most serious expression with zero traces of lust as he inspected her. Despite his mental preparation, he was still shocked at the beautiful scene in front of him. Ah, those tall peaks covered by white clouds are so majestic and beautiful. Only after he deeply etched the scene into his mind did he do his best to control his expression to not flicker. He then began to create a seal and utter an incantation. As he cast his spell, Seiji's hands gradually began to glow golden, as if he was wearing a pair of half-translucent golden gloves. Both Miyamoto sisters' eyes shone as they personally witnessed his mystical abilities at work. My apologies. Seiji notified Karen with an apology before he reached out his hands. Karen stopped covering her chest with her hands and completely exposed her ample bosom to a boy that she had only met for the second time. Seiji once again received an impact from the white cloud's disappearance and seeing the peaks in their full majesty. However, he used his powerful will to restrain all desires so that his expression didn't flicker one bit. He reached out with both his hands and gently cupped her breasts. So soft. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 591, Is this really just an inspection? Chapter 591, Is this really just an inspection? Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. I'm only inspecting. Seiji could only repeatedly drone on in his mind in order to prevent himself from getting lost in this soft and filling sensation in his hands. The spell began to take effect. Karen felt a warmth covering her breasts as a gentle and warm feeling entered deeply within her body. She couldn't help but moan out loud. No way, even this spell has that type of effect. Seiji's eyes twitched. This was the first time that Keiho had ever heard her sister making such a seductive sound. She was shocked to her core. The warmth gradually entered even deeper within her body. Karen felt incredibly comfortable and her body began to tremble. Finally, the warmth came into contact with the strange chill hidden deep inside her. At this moment, it was as if she was electrified. Her entire body shook as she shrieked, "Iya!" Keiho's face burned up as she watched this. She didn't want to watch this anymore, but was unable to avert her gaze. Seiji started breaking out into a cold sweat. However, he also sensed that the spell had detected some type of negative energy. He needed to withdraw a small part of this negative energy. For this purpose, he began injecting his mana into Karen's body. The process was to massage her breasts. One. Karen's breasts were stimulated while she also felt some of the chill deep within her being forcefully pulled out by the warm sensation. It gave her an indescribable feeling of comfort. She shook once again and continuously moaned as tears began dripping out of her eyes. Her reddened face had an incredibly sexy expression. Was this really just an inspection? Keiho really couldn't take it anymore and wanted to stop this. However, she saw that Seigo's expression was incredibly serious. Although he was giving Karen a chest massage, it seemed as if there was no lust in his eyes. But the bastard was still massaging her older sister's chest. Yet, by now, stopping it seemed meaningless. She could only watch until the end. Seiji listened to Yomi's instructions, carefully and slowly withdrawing the negative energy that he came into contact with. Since he was concentrating fully, he had no other idle thoughts occupying his mind whatsoever. The red mist emitting from Karen's soft breasts gradually became denser. Finally, Seiji withdrew a small blood-red stream of light and held it between his hands, forming into an exquisitely beautiful blood-red ball of light. "This is," Keiho widened her eyes in surprise at this visible blood-red ball of light. Karen stopped moaning and wiped the tears in her eyes. She then also clearly saw this ball of light. "What is this?" "This is a demon's power," Seiji answered. "It's also called demon energy." Demon energy, Karen muttered. Seiji lifted up the blood-red ball of light with his left hand. He then carefully stuck his right hand's index finger into the ball of light. The demon energy ball instantly started moving and shaking as if it was alive. It even made screeching sounds. Karen was quite frightened to see this scene, especially when she thought about how Seiji had withdrawn it from her body. "Sister, let's put your clothes back on." Keiho walked over to Karen's side. "Yeah." As Karen put her clothes back on, Seiji and Yomi carefully observed the ball of light. "It's a powerful demon, a dangerous insect demon," the female spirit analyzed. "Where did it come from? It should be related to this little girl's personal mystical connection. It might even be the main form of her mystical connection." Mystical connections referred to ties of karma that certain humans had with certain demons or spirits. Such connections could possibly awaken and affect the human hosts in various ways. This insect demon has only entered the first stage of its own awakening. If it accumulates sufficient demon energy and completely awakens, it'll definitely take over this little girl's body, or she will even transform into the powerful demon itself. "So, she'll turn into a monster and won't be herself any longer?" Seiji frowned. "That's right. She won't be human anymore, nor will she have a sense of self. It's the same as if she died," Yomi explained. "Fallen." Seiji recalled the word that Yui had told him. Karen Miyamoto's mystical connection didn't give her a trial or any spiritual ability. Instead, it was leading her directly to becoming fallen. How was he supposed to prevent the worst situation? Is it possible to enter her soul world and kill off the demon? Seiji asked. "It's quite possible that she'll receive too much damage to her soul and die during the course of battle if you do so," Yomi told him. "How about cleansing the demon energy?" "That won't work, either. The demon energy will still return after being cleansed. And if you enrage the insect demon, that could cause the little girl's soul to be damaged to the point where she dies." "What about sealing the insect demon?" "Sealing spells are very powerful spells that will place far too much burden on this little girl's body." "What can we do then?" Seiji furrowed his eyebrows. "Pay close attention to her condition. Once the demon energy accumulates to a certain extent, use a specific spell to wake up the insect demon in a way that it won't be completely awakened. Then, fight against the incomplete insect demon," Yomi told him the correct answer. "This is the only usable method. And, this method requires her younger sister's assistance." "Why's that?" "As the demon energy accumulates, the little girl's mental spirit will be tremendously negatively influenced. It's quite possible that she won't be able to bear things to the end. In order to protect her when she can't bear it anymore, it's necessary to transfer some of the demon energy to her blood-related younger sister and have her sister share the burden until her spirit recovers. Then, transfer the demon energy back to her body afterwards. It will likely be necessary to repeat this process several times. So, Keiho and Karen needed to share and withstand the mental damage from the demon energy together? Seiji's eyes flashed in understanding. It will also be dangerous for anyone else to share the burden, is that right? Seiji asked for confirmation. Of course. It's possible to go insane due to the demon energy, or be chosen as the new vessel for the demon to awaken in, or to be rejected by the demon energy, which could cause serious injury or even death. It sounds quite similar to that Hell's Aura spell. They both require family members to risk their lives to save someone. Yes, which is why having blood-related family members with a close relationship is so important. Blood relations. In modern society, this concept was becoming less and less important. But in the mystical society, blood relations were incredibly important. Having blood relations meant having similar bodies and similar souls. Was that the right way of looking at it? At this moment, the blood-red ball of light suddenly started screeching even louder. Seiji instantly returned to his senses, only to see that the blood-red ball was violently trembling. It then changed its form and swiftly became a red moth-like creature which forcefully flapped its wings, struggling to break free. Karen and Keiho were both scared and retreated at the scene. Seiji clasped his hands, activated his cleansing spell, and eradicated the moth demon. Miyamoto-san, this is a very bad situation that's quite troublesome. He explained the situation to Karen and Keiho. I don't want Keiho to take any risks, is there no other way? Karen asked. I'm sorry, there isn't. Seiji sighed. He believed in Yomi. Although he rather doubted the inspection method from earlier, Yomi adamantly insisted on it, so he accepted in the end. He didn't contact Natsuya to ask about it or send Karen to the mystical hospital connected to the Yorihana family for an inspection. His trust in Yomi had been accumulated over time. This mysterious and powerful female spirit seemed a bit like an overly casual jokester, but he felt that she was actually highly reliable. Don't worry about me, sister, Keiho spoke to Karen as she looked at Seiji. I'll do as you say. I'm truly grateful for your assistance, Seigo. Please help us with this. She bowed deeply to him after saying this. No need for all that, Keiho. We're friends, Seiji told her. I'm the one who should be giving thanks. Thank you so much, Harano-kun. Karen also deeply bowed. Miyamoto-san. It's too early to be thanking me. Please, both of you, raise your heads. The demon hadn't been eliminated yet. This was only the beginning. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 592, Because I'm the author of this novel. Chapter 592, Because I'm the author of this novel. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. The rain continued for the entire night. The skies cleared up the next morning, with the air being incredibly fresh. The Soul World faction showed themselves. Seiji received a phone call from Natsuya early in the morning and learned much information. Last night, the Soul World faction showed themselves for formal negotiations with the major mystical society factions. They used spirit worlds as a negotiation chip to demand the annulment of any liability for the midnight incident. Not only that, they also requested all the factions to give freedom to all the awakened under their control, ally together, and join a brand new organization known as Soul Society. Soul Society would be led by the Soul World faction. The awakened and other factions members could join as well. The goal of this organization would be to develop spirit worlds, along with protecting and raising awakened. More than half of the strongest factions all agreed to these requests. This meant that Soul World would be cleared of all responsibility for the midnight incident and that Spirit Garden would be successfully established. Soul Society, this name caused Seiji to recall a famous manga named Bleach from his past life. Would there also be a military organization like the Gotei 13 appearing? He was quite curious about the negotiations that occurred. It would be impossible to obtain the strongest faction's recognition simply through negotiation. The Soul World faction must have displayed incredible strength as well. protecting and raising awakened, he could only hope that this part was real. Seiji was more concerned about this part compared to developing the spirit worlds. No matter what, a new attention-grabbing organization had now appeared. Would it have a short lifespan, or become a powerful new faction? Only time could tell. During lunch break, Seiji, Mika, Chiaki, and Keiho ate lunch together. Seiji told Mika and Chiaki about what happened last night with Karen. Of course, he wisely didn't mention anything about the chest massage. Seigo, I can help you as well to fight against the demon, Mika remarked after learning the situation. Of course. I shall ask for your assistance if I need to, Seiji promised her. Mika is a spiritual ability user as well? Keiho was quite surprised to learn this. Yeah. Although I'm not very strong, I want to help out however I can. Mika smiled. Thank you. Keiho was quite moved. No need to be so polite. We're friends. Such a blinding sight. I want a chance to say such cool lines as well. Chiaki sighed. Unfortunately, I'm not a spiritual ability user. Why haven't I awakened to any powers? Mika already knows how to transform herself, so shouldn't I be learning some new abilities? Otherwise, I'm going to start appearing a lot less in this novel. You appear plenty in this novel already. There's no need for you to worry at all. Why do you say that? Because I'm the author of this novel. Seiji posed with a mock-serious expression. Someone as amusing as you will make the readers laugh every time you appear. That's why you definitely don't need to worry about having less scenes. I'm actually only a comedy character. Chiaki had an expression of astonishment. Did you only realize this just now? Seiji also had an expression of astonishment. I think that both of you are comedy characters, Mika retorted at them. What do you think, Keiho? I think that both Chiaki and Seigo are really charismatic. That was all that Keiho could come up with. Why don't you just say that both of them are really weird? Objection. I'm no comedy character. I should be an important female side character, or one of the female main characters. Chiaki retorted in a mock-serious tone. You were one to begin with, but your comedy traits were too overwhelming and covered all other traits, so now you're stuck as a comedy character. Seiji sighed. No. Please work harder on my character setting, author-sama. Give up now. Actually, this is pretty good as well. You have quite solid job prospects as you can appear in all daily life scenes as the comedy character. You can rest reassured that you'll be in this job until the end of this novel. I don't want to age and die just like this. I want to act cool in non-daily life scenes as well, especially scenes where I take center stage. Please, I'm begging you, author-sama. That's quite a difficult task. Let me just tell you the honest truth. You already steal the stage too much already. If you awaken to some spiritual ability, you'll take up even more scenes, which is no good. How could this be? Chiaki received a huge impact. Wakaba-san, you're truly outstanding already. Yet, if you're too outstanding, I sincerely apologize. Seiji had a gentle expression as he spoke in a sad tone. Please understand, as the author, I'm pained by this as well. Author-sama. The two of them exchanged deep glances that seemed to surpass the boundaries of the fourth wall one. Meanwhile, Mika and Keiho ate their lunch and speechlessly watched this entire spectacle. Today's lunch break passed by enjoyably as well. Later that night, Seiji and Natsuya had tea together and chatted. Are you free tomorrow? After finishing his tea, Seiji casually brought up a question. Natsuya became a little nervous as she sensed something behind this question. I'm free, what is it? Would you like to go out and have some fun together? Seiji did his best not to display any hints of his own nervousness as he invited her on a date. Although they'd already hugged and kissed each other, this was the first time that he was formally inviting her on a date. The student council president's face flushed red as her expectations came true. Sure, she lightly agreed. Seiji clenched his fist in a victory pose as he smiled happily. Is there somewhere that you want to go? Something flashed in Natsuya's eyes. I want to go to an amusement park. An amusement park. Seiji was slightly surprised by this, but he didn't ask why she wanted to go. It was more than fine with him. And so, they made a date agreement to go visit a famous local amusement park named Empire World tomorrow. After leaving Natsuya's study, Seiji was greatly looking forward to and imagining tomorrow's fun times when a purple-haired girl's figure suddenly flashed through his mind. Yukari Asamiya, she was the first girl who had asked him, "Are you free tomorrow?" and formally confessed to him as well as invited him on a date. If he hadn't been interrupted during her confession, what would things be like today? The moment that this thought entered his mind, Seiji shook his head and cleared his mind of all unnecessary thoughts. He then saw Shika standing in front of him. "Shika-chan, I'm going out on a date tomorrow with Natsuya," he unhesitatingly told her about his plans. Shika's expression didn't change at all, as if she already expected to hear this. "What time and what place?" she asked lightly. Seiji told her honestly. Shika nodded in acceptance and didn't say anything else as she walked off. Although this was quite similar to the last time, Seiji felt that things wouldn't turn out like last time. Seiji was quite confident as he watched her walk off. No, he trusted in her. His trust in Shika was correct. Shika didn't intend to do anything to interfere with his date this time. The only reason she asked the time and place was simply because she wanted to know. She was delighted with her adopted older brother's trust in her. As she walked off, a smile gradually appeared on her face. Yet, her smile only lasted for 3 seconds. Although Shika was quite happy that brother Seiji trusted in her, she still felt somewhat displeased about him going out on a date with Natsuya Yorihana. She could only accept it, but she was unable to smile while accepting it. She didn't intend to interfere with their date, because she knew that she shouldn't do so. Yet, just because she shouldn't do so, did that mean she couldn't do anything? A sharp glint appeared in the black-haired girl's eyes for a moment before disappearing. She wouldn't interfere with his dates anymore. However, she was unable to bring herself to do nothing at all. Which was why she would watch him on his date. Just like what she told Natsuya Yorihana, she would always be watching. Empire World Amusement Park, that would surely be a bustling and lively place. If she followed them there, she would surely bring misfortune upon other people due to her Reaper's curse. But, Shika still wanted to do this even if it was meaningless, even if it negatively affected other people. Without a doubt, she knew that she was being selfish. But, she still wanted to do so. She was unable to overcome the desire in her heart. The name of her desire was Seiji Haruta. He was the only love and warmth she possessed in the world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 593, I Really Like You. Chapter 593, I Really Like You. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Saturday morning. Milady, I hope you have a fun time. Mai accompanied Seiji and Natsuya to the doorstep with a smile. Same to young Master Haruta. However, you understand, yes? A sharp glint flashed in the maid's eyes for the last part. Of course I understand, senpai. Seiji smiled wryly. Seiji and Natsuya left together and walked over to the monorail station under the watchful gaze of the maid. Although they could have simply had Natsuya's driver take them directly to the amusement park, they felt that it would be nice today to just go by themselves. Today, Natsuya was wearing a leaf-patterned one-piece dress with a light jacket on top. As was her habit, she also wore black lace stockings which accentuated her youthful beauty and charisma. Seiji was wearing a dark jacket and dark long pants which made him seem ridiculously handsome and cool. They drew a great amount of attention due to their outstanding physical features as they walked together on the street. However, both of them had gotten accustomed to this already and ignored the attention. Seiji wanted to hold her hand as naturally as possible. But, right before he reached out his hand, Natsuya automatically moved closer to him and clutched his arm. "Oh, I can feel her chest." Seiji was moved by the wondrous feeling. He noticed how many male passers-by were glancing towards Natsuya, which suddenly made him want to shout out loud in a blissful tone that, "This is my girlfriend." Of course, he wouldn't really shout such an embarrassing thing out loud. Yet, he really did have such passion. Seiji looked towards Natsuya. Natsuya also looked towards him. They exchanged glances while smiling at each other, giving off an incredibly sweet aura. "Please, don't act so lovey-dovey in public." All the poor individuals passing by thought in such a manner. They arrived at the monorail station and took the monorail to the Empire World amusement park. Some time later, they arrived at their destination. This was quite a famous amusement park with many visitors. After purchasing tickets and entering, they immediately entered a jubilant and festive atmosphere. Empire World was a large amusement park with many districts and rides. It would be easy for a person to be lost here if they didn't do homework beforehand, not knowing what to ride. Of course, Seiji did his homework. He already made a nice planned route that would be perfect for a date. First, they would start off with some relaxing rides. After drumming up the excitement, they would ride the most important ride of all, the tall roller coaster known as the Cloud Soarer. This was the single most stimulating and fastest roller coaster in all of Sakura Island. Most visitors to Empire World reviewed this roller coaster as the single best ride here. Of course, if one didn't have problems regarding health and age limitations. Seiji was rather interested in taking a ride on this Cloud Soarer, which had a cool-sounding name as if it came out of a web novel from his previous world. But, if Natsuya didn't want to ride it, of course he wouldn't force her. To his surprise, she was even more excited than he was, with her eyes lighting up. They had purchased VIP tickets which helped them to avoid the long lines. They soon got on the roller coaster in the middle section of the cars. The roller coaster began moving along the tracks and slowly went up the chain. Seiji silently squeezed Natsuya's hand. Natsuya's eyes were watery as she felt his gentleness. As the roller coaster climbed higher, some riders shouted out in excitement, while others screamed in fear. Natsuya suddenly shouted as well. Seiji saw the look of delight on her face and was infected, shouting out loudly as well. As everyone shouted, the roller coaster finally reached the highest point and paused before the drop. At this instant, looking up at the wide skies, Seiji felt an indescribable sense of openness as his heartbeat increased in expectation of the upcoming stimulation. Seiji. I really like you. Natsuya flashed a beautiful and seductive smile. Seiji received a direct powerful attack. Before he could even regain his senses, the roller coaster started moving again as it slid down the track and rapidly gained speed. Ah! The riders started shouting in unison. Everyone's shouts combined with the rushing wind, deafening Seiji's eardrums. Despite all this, Seiji could still hear his own heartbeat. Was his rapid heartbeat because of the roller coaster, or because of what he'd heard just now? He didn't know. He gave up on thinking and shouted loudly as well. He used shouting to vent the emotions within his heart, enjoying the simulation and excitement. Left turn, right twist, circle loop, twirling and whirling around. It truly felt like he was dancing in the sky, a fun experience. Not long later, the roller coaster returned to the starting station, ending this fun little trip in the sky. After walking out of the roller coaster facility, Seiji suddenly pulled Natsuya into his arms and kissed her. And whoosh, he made a cute sound. This sudden passionate kiss naturally attracted many people's attention. Couples nodded in understanding, while others sent them jealous looks. Children stared curiously while parents dragged them away. After a long kiss, their lips finally separated. Natsuya's face was red and she spoke shyly, right here, it's so embarrassing. It's because you said something like that earlier. Seiji acted as if he was in the right. It's all your fault. Natsuya became even more embarrassed as her face became redder. Seeing this sight, Seiji impulsively wanted to kiss her again. However, he restrained himself, feeling that it indeed wasn't proper to behave so passionately in public. So, he held her hand and walked together. I also really like you as well, Natsuya, he spoke in a soft and serious voice. Hearing this, Natsuya's heart was filled with a feeling of bliss. The two of them continued having fun together, taking Seiji's planned route to experience various rides. They also rested appropriately during all the fun, took pictures as memories, ate snacks together, and then went to a small restaurant in the amusement park for lunch. They had lots of fun. The final ride for the day was the Ferris wheel. They sat together in the wheel as it slowly lifted them upwards, silently gazing at the park's scenery. This atmosphere slowly calmed down their emotions. When I was very young, Father once took me to this amusement park, Natsuya spoke up while gazing out the window. That was both the first and last time. It gave me a really deep impression. Seiji saw that she had a complex expression. Perhaps, if I requested him to take me again, he would have done so. But, I didn't ask him, because Father was always so busy, and I knew that I shouldn't bother him because of something like this. I could have asked someone else to take me. I know that I could have come here again as long as I asked. Yet, I didn't do so. It wasn't that I didn't want to come again, and I had others that could go with me. Still, I didn't come back here, until today. Natsuya smiled as she looked back at Seiji. Thank you, Seiji. I had lots of fun today, Natsuya, Seiji smiled as he looked right at her. I had lots of fun today as well. Let's come back here again some other time, he continued. We can come back here with others apart from the two of us. For example, we could take Hojo-senpai, Shoho-san, or Kirin-san. I feel like Kirin-san will especially like this place. Indeed. Natsuya chuckled. We should come back here together with them sometime, especially Rana. Seiji could already imagine the cute scene of the cat girl playing around here joyfully. We could even have a small competition game. We could have rewards and punishments, which will make things really interesting. What type of rewards and punishments would you have? The rewards could be small things that can be actualized within the park. For instance, eating some pancakes, ice cream, or so on. As for punishments, how about taking a picture of the competition loser making a strange pose? Seiji made a funny face at Natsuya. Natsuya instantly broke out into happy laughter. She no longer had only one beautiful memory of this amusement park. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 594, An Answer She Never Dreamed Of. Chapter 594, An Answer She Never Dreamed Of. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Earlier on the same morning. You intend to follow them, don't you, Kagura-san? Mai turned around to look behind her after Seiji and Natsuya left. Shika appeared out of a shadow and nodded at the maid. It's best if you don't do such a thing. Something flashed in Mai's eyes. Are you attempting to stop me? Shika asked calmly. No, I'm simply trying to convince you not to do so. The maid walked up to Shika. Following them won't have any benefits. There will only be downsides. I know. No, you don't know. You don't know just how bad it will be for yourself. Shika fell silent upon hearing this. I'd like to do a major cleaning of the mansion today. It will be quite difficult to do by myself. I'd like to have a helper. Mai smiled. I'd be quite happy if Kagura-san is willing to help me. Something flashed in Shika's eyes. She could reject Mai and simply leave, following Seiji and Natsuya as she originally intended. But as she looked at the sincere maid and thought about the way the two looked as they left, she felt unsure about what she wanted to do. Her selfish desire was interrupted and became unclear. "After we finish cleaning, how about we have some tea and desserts together?" Mai asked gently. Desserts? Shika blinked as she recalled her first meeting with Mai. "Will there be red bean cake?" Shika asked in a soft voice. "Of course. That's the dessert I'm the most confident about making. I'll be looking forward to it." Mai smiled happily when she saw that Shika chose to stay behind. Yukari was astonished. She was out walking by herself to the bookstore to buy the newest light novels and manga. That was when she saw an unexpected scene. Seiji and Natsuya Yorihana were walking together in an intimate fashion. The student council president was hanging onto the handsome boy's arm as they laughed and chatted with such a sweet atmosphere. Even an idiot would be able to tell that they were a couple. They're already in such a relationship. The purple-haired girl stood still on the street side and dazedly watched them walk off before she barely regained her senses. The fact that Natsuya gave Seigo Harano love chocolate on Valentine's Day was a major incident that shook the entire school. Naturally, Yukari knew of this matter as well. Although Yukari knew that Natsuya was romantically interested in Seiji, she never expected that the student council president would choose the same method as herself, displaying her love in front of everyone to see. Yukari felt tremendously pressured by this. Due to this pressure, she really minded the progress of the relationship between Seiji and Natsuya. But she didn't dare ask about it, and she was even somewhat intentionally avoiding Seiji recently. But if she didn't do anything, that would be no good, but what could she possibly do? She wouldn't be in such a quandary if it was only that she had a powerful love rival. But Seiji's classmates who witnessed Natsuya's confession of love all said that Seiji had a special reaction to her love chocolate, but the winners already decided. Yukari had such a feeling. She wanted to do something. She knew that she had to do something. But she didn't know what she could do. She faintly sensed that the competition for Seiji's heart was already over. And now, she knew with absolute certainty that it was over. When she finally regained her senses, she noticed that she was crying. Her chest felt heavy and her eyes felt sore. She was in such pain that she felt like she would instantly start crying out loud at any moment. Yukari covered her mouth and tears silently streaked down her cheeks as she returned home instead of going to the bookstore. At first, she walked slowly. She then gradually increased her pace, until she was finally sprinting, She sprinted all the way home and ran to her own room. She locked the door, jumped onto her bed, and cried muffled sounds into her pillow. Wah! After she finished crying, Yukari let her mind go completely blank for quite a while. Sometime later, she thought about Mika Uehara and Chiaki Wakaba. Did these two girls already know about the situation? They probably knew and accepted this situation already. What did they think about this situation? Yukari wanted to know how these two girls who were the closest to Seiji managed to convince themselves to accept reality. But if she asked them now, it would seem like no, it would be the same as herself looking to be reassured after taking a huge impact. Yukari felt that would be too embarrassing. No, wait. Did they really know about and accept this? Yukari suddenly had her suspicions. Even if they accepted the fact that the boy they liked now had a girlfriend, it would be quite difficult for them to behave the same as before, especially right after the fact. Forget about Chiaki, it would be absolutely impossible for a girl like Mika to be so flexible with her feelings. The more Yukari thought about it, the stranger she felt that the situation was. She was certain about what she saw just now. It was quite obvious that Seiji was behaving intimately with President Yorihana, that they were a romantic couple. But, ever since Valentine's Day, there had been no obvious change with how Seiji, Mika, and Chiaki acted around each other. Perhaps there was something hidden behind all this. Yukari didn't hesitate any longer after coming to this realization. She immediately picked up her cell phone and dialed a number. Mika soon picked up the call. "Good morning, Uehara-san." "Good morning, Asamiya-san. I just witnessed Seiji walking together with Natsuya Yorihana. They seemed like a couple out on a date." Yukari took the direct approach. "Do you know anything about this?" Mika fell silent for a moment. "I know that they're going out with each other," she replied. Yukari felt a twinge in her chest upon hearing confirmation of this fact. You've already accepted this?" "Yeah." "Why are you so calm then?" The purple-haired girl almost wanted to shout that out loud. "You've accepted it but can still act the same around Seiji, but..." "It's not the same," Mika spoke in a soft voice. "I'm going out with Seiji as well." "What?" Yukari paused in surprise. She wasn't sure if she just heard correctly. What did you say just now? Could you please say it again?" "I'm going out with Seiji as well," Mika repeated herself. "President Yorihana and myself are both Seiji's girlfriends." Yukari was rendered speechless. She was now in a state of complete shock. She guessed that something was hidden behind the scenes, but never expected it to be something like this. "You and the president are both his girlfriends?" Yukari couldn't help but repeat these words. "That's right. Also, Chiaki is his girlfriend as well. Even Chiaki Wakaba. Yukari felt her grip loosening on her cell phone, as strength was rapidly leaving her body. What the hell? What exactly is going on here? How did things become like this? Her mind was filled with question marks. "This must be quite difficult to accept for you, Asamiya-san." "But, that's just how things are. Please don't tell anyone else about this," Mika requested. The purple-haired girl instantly regained her senses. Why did things become like this? She truly wanted to know the answer. Was this some strange competition agreement between them? The three of them would simultaneously be Seiji's girlfriends and pursue a romantic relationship with him, with a final victor to be decided in the end. Why did things become like this? Mika felt that this was quite difficult to answer. Chiaki, and Natsuya were all partly responsible. But, the main cause was Shika Kagura, while the source of everything was Seiji's fetish. This entire matter couldn't be explained using a few simple sentences. If she had to summarize, she could only say that it was because of everyone's combined feelings. In the end, it was still because of Seiji himself. After remaining silent for a while, Mika answered with many complex feelings inside her heart. It's because Seiji purchased many harem-topic adult doujinshis. Harem-topic adult doujinshis? Yukari was stunned for the umpteenth time today. She'd never dreamed that she would hear such an answer. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 595, They're Not Acting. Chapter 595, They're Not Acting. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Actually starting a real harem because of purchasing harem adult doujinshi, how is this even possible? Uehara-san. Are you joking with me? Not at all, Asamiya-san. I know that it must be quite difficult for you to believe me. But, that's what really happened. What exactly happened here? Yukari didn't have less questions than before. She now had even more. She felt like her head was about to explode. Alright, she knew that she needed to calm down. Uehara-san, could I talk about this matter with you face to face? She wanted to understand what exactly happened. Rather than talking over the phone, she felt it would be better to talk face to face. Mika fell silent for a moment. Actually, it's not that important anymore how things became like this. The important part is what you think of all this, Asamiya-san. No, it's really important. I greatly mind how this happened. The purple-haired girl commented in her mind. Chiaki, the president, and myself have all confirmed our relationship with Seiji. Although this type of relationship is abnormal, all of us have resolved ourselves, Mika continued explaining. There's no need for you to understand the detailed process of how things became like this. You just need to ask yourself what you think of all this. Uehara-san. I apologize, I know that I'm not as eloquent as Chiaki is. At any rate, that's what I mean. Mika then hung up the call. Yukari could tell that Mika wasn't in a good mood right now. She guessed that it was probably because Seiji was currently on a date with Natsuya. Since she evidently had a bad mood because of this, why did she accept such a relationship? Yukari came to a realization upon considering this topic some more, that must have been because there was no other method for Mika to be together with Seiji. If there could only be one victor, then the winner would obviously be Natsuya Yorihana, which was why Mika Uehara made her choice. This was indeed a choice that a hero would make. Yukari could only be impressed with Mika. What about Chiaki Wakaba? Chiaki was a casual sage. She probably didn't even need to worry about this. What about Natsuya Yorihana? Why did the Empress accept this type of relationship? She was the one who clearly had the advantage. Yukari wasn't sure about this. She could only assume that there were still other factors she didn't know about. As for why Seiji was fine with all this, that was probably because he was a boy. Although Yukari felt like she understood his motivations, as a girl, she still wanted to call him a scumbag. She felt like she could imagine what type of expression he would have if she really called him a scumbag to his face. He would probably smile helplessly and wryly yet have a resolute expression. He was the type of flirtatious man who casually dated many girls at once. He definitely wouldn't be shaken just because of other people's negative opinions. Although she didn't know exactly how things became like this, upon closer analysis, Yukari felt like she could faintly guess at why things became like this. And just like Mika said, whether or not she understood the entire process wasn't that important anymore. The important part was what she herself thought about it. A real harem. Yukari was unable to accept this. She didn't want herself to be one girl in part of a harem. In that case, it meant that she had failed at finding love. It was now confirmed that she had failed with her first love. She should have felt more pained about confirming this. But now, she only felt helpless. I failed in my first love because the boy I liked started a harem. This sounds almost like a joke. The purple-haired girl sighed deeply. Her so-called title of princess was only to such an extent. But even though her first love had failed, that didn't mean that her current relationship with him had disappeared. She was still one of his teammates for both the dating sim game production and the spiritual ability users team. She was his companion. Yukari didn't want to cut off this relationship. Yet, she also didn't know how to face him. She had complex emotions within herself as she lay on her bed and slowly closed her eyes. After riding on the Ferris wheel, Seiji purchased the park's mascot plushie and gave it to Natsuya as a gift to commemorate this date. They then left the amusement park and took the monorail back to the station nearest Natsuya's residence and walked the rest of the way back. As they turned at an intersection, they coincidentally ran into Hoshi, Katomi, and Ryan. The three Amami siblings were all surprised to see Seiji and Natsuya obviously acting like a couple together. Senpai. This is... Seiji was already mentally prepared for such an event, so he could calmly respond to his wide-eyed junior. Good afternoon, Hoshi and senpais. Going out on a date and coincidentally being seen by a classmate or friend, or even directly running into someone, was something he knew was highly probable. He didn't intend to hide his relationship with Natsuya. If someone really saw them, he would just let things play out naturally. Good afternoon, senpai. Hoshi maintained his wide-eyed, mouth-agape expression as he looked back and forth between Seiji and Natsuya. You're going out with President Yorihana? That's right. Seiji nodded in admittance. Hoshi was stunned by this. Ryan and Katomi also widened their eyes in surprise as they stood still. Natsuya, these three are. I'm familiar with them, Natsuya told him. Pleased to meet you for the first time, young Amami Jr. Good afternoon, to Amami Senpai. It seemed that introductions were unnecessary. Pleased to meet you. Good afternoon, President Yorahana. Hoshi regained his senses and couldn't help but exclaim at her beauty and charisma. President Yorahana and Senpai seemed like a perfect couple to him. They seemed just like a couple he'd see in a romantic movie. But, didn't Senpai tell him before that he temporarily wasn't interested in getting a girlfriend? Hoshi wonderingly looked at Seiji, asking this question with his eyes. Seiji noticed Hoshi's question, but didn't explain anything and only smiled. Seeing that Seiji's smile was rather complex, Hoshi instantly realized that there might be more to this behind the scenes. Could it be that President Yorahana was being forced into a marriage by her family, which was why she was asking Senpai to pretend to be her boyfriend so she could escape this marriage? Hoshi came up with such a classical idea. That's right, it has to be that. Senpai suddenly going out with President Yorahana must be because he's simply helping her out. He said before that he wasn't interested in having a girlfriend. The fact that President Yorahana gave Senpai some love chocolate in front of everyone on Valentine's Day, causing a ruckus in school, they must have been acting for that as well. Hoshi felt like he had seen through the truth of the matter. He then responded with his own smile of understanding. Seiji was mystified by Hoshi's smile. He felt that there was something subtle about Hoshi's smile which he couldn't comprehend. The two of you are a perfect match for each other. Hoshi smiled and praised them. You look like a beautiful couple. You're both great actors. Hoshi wanted to transmit this message. Thank you. Seiji felt rather awkward and strange to hear this. Senpai and President, please continue your date. My sisters and I won't be bothering you on your romantic excursion. Hoshi communicated non-verbally about this to his sisters with his eyes. Something flashed in the twin sisters' eyes. They silently listened to their younger brother's words and left together with him. But soon after, they both looked back at Seiji and Natsuya walking off before exchanging glances, coming to a non-verbal accord. Hoshi, what did you think just now of what you saw? The twins asked together in unison. I think that Senpai's helping President out, Hoshi explained his way of thinking. The President is asking Senpai to pretend to be her boyfriend, and she really does have romantic interest in him. This can kill two birds with one stone, deal with her problem as well as help her get closer to Senpai. That's probably what it is, Hoshi added. Ryan, our younger brother, is definitely an idiot. Yes, Katomi, we've confirmed this fact once again. The twins sighed in unison. The beautiful boy paused in surprise to hear his sisters say this. Was there anything wrong with what I said? What you said is indeed possible in theory, Ryan told him. But, we don't think that's the case at all, Katomi remarked. They're not acting, they really are a real couple. Both spoke simultaneously. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 596, It's All Seiji's Fault. Chapter 596, It's All Seiji's Fault. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Really? Why? Hoshi was rather confused. I don't know. You'd have to ask him about that. If he's willing to tell you, that is. The twins sighed in unison. How about having some desserts? After splitting up from the three Amami siblings, Seiji considered what they could do next. Are you asking if I want to go to the Divine Taste confectionery store? Natsuya understood what he was referring to. Yeah. That's the place where we first met. Seeing Hoshi helped to jog Seiji's memory of this location. Back in the Divine Taste sweet store, which belonged to Rika Amami, was where he met Natsuya for the first time, where she invited him to transfer to Genhana High School. That's indeed a meaningful location for both of us, but this is enough for today. Natsuya smiled. Let's go next time. Seiji didn't insist since she said so. Today was already a wonderful day for him. However, this wasn't the case for certain others. Are you still in a foul mood? Chiaki walked into Mika's room and smiled as she saw how Mika was still lazing around in bed. Not at all, the twin-tailed girl said into her pillow. You're not convincing like this at all. Still, you're quite cute like this. Chiaki sat on her bed. How about I physically console you? Don't joke like that. I'm not joking at all. As long as you want. No, as long as you allow me to, I'll start eating right away. What are you going to eat? Miss, I have excellent techniques. I promise that you'll immediately forget about that heartbreaker. Stop pretending like you're a Casanova. Mika sighed after retorting. I don't feel like joking around with you right now, Chiaki. Then let's be serious. Let's have sex with each other, Mika. Chiaki stopped using a joking tone as something flashed in her eyes. Mika was rendered speechless. Even if I'm not the type who doesn't object at all when her boyfriend is having a date with another girl, so I want to vent as well. Chiaki lay down next to Mika in her bed. Of course, I don't want to do it with you only to vent. I also really like you and want to have sex with you. That's what I really think. Chiaki, Mika didn't know how to respond. Do you like me, Mika? Chiaki looked straight at her and asked a direct question. Like? Of course I like you, but I don't have any such. Not any at all? The tomboy asked in a gentle tone as she placed her hand on Mika's cheek. Mika was astonished by this sudden contact. She felt as if an electric current suddenly ran through her heart. Although the current was quite weak, she indeed felt such a current. This rather surprised herself. Seeing her familiar good friend's boyish face and Chiaki's sincere expression, Mika felt that this all seemed rather unfamiliar. Her heart started beating quicker. You knew that I was bisexual, and still kept being good friends with me. Haven't you ever considered the possible implications of this? I'm not. I know that you're not, but there's no absolutes. Chiaki smiled gently. Actually, many people don't know what they truly like. They're just bound by so-called common sense, and believe themselves to be normal. Such people only need to experience things once, in order to awaken, or gradually accept how they are. Of course, some people really are normal, and won't change themselves even after an experience, so they won't do it again afterwards. Since you don't have any objections towards me being bisexual, and you're even willing to accept the fact that you're joining part of Seiji's harem. Mika, are you really certain that you're normal? Mika was once again rendered speechless. Am I really that normal? She couldn't help but wonder about this. When she started doubting herself, she felt as if she had touched upon who she really was. Just as Chiaki said, her acceptance of willing to be in a harem was probably something that normal people would consider abnormal. Her true self, what was she really like? This was no simple question. As for her own sexual preferences, she was already shaken just because of Chiaki's words. Suddenly, she felt something soft on her lips. Mika regained her senses in a flash and discovered that Chiaki was kissing her. The electric current went through her heart again as her heartbeat increased once more. She could hear her heart beating quite clearly. How could it be? Chiaki only kissed her lightly on the lips and didn't do anything else. Mika widened her eyes in surprise. She discovered to her own surprise that not only did she not object to the kiss, she even faintly felt some expectations. That's right, she had expectations. Deep inside her, she wanted Chiaki to kiss her deeply. This type of feeling, no, this sudden desire shocked her to her core. Chiaki ended the kiss in just a short 2 seconds. In just a short 2 seconds, Mika felt something that should have been solid in her heart begin to crack. She felt as if she was getting a peek at her true self that she had never seen before. It was as if a backdrop to the scenery she was familiar with had suddenly changed to reveal completely different scenery within. This was a tremendous impact. It was an impact that would make others afraid or even lose control of themselves. Yet, Mika only felt rather numb. She wasn't afraid, nor did she lose control of herself. How was it? What did you feel? Chiaki smiled. Mika found it difficult to answer and averted her gaze. Chiaki stopped smiling as she peered at Mika's expression. I truly apologize if I made you uncomfortable, but... No. I wasn't uncomfortable, Mika responded in a low voice. I was just, rather surprised. I was the one who acted rashly. I'm sorry. Chiaki sighed. I won't do such a thing again. Please forgive me. Mika felt rather disappointed when she heard Chiaki promising this. That's right, disappointment. Do I really have such an interest in Chiaki? Mika pursed her lips as she battled with indescribably complex emotions. But, when she saw that Chiaki got up and was about to leave, she reflexively reacted and grabbed onto Chiaki's hand. Chiaki was a little surprised by this. I'm not angry, Mika said softly as her face flushed red. Stay here for a little while longer. Chiaki widened her eyes and then chuckled. I see that you don't dislike it after all, little kitten, but... Don't call me that. Let's kiss again. I'll give you a more amazing one this time. Let's not. Such a weak and soft refusal will only make me more excited, you know. She was kissed yet again. Mika's heart was beating quite fiercely. Her entire body was heating up. She felt some fear inside her heart, but she felt even more of other emotions that she didn't understand. She really didn't understand. Chiaki's kiss was somewhat different from Seiji's. The moment she thought about this, she suddenly felt guilty. But then, she thought about how Seiji was currently together with President Urahana, which caused her feeling of guilt to instantly disappear and transform into something strange. Her emotions were in utter chaos. Just relax yourself, Mika, we're both Seiji's girlfriends, he won't mind, the tomboy was now basically murmuring softly into Mika's ear. Chiaki, I won't care anymore, besides, it's all Seiji's fault. That was the last clear thought Mika had before her mind started going blank. She kept being kissed as she lost herself and got absorbed in indescribably pleasant sensations. You're so cute, Mika-chan. Seductive sounds soon started echoing in the room. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 597, I Confess to Mika. Chapter 597, I Confess to Mika. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. The intimacy lasted for quite a while. But in the end, Chiaki only did a few things without crossing the final line. She was someone who knew how to take relationships. Going too fast right from the very start wouldn't be a good thing. It was just like how Seiji started a harem but was still taking things slowly. There would be time for everyone to experience things as well as make their own choices. Chiaki, us being like this, is wrong, isn't it? Mika asked weakly. Even if Seiji didn't actually object, she still felt like something was wrong about this. If there's anything wrong, I suppose it's indeed wrong, but it's just at the degree of a minor having some alcohol. Chiaki smiled. A minor having alcohol. Mika fell silent. She felt that this analogy was rather subtle, and she wanted to retort but didn't know how to retort. Just feel free to relax yourself. If you feel awkward about it, I'll tell Seiji about our new relationship. That's not what I mean. You're such a serious type, Mika, Chiaki commented. It's good to be serious, but sometimes you'll bring pain upon yourself if you're too serious. I somehow feel like being as casual as you is a major problem as well. Well, I'm just such a casual girl, tee-hee. Stop tee-heeing, Mika retorted. Then how about I change it to hee-hee? That's enough out of you. Little kitten Mika waved her claws and caused 0 damage to her target. Chiaki giggled. Let's have some drinks next time. We can do even better things while drunk, but I don't want that at all. We could even drink together with Seiji and complain about him. Mika fell silent upon hearing his name. He'll accept it all. You could definitely act more willfully and not care so much. Who cares if it's wrong? Will he dislike you for such a small matter? Of course not. Mika knew that he wouldn't, but rather than being wrong, he wants to know about what we really think more. That's why you really don't need to think so much into things, Chiaki told her gently. Something flashed in Mika's eyes. She felt like she now understood everything that Chiaki was trying to tell her. Her earlier bad mood from knowing that Seiji was having a date with Natsuya had completely disappeared. Later that night, Seiji was playing a video game with Ryo. They both controlled cute lowly characters that jumped all around, shooting sticky fluids out of water guns at each other as they faced off in fierce competition. Shika watched them silently as she sipped some tea. This was a normal scene just like always in their apartment, happy and peaceful. At the conclusion of the video game battle, Ryo's orange-dressed lowly barely managed to defeat Seiji's blue-dressed lowly. She emerged victorious. The little girl started shouting happily as she proudly tilted her face upwards. Seiji chuckled at her cute behavior. Not bad, but I'm going to get serious now. Seiji intentionally acted like a cliché antagonist. I won't lose to you. Ryo was filled with fighting spirit. They immediately began a new round. Seiji really did do as he said he would. He swiftly took shortcuts with his blue lowly and used difficult angles to shoot liquid at the orange lowly. Ryo hurriedly had her character dodge and counterattack to deal with the unexpected ambush. You're too naive. Seiji's blue lowly character picked up an item which modified the water gun to shoot bouncing liquid bullets. He used excellent shooting skills to suppress Ryo. The orange lowly was constantly splashed with sticky liquid and could only pitifully wail. Oni-chan, you're so mean. Stop. Ryo could only constantly run with her character. Ha ha, there's no use even if you beg for mercy. Seiji made what he perceived to be an evil expression. On the television screen, the orange lowly ran for her life while the blue lowly chased after her past various obstacles. It was a heart-pounding chase where her life depended on it. At this moment, someone knocked on the door to Seiji's apartment. Shika put down her teacup and went to open the door. Mika and Chiaki came in to see that Seiji and Ryo were currently busy playing against each other in a video game. You can't escape. Obediently let me spray your entire body. No. I won't surrender. Ryo resisted until the end. Then be buried under my spray. Seiji utilized a classic antagonist's triple laugh. His blue lowly character obtained a rare item which leveled up her water gun to the highest level. It transformed into a giant water cannon that shot large amounts of sticky fluid. Mika and Chiaki were both rendered speechless. They exchanged glances before they approached Seiji on both sides and suddenly grabbed his wrists. What's? Seiji was surprised about this. Tachibana-chan, now's your chance. Ryo instantly understood and used her orange lowly to run out of her hiding place, speedily crashing into the blue lowly and stealing the latter's water cannon. Ah! My cannon! Seiji wanted to move his character. However, Mika and Chiaki tightly grabbed onto his wrists, not allowing him to move. The orange loli used the stolen water cannon against the blue loli and shot tons of sticky fluid that washed over the blue loli entire body. Seiji howled pitifully when he saw that his character was defeated. Like this, evil was defeated once again as justice emerged victorious. That's cheating. This match doesn't count, Seiji seriously objected. This isn't cheating at all. We're the allies of justice. Chiaki, Mika, and little Rio happily gave each other high fives. This isn't justice at all. You're just underhandedly taking advantage of numbers. No, this is noble teamwork. Justice doesn't know what being underhanded is. Damn it. Evil is undying. I shall return. And so, the fierce battling continued. Soon, Lolas appeared on the screen that began shooting sticky fluid at each other. Everyone had fun passing the time by playing this video game together. Shika went to take a shower and then returned to her room. Then, it was Rio's bedtime, so she went to go take a shower. Seiji, Mika, and Chiaki were now the only ones that remained in the living room. How was your date with President Yorihana? Chiaki asked in a seemingly casual manner. Really fun, Seiji replied. Where did you go? Empire World Amusement Park. An amusement park? That's rather unexpected. Chiaki continued controlling her character as she talked. Her character's actions didn't slow down one bit, as if she was just making normal conversation. Mika quietly sipped on some tea. She seemed as if she was just normally drinking tea. However, Seiji noticed that something had changed in the atmosphere. Go ahead and tell me what you want to say directly, Chiaki. After making some casual conversation, he said this calmly. All right then. Chiaki's expression suddenly became serious. Actually, I confessed to Mika about my love for her, she spoke in a heavy voice. Seiji paused in surprise. And, Mika accepted me. We confirmed our love for each other. Wah? Seiji made a dazed, foolish sound. Although we feel quite apologetic to you, we've learned that we're each other's true love, so we've both decided to break up with you. Seiji had a stunned expression. Click, he heard the sound of a camera phone shutter. Seiji reflexively followed the sound to see Mika holding her cell phone. The twin-tailed girl took several more pictures of his foolishly stunned expression and nodded in satisfaction. If I really told you something like that, what would you do? Chiaki finally followed up with that question before she couldn't keep up the act anymore as she broke out into laughter. Only when he heard the laughter did Seiji realize 2 seconds later that she had been pulling his leg. Honestly, he could only sigh. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 598, I Might Just Cry. Chapter 598, I Might Just Cry. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Question, what to do if members of your harem start a Yuri relationship with each other? Answer, eat pasta. TL note, this is a wordplay joke that's untranslatable and doesn't work so well in English. Seiji already had a certain amount of mental preparation for this topic since he knew beforehand that she was bisexual. However, it happening for real still made him feel rather strange. Mika, what exactly happened? He wanted to hear the truth from the more serious girl. Chiaki and I had some passionate kissing, Mika replied calmly. Are you alright with that? It felt surprisingly nice. Was this like ordering a strange flavor of ramen noodles but finding out to one's surprise that it tasted pretty good? Seiji couldn't help but wonder in his mind. It's fine as long as you can accept it. As for Chiaki, just know how to restrain yourself. See, Mika? I told you that Seiji wouldn't mind. Chiaki smiled. It's not that I don't mind at all, but if that's what both of you want, I can only accept. Seiji sighed. Mika looked directly at him. If we were being serious just now and really did want to break up with you, what would you do, Seiji? She repeated Chiaki's earlier question. Seiji fell silent for a moment. If you were really being serious, I'd feel quite complex about it. I might just cry. Cry? Yeah. If both of you broke up with me at the same time, I think I might just cry. Seiji smiled faintly. He had wanted to smile relaxedly, but showed off a wan smile instead. Mika received an impact from seeing his expression. Chiaki's expression froze as well. Both of you are really important to me. I'm unable to smile if you break up with me. It might even take me a long time to tell you that I wish both of you well. He tried imagining it for a little but didn't dare to imagine it anymore. Seiji. Chiaki suddenly spoke up very loudly. Seiji was startled by this. What is it? Don't say any more. Chiaki went up to and hugged him from the front. I'm sorry. Seiji was rather confused by this. Why was she suddenly apologizing? Just as he was confused, Mika approached him as well and hugged him from behind. I'm sorry. What exactly is going on with both of you? It was a wonderful thing to be simultaneously hugged by two beautiful girls, but Seiji wasn't in the mood to enjoy it right now. He was still in utter confusion. I won't casually talk about breaking up anymore, Chiaki told him softly. Please forgive me, Seiji. The same for me. I won't mention it again. Please forgive me, Mika told him as well. I wasn't blaming either of you. Seiji blinked in surprise. With my own actions, I couldn't possibly blame either of you if you wanted to break up with me. Wanting to break up or not is your freedom. After all, a harem is unfair to you to begin with. I'll accept it if either of you wanted to leave me at any time. As he said this, something got stuck in his throat. His chest started feeling heavy, as sad emotions rose up within him. His sight became unclear as warm tears slowly started dripping out of his eyes. What was going on with him? Seiji. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Seeing him cry, Chiaki apologized once again. I shouldn't have joked around like that. I'll truly self-reflect on my actions, I swear. Seeing the tomboy have such a regretful expression, Seiji really wanted to say that it wasn't necessary, that she wasn't in the wrong at all. But a mysterious sense of deep sorrow filled his heart. Being in pain like this and crying made him feel like he was a little kid. He did his best to restrain his own emotions and to show off his typical smile. Don't need to be like that, Chiaki. I'm the one in the wrong here. He wanted to smile brightly, but he couldn't control his own emotions. In the end, he only revealed a sad smile. Nor was he able to stop his tears. Don't say any more, Seiji. Mika hugged him even tighter. It's my fault, I'm sorry, let's stop talking about this. Neither of you are in the wrong, perhaps something could be said about your actions, but you're not in the wrong at all. That was what Seiji thought. But the mysterious emotions within himself prevented him from speaking properly, as tears uncontrollably flowed forth from him. Why? I clearly didn't want to cry. Breaking up was something truly difficult for him to accept. Still, he knew that they weren't being serious, that they were only saying what if. Really? A tiny voice deep inside his heart asked him that question. Something like breaking up shouldn't be said so easily as a joke. Being able to casually say it might mean that they don't view this relationship as important at all. Perhaps this entire harem is nothing more than your own disgusting otaku fantasies. Maybe none of them are being serious at all, they're only playing around and toying with you. Someone as scummy as you could never obtain a girl's true love. These severe words coming from deep inside his heart shook Seiji to the core. Right after that, an unstoppable torrent of sadness just about washed away his ability to think. In the end. He was so sad and in such pain. He had such a fulfilling life, with plenty of material objects, and was loved by beautiful girls. Perhaps all of this was just fake. Because I don't have the right to lead such a beautiful life. Because I'm just a... So what? Right before his thoughts reached the level of depression swallowed up in the darkness, Seiji suddenly struggled and regained his spirit. So what if it's all fake? This type of beautiful life is bliss to me. I'll believe until the very end. Even if the final outcome is a tragedy that I can't change, I'll still accept it and properly face things head on. That's because the greatest miracle of all is that I'm still alive here. With his powerful belief, Seiji leaped over the sudden wave of sadness and slowly regained his senses. He then noticed that Chiaki and Mika were both really worried about him and blaming themselves. Seiji did his best to smile normally at them. "You don't need to be like this is my own problem," he told them gently. He felt that it was truly unseemly for him to have been so shaken over such a small matter. "Seiji," something glistened in both Chiaki and Mika's eyes. "I'm sorry for showing both of you such an unseemly sight." Seiji wiped away his tears. Probably, somewhere deep in my heart, I'm still feeling quite anxious. Is it really alright for me to start a harem? Can this type of relationship that's really unfair to all of you be successfully maintained? Unconsciously, I think I've always had my doubts. I like all of you and want to be together with everyone. But, inside my heart, I've always been afraid that you'll be disappointed in me and choose to leave me. In the end, I lack self-confidence. I find it difficult to believe that I can truly give you the fortunate lives that you deserve. After all, I'm only an otaku. Pretending to be a handsome womanizer has its limits for me." Seiji revealed a deeply wry smile. Mika and Chiaki couldn't find anything to say to his little speech. "But I don't regret anything." Seiji looked directly at them and spoke sincerely. "No matter how anxious or afraid I am, I want to try my best to the very end. I want to always be together forever with you. That's the most important feeling inside my heart. Even if, someday, what I'm afraid of really happens, I'll still..." At this moment, he stopped speaking because his mouth had been gagged. Chiaki had blocked him from saying any more with a kiss. A soft, warm. Seiji tasted gentleness from this kiss. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 599, We Might Be Brushing by Death. Chapter 599, We Might Be Brushing by Death. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Silence reigned after Chiaki's kiss. Judging from Chiaki and Mika's expressions, Seiji knew that he had successfully transmitted his feelings, and that he didn't need to say anything else. After he calmed down, he could finally smile brightly as he always did again. A harem is indeed an unfair relationship, Mika thought to herself. But I only saw how unfair it was to me. I never carefully considered just how much pressure Seiji must be under from it. This relationship is his own choice, along with our own choices. All of us are responsible for it. He said that he would take things slowly and sincerely treat all of us, allowing any of us to change our minds at any time. He's truly gentle. Yet I still didn't think that this was enough, and I wanted even more. Although I was influenced by Chiaki, the reality is that I really wanted this deep inside my heart. The result was that I made him cry. Pretending to be a handsome womanizer has its limits for me. This sentence contains so many emotions that etched themselves deeply within Mika's heart. I'll never forget this sentence for the rest of my life, nor will I forget the expression he had while saying this. Chiaki is probably the same as well. We all need to self-reflect properly and think about our futures. I'm sorry for showing both of you such an unseemly sight. No, I'm the one who was unseemly. You recognized your own responsibility, but I didn't recognize mine. I was the truly unseemly one. I'm sorry, Seiji. Such a thing. I'll never let it happen again. Natsuya received a phone call. To her surprise, the caller ID indicated that the call was from Mika Uehara. Good evening, Uehara-san. Good evening, President Urahana. Mika's voice sounded steady and solid, giving Natsuya an impression of a certain resolution. It's quite late already. Is something the matter? Something's happened. I feel that I shouldn't procrastinate any further, Mika told her. What is it? I wish to have a harem discussion with you and Chiaki. A harem discussion. Natsuya really wanted to comment on this term. However, she could tell that Mika was being quite serious right now. Ever since all three of them confirmed their relationship with Seiji, none of them had yet to have a serious conversation with each other about this topic. That was because none of them had brought it up. What suddenly motivated you to do this? I'll tell you at the harem discussion meeting, because it's something you should know. What time shall we meet? Will tomorrow morning be fine? Not a problem. Where shall we meet? Let's just meet at the coffee cafe where you previously met with Chiaki. After arranging a time and place, Mika hung up the call. She had already left Seiji's apartment and was in Chiaki's apartment at the Uehara apartments. Chiaki was standing right across from her, smiling. Nice look on your face, Mika. I didn't have a strange expression just now, did I? The twin-tailed girl rubbed her face. What I mean is that you had an excellent aura around you just now. Chiaki gave her a big thumbs up. I didn't feel like I had an aura at all. But I sensed it. There was this powerful aura around you as you spoke as equals to our student council president Sion. You're truly amazing. I simply asked her for a discussion. Something like speaking as equals to her. You've done that as well, haven't you, Chiaki? Mika looked at the tomboy. I was just bluffing back then. It's different from your aura, which is real. Stop teasing me. I'm not teasing you at all. I'm a counterfeit product, while you're the real deal. Chiaki lightly laughed. As for what happened just now, I only self-reflected on myself, while you already thought of having a discussion with President Urahana immediately in order to prevent something similar from occurring further down the road. That's the difference between us. You should be able to notice your own newfound maturity. Without even talking about anything else, how you currently face the president is quite different from the first time, don't you agree? Mika fell silent for a moment. It's all because of Seiji that I changed myself. If it wasn't for him, I'd still be. No matter what the reason is, you've grown. That's a fact. Chiaki smiled. I leave everything up to you tomorrow, Mika. Chiaki. I told you, I'm a counterfeit. It's fine for me to bluff, but this will be a serious discussion that determines the nature of this harem. That's why you should be the one to take charge. Mika fell silent once again. No need to worry. As long as you bring out the aura you had just now, everything will go smoothly. Chiaki paused for a moment. And if you want to ensure success, you should invite Kagura-san to the meeting. But if you do this, your status in the harem will be decreased. This sounds almost as if Shika is a special anti-Natsuya weapon, Mika commented in her mind. I think it's better not to invite her, but I'll leave the decision whether to invite her or not up to you, Chiaki added. This is a harem discussion, so I don't think Kagura-san should participate. It's fine if that's what you think. Chiaki smiled lightly. Mika felt as if this smile was hiding something. Would there be hidden problems if she didn't invite Shika Kagura? She asked this question directly. That's not it, it's that Kagura-san herself is a hidden problem, Chiaki replied directly. Mika was rendered speechless. Was it that Shika wasn't a specialized anti-Natsuya weapon? Was she actually a weapon of mass destruction against all of Seiji's harem members? Mika revealed a strange expression. Chiaki chuckled as she knew what Mika was thinking. It's difficult to predict just what Kagura-san will do. If you think about it from a good angle, she won't do anything. But if you think about it from a bad angle, we might be brushing by death. Brushing by death? Mika thought about it and then understood what Chiaki was saying. A chill then went up her spine. Kagura-san, she wouldn't do something so extreme, would she? Mika wanted to deny it. Are you absolutely certain? Chiaki revealed a serious expression. She wasn't. Mika carefully thought about this, and found that she really wasn't certain about this at all. That was because it was quite obvious that Seiji was almost Shika's entire world. What would she do if Seiji was hurt? If Mika thought about the worst possible outcome, something truly scary seemed quite possible. It was only a possibility. Yet, it was a possibility that couldn't be denied. Shika Kagura was a factor that even President Yorihana didn't know how to deal with. Just from this angle alone, she was truly a frightening person. Perhaps we should also have a good discussion with President Yorihana about how to deal with Kagura-san. Chiaki sighed. Yeah, Mika nodded in agreement. The next morning, Mika Uehara, Chiaki Wakaba, and Natsuya Yorihana met up at the coffee cafe. They had a friendly atmosphere as they discussed and exchanged opinions. After a heated discussion and restrained debate, the three of them successfully reached an accord on the most important issues, obtaining results that satisfied everyone. This harem discussion set the foundation for how Seiji Haruta's harem would operate. Although nothing was put down in writing, all three believed in each other to uphold the results of the discussion, showing great amounts of trust in each other and being an excellent example of great friendship. Since there were no paper records of this meeting, it was unknown what they specifically talked about or how the meeting went. Nobody knew except for the three of them. Even though Seiji asked them about it later in the future when he found out about the occurrence of this meeting, none of them would tell him any specifics about what went on there. This incredibly important harem meeting became a secret that only the three girls knew about. Whether or not this secret meeting would ever be publicized was something that only them, and the author, would know. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 600, Of course I'll let you use me. Chapter 600, Of course I'll let you use me. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Spiritual ability users would have issues with a concept known as mental roadblocks. Simply speaking, one's own mentality would cause mental obstacles for cultivation. This might even be dangerous for one's own mind. It was similar to the concept of demons in one's heart that was so common in cultivation stories. At any rate, while spiritual ability users possessed extraordinary abilities, this also came with associated risks that ordinary people wouldn't have to deal with. Seiji felt that the sudden wave of deep sadness which washed over him must have been a mental roadblock. He indeed felt somewhat anxious deep inside him. However, suddenly losing control of himself and venting all his emotions like that was a little strange. Fortunately, he forcefully managed to raise his spirits and get past this roadblock. If he hadn't managed to get past it, he would have doubtlessly become quite depressed, a terrible outcome. I'll have to properly pay attention to my own psychological health from now on. Otherwise, if a problem really occurs, not only will it hurt me, all the people important to me might be hurt as well. Seiji properly self-reflected on this. On Sunday afternoon, he received some spiritual ability user equipment that Hana mailed to him. This was the equipment he had ordered for Hisashi. He immediately took this equipment over to the Jumanji group and had Hisashi try it on. It fits perfectly. Thank you, Lieutenant Haruta. No need for thanks. This is standard combat equipment, Sergeant Jumanji. In this equipment, Hisashi appeared like a special forces soldier. The combat outfit was pure black, and he wore a helmet, carried a shield, had a long sword buckled at his waist, and a gun strapped to his leg, making him seem really cool, not. While it looked quite nice, Hisashi lacked the fierce aura necessary to pull this look off. Basically, he looked like he was cosplaying. Hisashi first tried out the spiritual longsword in the dojo. He didn't have the ability to inject his mana into the longsword. But he could enchant the sword with thunder. The black thunder sparkled on the sword, giving off a cool visual effect. It almost seemed like some powerful ninjutsu. Seiji cast a mana barrier and had Hisashi forcefully swing his sword against the barrier as an experiment. The attack power seemed alright. Next was the spiritual gun. Hisashi tried his best for quite a while. However, the end result was that he was unable to shoot out mana bullets. He was unable to use this gun. The last was the shield. Just like the long sword, he was unable to inject mana into it. Once again, he enchanted it with thunder. I don't know how its defensive power is, but its appearance makes it seem like it has strong attacking power. Seiji rubbed his chin as he looked at the black thunder sparkling shield. This humble one could use this for shield slam attacks, Lieutenant. Hisashi made a rushing pose with his shield. It should be fine against small spiritual creatures, but you'll have to resolve yourself for death against large ones, Sergeant. I don't have that type of resolution yet. I want to return home and get married. Isn't that excellent resolution already? Bravely sacrifice yourself. They casually joked around a little. Although you can't use the gun, you're already capable of long-distance attacks with your thunder, which should be fine, Seiji concluded. You don't even need to take the spiritual gun with you then. Just focus on protecting yourself with the shield while using long-distance thunder attacks. As for the long sword, I'll leave it up to you whether to take it or not. Understood. When shall we commence operations? Hisashi inquired. I'd like to do so as soon as possible. Will tonight be all right? This humble one shall obey Lieutenant's orders. Seiji immediately called Kazufuru. Kazuko was the one who picked up. Good afternoon. Are you calling to invite me on a date, Hirano-kun? Good afternoon, Kazuko-san. I'd like to train in the domain. Do you have free time tonight? Asking if I'm free tonight right away? As expected of Hirano-kun. Kazuko giggled. Since you want to use me, of course I'll let you use me. Seiji's cheeks twitched as he did his very best to refrain from commenting. He arranged a specific time and place to meet up. After he ended the conversation, he looked back at Hisashi. He suddenly felt curious about how the meeting between Kazuko and Hisashi would go. It's confirmed that we'll be training tonight. Prepare yourself. Understood. Hisashi saluted. After Seiji left the Jumanji group, his cell phone rang while he was walking home. Seiji accepted the call when he saw who it was. Good afternoon, Hoshi. What's up? Good afternoon, Senpai. Hoshi paused for a moment. I'm sorry to bother you about this, but I really want to know about Senpai and President Yorihana. Seiji didn't say anything. I want to know if Senpai is dating President Yorihana for real. Hoshi spoke seriously. Of course our relationship is real, Seiji told him. But didn't Senpai say before that you weren't intending on getting a girlfriend? I broke that promise. Why? Wasn't that a promise you made to Kagura-san? Hoshi increased the volume of his voice. Because some things happened. I know I broke the promise I made to Shika-chan. I didn't do right by her, Seiji spoke sincerely. What happened? It's something that's not convenient to talk about over the phone. If you really want to know, I'll tell you in person. They arranged a time and place to meet up and then ended the conversation. Hoshi looked at his sisters who were currently sitting beside him. Senpai says that he's willing to tell me the reason why. I'm about to go to the park near the river to meet with him. Ryan and Katomi exchanged glances. We'll go along with you, they said simultaneously. But if it's something private that he doesn't want us to know about, we'll keep our distance. Hoshi saw that his sisters were quite serious and knew that he couldn't stop them. And so, the three Amami siblings headed to the park. Seiji was currently sitting by himself on a bench as he quietly looked at the scenery and waited for Hoshi. The weather was excellent with white clouds floating in the sky. Some families brought their children to have fun playing in the park. They all seemed to be laughing happily. It was a peaceful and wonderful scene. For such a handsome boy like Seiji to simply sit there quietly and watch, it made him seem like a painting. He attracted many young women and little girls' attention. Was this idol-level handsome boy waiting for someone? Numerous young women were curious. They soon received their answer. Senpai. Seiji heard footsteps approaching him together with a familiar voice. Turning around, he saw Hoshi, who had an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, my sisters insisted on coming together with me. Seiji saw that the twin sisters were indeed following a distance behind Hoshi. I thought this might happen, tell them that they can come over. Is that really alright? Yeah. Ryan and Katomi soon walked over. Before telling you about things, I'd like to first ask all of you to promise to keep it a secret. Seiji stood up and told them this. All three siblings had serious expressions as they promised to keep things a secret. Seiji indicated for everyone to walk together. Only after they walked for some time did he open his mouth and tell them. Hoshi, Ryan, and Katomi were all astonished to hear him tell them about starting a harem. And that's how it is. Seiji smiled at them. I'm a terrible person, aren't I? The three siblings were temporarily left speechless as they stared at him in wonder. Ryan and Katomi were the first to recover their senses. From any normal angle, yes, you're terrible, Ryan stated softly. However, this current relationship is something that all the participants entered of their own volition, Katomi stated softly. Although you're terrible, it's only at the degree of you being a scummy person, the two said in unison. Thank you for your understanding, senpais, Seiji sincerely expressed his thanks. He then looked towards Hoshi. What about you, Hoshi? Just tell me directly what you think. The beautiful boy didn't know what he should say to the person he always viewed as his idol. Seiji now had 3 girlfriends. In a way, this sort of seemed like cheating. Normally speaking, this would indeed be considered a terrible act. His senpai broke the promise to Shika, and knew that what he was doing was considered terrible, so if you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 7. Chapter 601, He's fine when he's acting serious. Chapter 601, He's fine when he's acting serious. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Was Seiji in the right or in the wrong? No, this wasn't a problem of being in the right or wrong. Senpai knew what he was doing, and faced it head-on with resolution. He didn't believe himself to be in the right or wrong. He simply did what he wanted. Something flashed in Hoshi's eyes after he confirmed his own thoughts. I think that, although Senpai did something terrible, Senpai is still Senpai. Seiji blinked upon hearing this. Of course I'm still me. Seiji smiled. Thank you for your understanding as well, Junior. Hoshi also smiled. The person before him wasn't perfect. However, Seiji was still his idol. This part hadn't changed. Honestly, it was truly astonishing to hear that Seiji now had 3 beautiful girlfriends at the same time, including even Student Council President Natsuya Yorihana. Not only is Senpai amazing at the good things, he's also amazing at the not-so-good things. Hoshi was inwardly impressed. Ryan, what should we do? Katomi, should we give up? Giving up just like this feels like admitting defeat. Actually, we've already lost once again. Seiji Haruta is truly strong. He made us taste the feeling of defeat yet again. But it's not over yet, Ryan. Indeed, it isn't over yet, Katomi. As long as we don't give up, things haven't truly ended. Inside their bedroom, the twin sisters came to a decision. Later that night, Seiji and Shika met up with Kazuko. They then all headed to the Jumanji group together. This is the place where you took Kazufuru to dispel the cursed item from him. Kazuko recognized this location. Yeah. The temporary acting commander here is my companion. Temporary acting commander? You'll meet him very soon. Seiji, Shika, and Kazuko went to the dojo where they saw Hisashi waiting for them while already wearing his new spiritual equipment. I've finished my preparations, Lieutenant. Lieutenant? Kazuko was astonished to see that Seiji's companion was dressed like a special forces soldier and referred to him in such a manner. Harano-kun is actually in the military? No, he's just joking. Seiji waved his hand in denial. Allow me to introduce him. This is Hisashi Jumanji, one of my spiritual ability user teammates. He's also the temporary acting commander of the Jumanji Mafia group. Hisashi, this is Kazuko-uke, the one who came here previously to have a curse dispelled. She's another personality of my classmate Kazufuru-uke. Think of her as a twin sister who shares the same body as him. A twin sister who shares the same body? Hisashi blinked. It's like this, Seiji explained the situation. A gender change, such a precious living example. Hisashi's eyeglasses flashed after he heard this. It's my honor to meet you, Kazuko-san. Let's get along well with each other in the future. Kazuko looked towards Seiji. I should add that he's an otaku who also loves to mess around, Seiji gave an additional explanation. Kazuko adjusted her eyeglasses and asked directly, if such a person is the temporary acting commander, is this Jumanji Mafia group really alright? He's fine when he's acting serious. Thank you for your praise, Lieutenant. I don't think that he's praising you at all. Still, Kazuko politely greeted him after commenting. Hisashi was very interested in Kazuko, while Kazuko kept her distance from Hisashi. Seiji pretty much expected such a situation. No more chatting, it was time to begin. Kazuko opened up her domain and allowed Seiji, Shika, and Hisashi to enter. Seiji's vision darkened as he began to feel everything around him starting to spin. He heard faint sounds around him. Based on his past experiences, he should have soon been able to see the domain. However, this time the darkness lasted far longer. Just as Seiji was beginning to wonder what was going on, his consciousness suddenly became hazy and he felt his body dropping, until the faint sounds suddenly became clear. Lloyd. Lloyd, careful. Danger behind you. Lloyd was able to use his shield to block the Black Wolf's surprise attack from behind just in time due to his female companion's warning. Lloyd ground his teeth and fought against a wolf pack with his longsword. Although he could easily kill off all these monsters by activating his skills, they required precious skill points, or SP, that he needed to conserve as much as possible for the unknown, possibly long trip ahead. If only my companions were still by my side. The moment he thought this, Lloyd forced himself to stop thinking about it. First of all, he was still currently in battle. Secondly, he didn't dare to think too deeply about it. He was scared of imagining the prospect of his friends dying. Ragahaf. In order to shake off the fear in his heart, he shouted in a low voice and ferociously swung his sword, cutting another black wolf in half. The girl next to him was fighting as well. She treated her mage staff as a bludgeon, viciously smashing another black wolf's skull. Her violent actions were so well practiced that she didn't seem like a student at the Sage Academy at all. She seemed more like a veteran female adventurer. After a fierce battle, the two successfully killed all the black wolves. Are you alright, Lana? I'm uninjured. How about you, Lloyd? I'm fine as well. Lloyd sheathed his longsword and then went over to pick up the magic stones that the magic beasts left behind. They're actually dropping so many magic stones, the drop rate is more than 50%. As expected of the Gallo Ancient Palace. Lana sighed. Gallo Ancient Palace? Yes, that's the name of this forbidden district. Could it be related to the Gallo Kingdom? You know about the Gallo Kingdom? I know a little. My father once told me a few legends that he heard from his teammates back when he was an adventurer. What exactly did you hear? What I can remember is that a human princess and elf prince fell in love and got married to each other, and then created the Gallo Kingdom. Lloyd did his best to recall. The humans and elves lived together peacefully in this kingdom. However, the human princess eventually died, having a much shorter lifespan than the elf prince. The elf prince missed her so much that he turned to dark magics in order to try and revive her. He sacrificed so many humans and elves, causing the kingdom to be destroyed in the end. That's just a legend. Actually, all of it is wrong, Lana informed him. The real story is that. Lloyd suddenly raised his hand and stopped her from saying anything else. He then crouched down on the ground and laid his ear against the earth. There's more magic beasts approaching. We need to hurry and leave. They didn't even have time to rest after slaying the earlier pack of black wolves. Lloyd and Lana hurriedly left the area. This was a forbidden district, a land of death that they shouldn't have entered. They entered here accidentally and didn't know if they could even survive this place. Lloyd hoped that both himself and Lana could make it out alive. He also wished that his lost companions were all safe and sound. However, he knew that it was likely too much to wish for. Just trying to suppress the anxiety and fear in his heart was already a huge burden on him. May the Holy White Goddess protect us, Lloyd prayed in his mind. Suddenly, Lana stopped in her footsteps. What's the matter? I suddenly sense something. The girl from the Sage Academy looked all around her. She finally focused on an area to the boy adventurers left as if she saw something there. Lloyd followed her line of sight but didn't see anything at all. Just as he was getting confused, a faint white flash suddenly appeared. He then saw a tall figure wearing strange attire. What was this? Lloyd reflexively was about to unsheath his sword. Who are you? Lana focused her full attention on that formless figure. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 602 Actually, I wasn't trying to act cool. Chapter 602 Actually, I wasn't trying to act cool. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. They saw me. Seiji was quite surprised about this. He had been watching these two individuals for quite a while without them noticing. Seiji thus assumed that he was an unnoticeable presence here. He never expected that the robe-wearing girl would suddenly notice him, followed by the armored boy seeing him as well. Who are you? Seiji was about to answer this question. But, before he could say anything, his vision darkened and his consciousness went hazy once again. He then saw everything clear up around him as his consciousness instantly returned. Once again, he was in the previous forest palace. The environment was the same as the last time. Shika and Hisashi were now by his side, proving that this was indeed Kazuko's domain. Hisashi was looking all around this mystical dimension that he had entered for the first time. It was obvious that he was rather nervous. Shika had a calm expression. Judging by how they seem, neither of them saw what I did just now, Seiji thought to himself. Was it all just a hallucination? If I'm the only one who saw a hallucination, I should have been standing here in a daze. That should have gotten Shika and Hisashi's attention. Since they didn't say that anything was wrong with him, that meant they had all just entered the domain together, so they didn't notice anything wrong. In that case, that was no hallucination. At the very least, it couldn't possibly be an ordinary hallucination. What exactly was what he saw, then? A scene from another world? Were spirit worlds actually other worlds? Or were spirit worlds the projections of other worlds? Seiji thought about his own experience traveling through Soul World. He felt that this was quite similar but also different. He wasn't experiencing someone else's life. Instead, this time he was an observer. But was he really only an observer there? Demons are coming, Kazuko's voice sounded. Black mist appeared and speedily formed into 3 black wolves. He decided to think about this later and focus on the battle first. Hisashi gathered electricity on his hand and shot out an arc of thunder. He accurately hit the first black wolf that rushed over. The black wolf immediately stopped while pouncing in midair and crashed onto the ground, with dark red mist escaping from its body. Shika unsheathed her sword and killed the second, while Seiji then slew the third wolf. These 2 wolves also transformed into mist. Part of the mist floated towards Hisashi and was absorbed into his body. As Seiji expected, defeating and devouring spiritual creatures was indeed the basic method by which the awakened could strengthen themselves. Hisashi shot more thunder at the first black wolf that collapsed on the ground. Every time it struggled to get up, it immediately stopped moving again whenever electricity hit it. Perhaps it had entered a type of paralysis status. The way its movements jerked seemed almost comical. After receiving the 4th thunder attack, this pitiful spiritual monster's structure finally collapsed as it completely vaporized into mist. Go over to that mist, Seiji told Hisashi. Hisashi did as was asked and swiftly walked up to the mist. His body immediately absorbed most of the mist. How do you feel? I feel as if something within me became slightly more solid, but try to absorb more mist from now on. Evidently, your ability to absorb the mist is limited by physical distance, so pay attention yourself, Seiji informed him. Hisashi nodded. Additional black wolves started appearing. Seiji and Shika dealt with them easily. Hisashi fought carefully from behind Seiji and Shika. He used thunder as a ranged attack and smashed his thunder-enchanted shield into any wolves that got close to him. Any black wolves that approached him would be instantly electrified and paralyzed by his thunder magic. It was no trouble for Hisashi to deal with 1 wolf in close combat range at a time. To use a game analogy, 2 high-level players were helping a novice thunder mage player who also knew a shield bash attack to level up. After Hisashi absorbed a large amount of mist, he felt something deep within him beginning to heat up. He mentioned that he felt his strength obviously increasing. Back when he was practicing in his Mafia group's dojo, he would begin to feel fatigue after releasing 7 or 8 bolts of thunder. But now, he wasn't tired even after sending out countless thunderbolts. In fact, he felt like it was becoming easier and easier to use his ability. Hisashi felt that it was really nice. He could even say that he was having fun. No, he was definitely having fun. This was the joy of becoming stronger. This was just like playing a video game and obtaining experience to level up a character. However, he was now leveling himself, which was a lot better than playing any video game, but Hisashi started getting rather excited. However, he still wisely remained cautious against the monsters. I won't be like my idiot older brother, he told himself. A big one is coming, Kazuko, who was floating in midair, warned them. Thick black mist formed into a particularly tremendously big black wolf. It had some green patches of fur on its body, and had a much stronger appearance compared to the ordinary wolves. Seiji recalled the previous green-scaled and green-clawed giant black eagle that he faced before here. Could it be that the green-colored spiritual creatures in the forest palace were all strong? Hisashi, you need to be careful. He made sure to warn his teammate who was facing off against a boss monster for the first time. I will be a dot. Hisashi was both nervous and excited to face such a giant monster which seemed likely to be capable of sending him flying with a single blow. This was far more stimulating than playing any VR game. The green-furred black wolf glared at the three of them and slowly opened its mouth. At this moment, Seiji suddenly saw the robed girl and armored boy from earlier. Lana and Lloyd. Their figures were rather hazy, but he recognized them. "I'll stall it. You need to run." Seiji heard Lloyd shouting with a voice filled with resolution. He understood Lloyd's words clearly despite the fact that Lloyd was speaking a language he didn't know. The large black wolf attacked before Lana could react. It spat out a gigantic dark red mana bullet. Lana and Lloyd's hazy figures disappeared as the gigantic red mana bullet flew towards them at high speed. Seiji didn't dodge or defend against this spell. He held his sword and cast his own spell. Reversal technique, dragon counterattack. He blocked and received the gigantic mana bullet, whirled his sword and formed the attack into a golden dragon that flew back towards the large black wolf. Asterisk boom. Star. A golden light covered the wolf in an explosion. It's not that I wanted to use my ultimate ability right away. It's your own fault for making it so obvious that you were going to use a strong attack by opening your mouth like that. I would have felt bad for not sending it back at you, Seiji commented to himself. Also, he used his ultimate technique right away because of the two figures he saw from another world. They were projections, right? Lloyd and Lana must have met a similar large wolf, and their situation was projected over here where he could see it. Seiji had no idea why there was such a projection or why he could see it. It was just that when he saw this scene, he couldn't help but reflexively want to help them. Plus, the monster made it obvious what type of attack it would use, so he decided to use his ultimate ability. Oops, I forgot to shout out a catchphrase to go along with it. Forget it, I don't need to shout one every time. The green-furred black wolf was seriously injured by the ultimate divine dragon. Large amounts of mist emanated from its body. Sheikah went over to give it a few more stabs and finished it off with just a few blows. Hisashi was under the impression that there would be a fierce battle. He didn't regain his senses for quite a while until the large wolf finally transformed completely into mist. Only then did he hurry over to absorb the mist. Seiji really is so strong. He can deal with such a boss monster so easily, then why did he tell me such a thing earlier? You need to be careful about watching him act cool? Actually, I wasn't trying to act cool. Things just happen like that. Well, if Seiji knew what Hisashi was thinking right now, that's what he would say. At this moment, he saw Lloyd and Lana's figures once again. What was that just now? Lloyd was rather confused. That person helped us, I think, Lana said as she looked all around her. Who is that person, a ghost? Lloyd knew what she was looking for. He also looked all around him. I don't think so. I think he's some other type of existence. Lana's gaze swept over Seiji's location. She suddenly stopped and turned back to focus carefully on where he stood. Seiji felt rather strange, being looked at her like this. May I ask if you were the one who helped us? Lana asked politely. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 603, Only a Living Adventurer is an Adventurer. Chapter 603, Only a Living Adventurer is an Adventurer. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Just as Seiji wanted to answer, Lloyd and Lana's figures vanished yet again. What exactly were these projections? No, since he was able to influence their world, this was no simple projection. What exactly was going on? It seems like none of Sheikah, Hisashi, or Kazuko noticed them. I'm the only one who can see them. And, not only can I see them, I can even influence their world. Is this some time of otherworld disruption? Overlapping? That ghost vanished once again. Lana wanted to talk to him, but it seemed that communication would be impossible. What do you think that was? Lloyd asked her. I don't know, but I don't think he's a ghost. He doesn't have the aura of death around him. Nor does the power he used to help us seem like a type of negative energy, Lana replied. Lloyd recalled what just happened. He had already resolved himself to die to this high-level magic beast. Yet suddenly, a mystical golden figure appeared in midair and crashed into the giant wolf, seriously injuring it. He wasn't able to see clearly what that golden figure was. He only saw that it approximately seemed like a strange snake-like creature. You want to have him help us escape from here? That would be best. Even if that isn't possible, I still want to know who and what type of existence he is. Something flashed in Lana's eyes. As expected of a student at the Sage Academy. Of course. Thirst for knowledge is something absolutely necessary for a student sage, but in plainer terms, isn't it just curiosity? It's bad for an adventurer to have too much curiosity because the unknown equals danger. Seeking the truth too much will typically end in one's death. That was the way I was raised. Such a depressing way of thinking that you were taught. As an adventurer, shouldn't you bravely seek adventure and search for unknown treasures? Treasures are a different topic entirely. But even when it's about treasures, one must weigh the risks against reward. If the treasure is too dangerous, it'll be nothing but the death god's trap no matter how alluring the treasure seems. Lloyd paused for a moment. Only a living adventurer is an adventurer. Otherwise, that's only a dead person, That's quite logical, but Lana wanted to say something but didn't do so in the end. She simply smiled. Let's continue onwards, Lloyd. Lana started walking again. Lloyd followed after her. He secretly took a look at his wrist and saw some dark green runes upon it. This forbidden district was forbidden not only because of the high number of magical beasts. The other important reason was this, the green poison. Lloyd didn't dare to think about how much time he had left. Him being able to resolve himself to face death so quickly against the giant wolf was also because he wanted to play the role of hero at the end. He felt that chances were minuscule that he would make it out alive. But at the very least, he wanted Lana to make it out farther than he did. This was his final pride as a man. Lloyd covered the dark green runes on his wrist with an armlet and silently followed after Lana. During the entire process of conquering the second area in the Forest Palace, Seiji didn't see Lloyd and Lana's figures again. Nor did he see them while conquering the third area. As Hisashi continuously absorbed mist, his power of thunder kept increasing. He became more adept at using his powers and learned new abilities. Boom. Star. A black ball of light exploded on a large bear monster's body. Countless sparks of lightning danced all across its tremendous body, locking down its movements like chain lightning fetters. Seiji lifted his long white lotus spiritual sword while Sheikah raised her gigantic blade of ice. Both slashed down forcefully at the exact same time. They inflicted serious damage to the bear monster with their classical X-shaped teamwork/attack. The large black bear roared in pain as it transformed into mist. Hisashi went up to absorb the mist with a happy expression. It seems that you're enjoying this, Seiji commented. Yeah. The more I absorb, the better I feel. I can concretely feel myself becoming stronger at a swift rate. Hisashi adjusted his eyeglasses. This type of feeling is so immersive that it's addicting. Will you be alright? I'm still fine right now. If I feel like something's wrong, I'll let you know right away. Or, if either of you see that something's wrong with me, stop me immediately, Hisashi told him seriously. Seiji nodded in understanding. Seiji, Sheikah, and Hisashi took a small break to rest up, then headed towards the fourth area. Right when they entered the fourth area, Seiji's vision instantly darkened and his consciousness became hazy as he felt himself falling. Clang. Star. Lloyd used his shield to block the sweeping spear and immediately counterattacked with his long sword. The spear-wielding man stepped back and dodged this, then thrust his spear directly at Lloyd. Lloyd blocked the spear once again, timing his shield's movements perfectly in a way that also allowed him to counterattack with his sword. Shing! The man barely dodged the sword blow as it passed by his body and lightly injured him. However, he didn't bleed. The two fought fiercely as they constantly changed positions, causing a large amount of dust to swirl around them as the backdrop to their clanging weapons. Lloyd was no longer conserving his skill points. He had activated a skill which gave him a reddish aura. This aura greatly buffed his physical strength. However, the spear-wielding man was even stronger. A similar but denser red aura was around him. However, his aura also had ominous specks of black mixed into it. Lloyd felt quite pained in his heart. It should have been a good thing for him to meet his lost companion Tim that had gotten separated from them. However, Tim had already been completely corrupted by the green poison. He had lost all sense of self. Abnormal dark green runes were visible on his face, which had a distorted expression. He was drooling and his eyes were bloodshot. These were symptoms that the green poison had already invaded his brain. It was impossible to save someone who had been poisoned to such an extent already. In normal battle, Lloyd wasn't as strong as Tim to begin with. But after holding on against the insane Tim for a while, Lloyd came up with a method to win against this version of Tim. However, Lloyd couldn't help but think about his past fun times together with Tim. Lloyd's sense of logic and reason knew that thinking of such things was useless as Tim was basically finished. Although Tim was technically still living, he was no different from being dead. Still, Lloyd found it emotionally difficult to kill Tim. Lloyd was still a relatively novice adventurer. He had never experienced something so cruel before. Tim was his friend who had fun times together with him. They fought together as allies and discussed the future with each other. How was he supposed to personally kill his friend? Just as Lloyd was struggling with himself, he suddenly noticed the collapsed girl on the ground out of the corner of his eye and instantly snapped to his senses. Earlier, Lana was ambushed by Tim and sent flying by his spear. She crashed into a wall and fell unconscious. She needed saving. What am I hesitating about? I'm putting my still living companion in danger all for the sake of a former companion who can no longer be saved. I'm so foolish. Lloyd finally resolved himself. Tim. Why don't you go on to the next world first? I'll be following you soon after. I'll give you a proper apology then. Lloyd mentally resolved himself and then feinted an opening in his guard, luring Tim into stabbing at his chest. If Tim had still been sane, he never would have been fooled by such an obvious feint. However, he no longer had the ability to think. The insane spearman instantly stabbed at the fake opening the moment Lloyd appeared to let down his guard. The fight was over with this. Lloyd didn't use his shield to block the spear this time. Instead, he suddenly sidestepped and accurately dodged the spear. He then used a skill which allowed him to break past the limits of the human body and move at incredibly high speed for a few seconds. Shtick. Star. Lloyd's longsword pierced through Tim's neck. Some sticky black blood with tinge of green started running out of the injury. Wah! Lloyd shouted in a low voice as he swung his sword again and cut off the head of his former companion. Tim's head hit the ground at the same time as Lloyd's tears. After Lloyd watched the now headless body fall to the ground, he turned around and rushed over to Lana. However, a few seconds after he stopped paying attention to Tim's body, the now headless body's arms started moving. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 604, He was seeing bright lights. Chapter 604, He was seeing bright lights. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Updated by Novel.com. Be careful. Seiji tried warning Lloyd, but it appeared that Lloyd couldn't hear him. Black mist started erupting out of the headless body's neck. The mist seemed to be forming into something. Seiji wanted to try and deal with it by using a cleansing spell, but found himself unable to do anything but watch helplessly. At this moment, his vision suddenly darkened as his consciousness went hazy again before clearing. He had now returned to Kazuko's domain. Seiji was standing still. Both Shika and Hisashi noticed this and looked towards him. "What's the matter?" "There's something. I'll tell you later." Seiji wanted to conquer this area first before telling them about what happened to him. He also had a faint premonition that perhaps he would soon be seeing the headless spearman again in this area. Soon, large amounts of thick black mist appeared which speedily formed into black wolves, black monkeys, black tigers, and many other black spiritual creatures. Shika unsheathed her sword first while Seiji followed after. Hisashi began gathering balls of lightning. Boom. Star. The black ball of light that Hisashi tossed exploded in the middle of the monsters. It caused a large amount of AoE damage and also paralyzed many spiritual creatures. This Thunderboom, temporary name, ability had a wider area of effect than Hisashi's previous direct Thunderbolt attacks. It also had greater attack power and paralysis effects. It was effective against both packs of ordinary spiritual creatures as well as boss monsters. With Hisashi supporting him with such a spell, Seiji felt that grinding experience against these monsters was now easier than ever. Just this ability alone made the first night quite useful. Mika had amazing powers in her Mashiro's clothes form, and now Hisashi had Thunderboom. The Awaken's powers were definitely something. Seiji couldn't help but imagine what powerful abilities Yukari, Hoshi, and Kid would possibly gain in the future. There was also Mayuzumi, who might be different from other Awakened. Perhaps his Night Order would truly become something exceptional once all the members leveled up. Let's not think so much about this right now. He was still in a battle and shouldn't have been distracted like this. Seiji got rid of his idle thoughts and focused on slaying monsters. A powerful one is coming. Careful! Just as they were about to finish killing all the monsters in this area, Kazuko suddenly sent them a warning. Dark green mist appeared which speedily formed into a spear-wielding human form, a headless humanoid spiritual creature. This humanoid monster wielded a red spear and had dark green runes arranged in a chaotic fashion on its black body. There was also a dark red aura around it. Although its size was only equivalent to an adult man's, it gave off a far scarier impression than any of the giant monsters from earlier. "What is that?" Hisashi had an expression of astonishment. Up until now, all the monsters he faced were animal-type monsters. Suddenly seeing a headless spearman gave him too much of a surprise at the sudden change in style. The next instant, the headless spearman suddenly rushed towards him at high speed. The sharp red spearhead instantly arrived in front of his eyes. The headless spearman was far too fast for Hisashi. He couldn't even react in time. At this moment, since he couldn't even raise his shield, Hisashi saw death before him. Bang. Star. There was a loud sound next to him as someone rushed over and prevented death from stealing Hisashi away. Obviously, this person was Seiji. That headless spearman, my premonition was on the mark. Seiji immediately raised his vigilance level the moment that he saw this humanoid monster. When he saw it charging, Seiji reacted immediately and rushed in with his shield. His instant reaction saved Hisashi's life. The headless spearman didn't lose its balance despite being crashed into. It swiftly stepped back, putting some distance between itself and Seiji, then charged forward again. Shield block, Sitagarba technique. Seiji successfully blocked the spear and counterattacked with his White Lotus spiritual sword. The headless spearman sidestepped swiftly and continued stabbing, but Seiji unhurriedly and calmly parried each attack. This headless spearman was obviously far stronger than the one that he saw Lloyd fighting against. Was it because it had demonized? No, he couldn't simply equate this world with Lloyd's world. Although both worlds influenced each other, things probably weren't exactly the same, he still didn't know how all of this worked. After blocking the headless spearman's barrage, Seiji took advantage of an opening to counterattack. At the exact same time, with excellent unspoken cooperation, Sheikah also attacked with a spell that greatly enlarged her ice blade. Shatter. Star. The headless spearman blocked Seiji's attack. However, Sheikah's ice blade landed a direct hit. The blade shattered into tiny pieces of ice, but the headless spearman appeared uninjured. Seiji swung his sword yet again as the headless spearman dodged once more. Its red spear started glowing brightly. Sheikah-chan! Seiji shouted out her name as he sensed danger. Combat technique, Spiral Slash. The spear suddenly began twisting at high speed as it glowed bright red and released blood-red flames. Immediately following after, a blood-like trail shot forward at lightning speed. Defense spell, Ice Wall. Sheikah cast a spell which created a thick blue wall of ice in midair which protected herself and Seiji. Shatter. Star. The red spear instantly pierced deeply right through the ice wall. This defense spell only managed to slow the spear down for a single second. But this 1 second was more than enough. With their abilities, Seiji and Sheikah would have to be idiots if they still couldn't dodge the spear. The headless spearman continued fighting against Seiji and Sheikah's teamwork. Both sides fought fiercely. Hisashi wanted to help out as well. However, his hands were trembling too much. He had almost died just then. He had even seen bright lights flash before his eyes. Although he knew that training in the domain would be dangerous, there hadn't been any problems so far. Hisashi couldn't help but relax his guard because of this. Only now did he finally recognize the true situation he was in. This was a battlefield. Even with Seiji and Sheikah protecting him, danger would still be ever present. He definitely couldn't get overconfident. After he calmed down, Hisashi analyzed that him joining in would only make things worse rather than helping out. He wisely stayed out of the fray and observed from a great distance. A fierce battle, amazing spells, and instantaneous attacking and defending, this was a battle between powerful mystical ability users. Can I do this as well if I become stronger? The scene before him seemed like it came right out of a fantasy battle anime. Hisashi couldn't help but get heated up as he imagined himself being able to do the same things. This was what it felt like to be hot-blooded, in the literal sense of the word. Hisashi felt like he would never be hot-blooded to the same extent as his idiot older brother Zankita. Still, he felt like he understood his older brother's way of thinking slightly better now. The headless spearman didn't have any personal protective barriers. However, it had incredibly high durability. Basically, it was the type of boss monster with no defensive techniques but with a huge HP bar. Seiji tried using cleansing on this headless spearman. It caused some damage, but that was all it did. He would have to carefully take it down slowly. He and Sheikah had excellent cooperation as they focused on personal safety over DPS. They used defensive techniques whenever the boss used ultimate abilities, and used their own ultimate abilities whenever they saw an opening. Gradually, the dark red aura around the headless spearman started to dim. Once the headless spearman was greatly weakened, it suddenly went berserk and continuously used powerful attacks. It was fast to the point where Sheikah couldn't even defend with Ice Wall in time. Seiji cast his defensive barrier that he had prepared already for such danger. Defensive spell, Turtle Armor. Countless hexagonal spell formations spread out from his shield. It looked just like a scene out of a science fiction movie of creating an energy shield. The blood-red spear crashed into the barrier like a raging tempest. Numerous impact shockwaves spread out from the barrier, which seemed like it would collapse at any moment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 605, Even if death comes the next instant. Chapter 605, Even if death comes the next instant. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. But actually, each shock wave was actually acting to mitigate the impact. The full force of the spear attacks was absorbed by the smaller spell formations, so only half of the impact's power was transmitted to the shield. This remaining half was then transferred to the ground by the Hiksidagarbha technique. All Seiji had to say was, "Nice." This was a powerful defensive spell that he had learned just recently. Seiji forcefully blocked the Headless Spearman's fierce attacks, then grabbed a chance to counterattack when the Headless Spearman's attacks slowed down. Martial technique, Ice Calamity, Blade. Seiji viciously swung his sword in a blue arc which sliced into the enemy monster. Numerous spiritual blades materialized in midair and all stuck themselves into the monster, making it appear almost like a porcupine. Being able to cause so much serious damage evidently meant that the Headless Spearman was reaching the end of the line. Sheikah immediately followed up with her chain of combo attacks, Icefall, Gather Snow, and Ice Shatter. Seiji followed up with his own attacks, she then followed up again. They continuously took turns using powerful abilities so that the enemy monster wouldn't have a chance to recover. Finally, the Headless Spearman completely shattered under countless swords and transformed into dark green mist. "Don't absorb this mist." Seiji stopped Hisashi, who was about to go up to the mist. He then told Sheikah and Hisashi about the scenes he saw from another world. He also asked if either of them noticed anything. Sheikah and Hisashi both told him that they didn't know anything about this. "It's the same for me." "How strange, Hirano-kun. You're able to see such a vision, yet I, the controller of the domain, didn't see anything." Kazuko adjusted her eyeglasses. "I'd really like to know what's going on myself as well." "Do you think that what you saw happened for real?" Hisashi inquired. "Although there's no way to be certain, I think it was all real." Seiji rubbed his chin in contemplation. "Those scenes looked quite real and not fake at all. If they were hallucinations, then who cast such a spell, and for what purpose? And why was I the only one who was targeted?" If he assumed that the spirit world's creator treated the spirit worlds like a game, then those scenes might be the equivalent of the game's plot. In that case, wouldn't it be quite strange if only he or very few others could see these scenes? Besides, apart from helping the player to predict the upcoming monsters thanks to the plot, what other meaning could there be? If this was a man-made hallucination, then there would be a purpose behind it. However, there was no need to search for any meaning in it if this was actually a real scene. "No matter what it is, I'll tell you all if I see anything at all," Seiji told them. "And, please pay attention to see if I'm affected by those scenes or act strangely." Sheikah, Hisashi, and Kazuko all agreed. They continued on to the next area. The moment they entered the fifth area, Seiji instantly noticed the armored Lloyd sitting in a corner. "I can see Lloyd," Seiji told his companions. Lloyd was currently sitting against a wall. He was gazing upwards at the sunset, with nothing but emptiness in his eyes. Since he used a lot of energy to perform skills earlier, the green poison was now infecting him at a much faster pace. Dark green toxic runes had now appeared on his neck and were almost about to spread to his face. Lloyd felt his entire body aching, as if countless fire ants were crawling all over him. His body was getting hotter and hotter as his consciousness slowly became hazy. He knew that this was a sign the poison was infecting his mind. He knew he didn't have much time left. He chose to separate from Lana in order not to harm her. Actually, he knew that the safest method would be to commit suicide. However, Lloyd didn't have the courage to do such a thing to himself. Nor could he bring himself to request Lana to kill him. Even though he knew that there was no saving himself anymore, and that nothing was left for him except pain and despair, he still wanted to live just a bit longer. "I don't want to die." This thought appeared in his mind. "I don't want to die, I 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 don't want to die." This thought kept endlessly repeating itself in his mind. Lloyd still had the instinctive desire to stay alive. Yet, his deep despair kept pushing this instinct down. He thought back to the past, about his family, dreams, and companions. All his memories flashed by him in black and white, with no color and no sound. Only when he thought about Lana did his memories retain color. His efforts would allow her to last for a while longer in here. If she could make it out of here alive, that would give meaning to the last amount of time he spent alive. This way, he would have carried out the oath he swore to be an adventurer people could be proud of. He did everything he could already, with no regrets. But he still didn't want to die. Even though he had resolved himself already, tears still flowed out when he was truly faced with death. I don't want to die. I don't want to die all alone by myself. Lloyd didn't have anything left except for tears of pain and despair. All he could do was struggle uselessly. Death was coming for him. At this time, footsteps approached. Death's footsteps weren't an analogy after all? This saying was real? Lloyd. He heard his name being shouted. Lloyd reflexively looked in the voice's direction to see the girl that he had intentionally split up from. Lana? Wonderful, I finally found you. Lana smiled as she swiftly rushed over to him, kneeled, and hugged him. Lloyd instantly felt as if he had been saved as he felt her warm embrace, but soon, he widened his eyes. Why did you come to find me? Lana didn't reply and only hugged him tighter. I'm almost about to no longer be myself. Hurry and get away from me. Lloyd tried to struggle out of her embrace, but found it impossible to muster up the energy. I'm not leaving. I don't want to be by myself, Lana told him softly. You have to leave. Otherwise. Who cares about death? I want to be together with you. Her soft voice contained an unshakable iron will. Lana. Lloyd, the girl looked directly into his eyes. After you left me, I discovered that death isn't the truly frightening thing. What's truly frightening is dying by yourself. Ever since we fell in here, we were probably destined to die already. If I was by myself, I would have given in to despair long ago. It was only thanks to you being by my side that I could maintain my spirit and hope. No. I should say that I was pretending to believe there was hope. Lana smiled bitterly. Lloyd remained silent. Lana was a student at the Sage Academy. She would know far more than him about this forbidden district, and thus better understand just how terrifying this land of death was. Not long after you left me behind, I couldn't take it anymore. Rather than struggling fruitlessly, I might as well instead greet the end together with you. I realize that my way of thinking is probably wrong. I should be trying my best to survive and escape even if I think it's hopeless. Otherwise, I'm doing wrong by your sacrifice. But I really can't. I'm only a student, not an adventurer. I don't have so much courage. I'm really afraid, Lloyd. I want you to be by my side. I don't want to be alone. I don't want to die by myself. Tears started rolling down Lana's cheeks as she said all this. Lloyd was moved as he did his best to lift his hands and hugged her back. I'm also really afraid. Lana. I was actually so happy to see you again. Even though I know that this isn't good, I was still happy to the point where I thought I was saved. I thought that I was the one helping you, but actually I was the one relying on you. It was only because of you that I could maintain what little courage I had left. I'm sorry, and thank you, Lloyd, even more tears poured down Lana's face. I'm the one who should say sorry. The two hugged tightly while crying. Even if death came the next instant, at least they wouldn't be alone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 606, I hope that you can live. Chapter 606, I hope that you can live. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Spiritual creatures kept endlessly appearing. They were far more numerous than in the other areas. I'm already doing my best to control them, but this is all I can do, Kazuko told everyone. Right away, many spiritual creatures started rushing towards Lloyd in the corner. Then, after Lana appeared, more and more spiritual creatures appeared as well. All the monsters were trying to charge at Lloyd and Lana. Seiji didn't know why this was, but he had a feeling that if they came into contact with the two, something terrible would likely happen to them. He wanted to protect them. Seiji did his best to swing his spiritual sword in as large an arc as possible to kill the most monsters he could. Hisashi continuously used Thunder Boom as support. Their teamwork was highly efficient in clearing the monsters, but there would always be a few monsters which slipped through. Shika acted as the final line of defense to deal with any remaining spiritual creatures that slipped through. She used Ice Wall to protect Lloyd and Lana who were in the corner, although she couldn't even see where they were. Gradually, the spiritual creatures began decreasing in number. However, their average strength started increasing. Evolved Body Strengthening Technique, Fire Element. Seiji activated the strongest attacking form of his Body Strengthening Technique. In exchange for much higher mana consumption, he greatly increased his attack strength. The golden glow covering his body transformed into flames instead. His hair even started lighting up on fire, making him appear like a golden torch. Seiji lifted his long sword and slashed everything before him. All Hisashi saw was a golden flash followed by white streaks that he couldn't even see clearly. This was followed by some giant spiritual monsters instantly shattering into mist. There was nothing to say except one word, awesome. After clearing out the tremendous number of basic monsters, the boss monsters appeared right after. There was a total of 5 black lion monsters with green spots on their bodies. I'm really doing my best to hold them back. Kazuko sighed. Seiji already expected that boss monsters would be appearing soon. He instantly cast the ultimate ability that he had prepared beforehand. He used his Mika character reward card as first ability, Overload, to strengthen his ultimate skill, along with borrowing power from his bonded spirit Yomi. Mega Evolved Sealing Technique, Demon Suppression Bell. Asterisk Clang. Star Dot. An ear-piercing clang rang out as a giant golden bell suddenly appeared and covered this entire area. It instantly covered all 5 of the lion monsters. Hisashi felt like his eyes were beginning to water from constantly being wide-eyed in amazement. The monsters roared fiercely within the bell. It was easy to imagine them fiercely struggling inside. Seiji grit his teeth and continued spending mana to maintain the power of his spell. His mana was draining at an extremely quick rate. When his spell finally finished, 3 of the boss monsters were reduced to mist. Brother, leave the rest to me. Shika came over from behind and took over the fight with the 2 remaining lion boss monsters. I'll leave them to you. Seiji had spent much of his energy, so he retreated to the back and let his adopted younger sister handle things. Hisashi was delighted that he was able to absorb so much mist. His attack power and casting speed had both greatly improved. He was now even able to paralyze a boss lion monster. Thanks to his support, Shika found it quite easy to deal with the 2 remaining lions. Seeing this, Seiji was finally able to free some time to check on Lloyd and Lana's conditions. He saw some faint dark green mist being emitted from both their bodies as they sat against a wall next to each other. Lloyd's mist was thicker, while Lana's was lighter, but it was evident that there were problems with both their bodies. Seiji saw that both of them had expressions of calmly waiting for death. Seiji thought about the earlier scene with the headless spearman and felt that he understood what was going on. Lloyd and Lana must have been infected with the sickness from the headless spearman. They didn't have a way of curing themselves and could only wait for death. Seiji couldn't bear to watch such a scene of despair. Would it be effective if he tried to use cleansing on them? He decided to give it a try. Just as he was about to cast his spell, Lana raised her head and looked in his direction. She opened her mouth and said something. However, Seiji couldn't hear what she said. I wish that the 2 of you can live, Seiji mumbled to himself. Although he wasn't sure if they were even real or just a hallucination, and despite the fact that they might be in an entirely different world altogether, knowing that he might just be wasting his efforts in trying to protect them. Still, hope was hope. Seiji cast, evolved cleansing, upon both of them. A golden spell formation imprinted itself upon the two's figures, and seemed to have zero effect. I can't help them, Seiji got depressed thinking about it. No. I can't give up just like this. Let me try again. The Mika character reward card, Overload, ability could be used twice per day. He had just used it once on Demon Suppression Bell earlier, so he figured he could use the other usage here. Seiji activated his ability once more and cast Mega Evolved Cleansing, but an even larger golden spell formation imprinted itself upon Lloyd and Lana's bodies. Blinding light sparkled around them in a mystical manner. The next second, thick dark green mist erupted from their bodies and was dispelled by the golden light. The spell was effective. Seiji was overjoyed to see this. Lloyd and Lana were evidently astonished as they watched the dark mist dissipate from around themselves. Then, their figures started becoming hazy. I'm glad that I could help you. I wish you well. Seiji smiled. The boy and girl both looked at him as they gradually disappeared. The green poison was actually cured. They no longer felt any pain or heat in their bodies. Their consciousnesses returned to clarity as the poison runes all vanished. This was a miracle. This miracle was created by that ghost. Lloyd didn't see him, but Lana did. The ghost cast a golden spell that cleansed the toxins within their body. Lloyd only saw him for one instant at the last second. That unfamiliar person's handsome face was smiling warmly and gently. He appeared to be saying something. Although Lloyd couldn't hear what he was saying, Lloyd could guess that it must have been blessings of some sort judging from the friendly expression. Lana was correct, this person definitely wasn't some type of ghost. He must have been some type of higher-level existence. Could he have been a god? Or an envoy from the Holy White Goddess? Well, it wasn't important anymore what he really was. The important thing right now was the girl before him and her smile. Lana was both crying and smiling. She was smiling brilliantly. Lloyd felt like he had a similar expression right now. The green poison had been cured. They could still continue living. Even though they were still stuck in a forbidden district in dire circumstances, receiving such a miracle gave them the motivation to work hard until the end. They absolutely couldn't give up after their benefactor helped them so much. No matter if he was a person or a god. Lloyd etched the gratitude of having his life saved during a time of utmost despair deep into his heart. Lloyd and Lana embraced each other once again with tears streaming down their cheeks. However, their emotions were completely different. We need to properly live on. Yeah. The boy and girl set out again now that they had hope in their hearts once more. After Sheikah killed off the two remaining lion boss monsters, Seiji felt something heat up within him. This was the feeling of himself leveling up, just like last time. Sheikah and Hisashi also received level ups. Their training in the domain had now ended. Some mysterious things happened this time. But I didn't have a full understanding of my own abilities to begin with. I suppose that I've learned more now. Kazuko adjusted her eyeglasses. Thank you for everything, Seiji told her. He then looked towards Hisashi. Hisashi, you now need to pay attention to your own body's condition. Let me know immediately if you feel like something's wrong. Got it. Things appeared to be fine for now. If nothing happened to Hisashi after a while, Seiji would take others to train in the domain. Would he still see scenes from another world the next time? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 607, Taste the Wrath of Humanity, Magic Devouring Dragon. Chapter 607, Taste the Wrath of Humanity, Magic Devouring Dragon. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. The next week, Monday. Rumors that Seigo Harano and Natsuya Yorihana had a date on Saturday started spreading all throughout school. Some students directly asked Seigo and he admitted to this being true. This caused yet another commotion. The magic devouring dragon and the student council president had now been confirmed as a couple. Everyone could only sigh as they wondered at how this came to be. Of course, there were also other feelings such as jealousy, but there would be more room for discussion if it wasn't for the fact that Seigo and Natsuya made such an excellent couple. It just so happened that both had excellent appearances, grades, abilities, and personalities that were difficult to find fault with. So the students could only give their blessings to such a perfect couple. Lunch break. Ryan and Katomi joined Seiji and his friends for lunch. They didn't mention anything about the harem. They still acted intimate with Seiji but not too intimate. Something flashed in Mika's eyes as she saw this. Chiaki smiled in understanding. They haven't given up, but they aren't aggressively trying to join in either. They're probably intending on developing the relationship slowly. Chiaki stated her analysis after the twin sisters left. They'll improve their relationship with Seiji and make a final decision after they're close enough to him. I think that's what they're thinking. I agree with Chiaki. What do you think, Seiji? Mika gave him a sidelong glance. Seiji could only smile wryly. He felt that it would be impossible for him to come up with an appropriate response. I more than welcome my two senpais to join in the harem. That's because I want to have hot sexy fun with beautiful twin sisters. A sharp glint appeared in Chiaki's eyes. Nobody asked you such a thing. Mika retorted. Go and do your best, Seiji. Completely conquer and devour the twins. I keep feeling more and more like you're the one who actually has the harem here, Seiji commented. Only everyone being blissful together is true bliss. Chiaki acted as if she was saying a classical phrase. That's enough out of you. Even though Chiaki wasn't saying something negative, the connotations here made it sound rather strange. Let's just let things play out naturally, Seiji thought to himself. That was how the twin sisters treated the news of Seiji's harem. As for the other person who also knew, Yukari didn't greet him like how she normally would when they saw each other in the hallway. Instead, she averted her gaze. Seiji understood why this was. He didn't greet her either. They simply passed by each other. Are you alright, Yukari? After Seiji passed by, a brunette girl next to the purple-haired girl asked this out of worry. I'm fine. Yukari forced herself to smile. How about we go grab something to eat after school? I'll treat you, the brunette girl offered. Yukari politely rejected her friend's kind offer. Rather than feeling pained from her first failed love, she felt more complex feelings within herself. She needed some time alone to digest her feelings by herself. After classes finished, Seiji headed over to the Natsuya's residence and saw Hitaka and Rana in the living room. They had both fully recovered and left the hospital. The little cat girl was sleeping peacefully on the red-haired girl's lap. Rana's lazy appearance while sleeping was as cute as always. Good afternoon, Shuho-san. Congratulations on leaving the hospital. Seiji smiled and softly greeted her so as to not wake Rana up. Good afternoon, young Master Haruta. Young Master? You're now Milady's boyfriend. This is how I should address you, Hitaka told him in a serious manner. I think it's fine to just call me how you did before. No, that's not good. Why is it not good? It won't show the relationship between master and subordinate. I don't think I have a master-subordinate relationship with you, Shuho-san. Seiji smiled wryly. Since you're Milady's boyfriend, your social status is higher than mine. Hitaka insisted. Seiji felt helpless about how Hitaka acted like a traditional samurai warrior. I'm Natsuya's spirit-branded retainer as well. That makes me the same as you. Can't you use that as the foundation to continue addressing me as you did before? He tried to convince her. Something flashed in Hitaka's eyes. I want to have a better relationship with Shoho-san. I'd feel quite awkward if you called me young master, Seiji spoke sincerely. He didn't mind so much if Mai called him young master, because he knew that Mai was doing it mostly to tease him. But Hitaka was different. She was seriously treating him as her master, which would inhibit trying to make friends with her. Hearing this, the red-haired girl's face slowly turned red. Why is her face turning red? Seiji was mystified to see this. I understand. Hitaka lowered her gaze as her face reddened. I shall continue addressing you as Haruta-kun. There was nothing wrong with her words. However, the problem was with her expression and tone. What was with her shy reaction? Was there something wrong with what he asked her? Seiji was rather confused and couldn't help but ask, "What's the matter, Shoho-san?" Nothing. I'm just a little hot. She kept blushing even redder as she lowered her head. Hitaka appeared quite cute when she was like this. But what exactly was the matter? Seiji wanted to know, but understood that it would be quite difficult to get anything out of her. If you're feeling hot, try having some iced tea. I'll be going downstairs to train. Seiji chose to set the matter aside. Hitaka silently watched him leave. Then, she really did drink some iced tea for herself. The next time he saw Hitaka, she had already returned to her normal calm self. Seiji still didn't know what happened previously, but paid it no attention. Later that night, Hisashi called and reported that he was completely normal. According to him, he still loved anime, manga, and movies, along with playing video games. That meant there were no problems. Seiji really wanted to comment on the standards Hisashi was using to determine if there was anything wrong with himself. But upon closer consideration, perhaps Hisashi was referring to himself foundationally. If he stopped liking his otaku interests, then something about him would probably have changed. Since he still had his original habits, everything was normal with no changes. Meanwhile, Keiho also called him and let him know that her older sister Karen was doing alright for the time being. 2 days passed just like this. The time reached Thursday, which was the once-a-year major sports competition day at Genhana High School. On this day, the entire school would participate in sports such as football, volleyball, basketball, tennis, ping pong, badminton, and so on. Every student was required to play in at least one sport. The students would be allowed to join a maximum of 3 sports contests. For an all-rounder ace like Seiji, he was naturally forced into joining the 3 most popular sports at this school: football, volleyball, and basketball. Everyone in his class believed that as long as Seigo Harano's teammates didn't drag him down, the magic-devouring dragon would be more than enough to defeat all his opponents. Tremble in front of the dragon of destruction, mortals. Some students even wanted to shout out such words. Most people in other classes also recognized Seigo Harano as the greatest threat. Every single class was discussing the topic of how to deal with this terrifying existence in the sports competition. Of course, there were many who desired to try their hands at dragon slaying. Although the legends about Seigo were quite famous, there were still many students that had never personally seen him in action. Most of them had their doubts and treated the rumors as mere exaggeration. Was there truly someone so powerful as in the rumors? If he was really so strong in sports, why didn't he join any sports clubs and show off his talent? Perhaps the rumors were just rumors? They were just overly exaggerated, right? Even if he was amazing, he wouldn't be able to do much if he was targeted in team sports, would he? Such doubts existed in all the students' minds. This was especially all the more so for the boys. They really wanted to make this incredibly handsome, ridiculously physically talented existence who always got such high grades and obtained the school beauty as his girlfriend finally taste the pain of defeat. Taste the wrath of humanity, magic-devouring dragon. The heroes had high morale as they shouted that in their minds. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 608, None of you have any knowledge of the magic-devouring dragon's true strength. Chapter 608, None of you have any knowledge of the magic-devouring dragon's true strength. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. The sports competition day was the final major activity for the Genhana High School seniors. The only event after that would be the graduation ceremony. Of course, some people had zero interest in the sports competition. Still, a majority of students were quite excited about it as they wanted to leave a good memory of high school behind. Naruki Yamada was among the students who intended as such. He was the ace player of the football club. More accurately speaking, he had already retired from the football club, so he was the former ace. He wanted to show off one last time during the sports competition. Of course, the best way to give everyone, especially his soccer club juniors, a deep impression would be to slay the dragon, but Seigo Harano, the magic-devouring dragon. After he became famous, the football club president Ugi Takasugi had tried to personally recruit him but failed. Ugi later expressed what a pity it was that Seigo hadn't been willing to join them. Naruki, however, had a different opinion. He believed that one's love for football was the most important. No matter how good someone was at sports, if that person wasn't passionate about football, that person would end up having problems sooner or later. Besides, was this freshman student really as talented as everyone said? Naruki seriously doubted all the rumors. Besides, even if Seigo was outstanding in athletics, football was a team sport that required 11 people. Teamwork ability was far more important than personal ability. Naruki respected his team captain and club president Ugi Takasugi. Still, that didn't mean that Naruki agreed with Ugi's views on what a loss it was that they couldn't recruit Seigo. If Naruki could defeat the famous magic-devouring dragon in front of everyone at the sports competition, he'd be able to prove that he was right. This would help his juniors to understand the importance of teamwork as well as show everyone that this so-called magic-devouring dragon wasn't that much after all. As for his idea about slaying the dragon, the male classmates, his teammates greatly supported him. They all agreed to listen to his commands so that the arrogant first-year student Seigo Harano would taste defeat, as if the very gods supported him. The first opponent that Naruki's class got randomly picked to face was Seigo's class, Year 1 Class 5. Naruki believed that this was the will of the heavens. He was confident that he would obtain glorious victory. He looked at his teammates and saw that they all had excellent morale as they brimmed with anticipation and clenched their fists. They had incredibly sharp auras. We shall slay the magic-devouring dragon. Hot blood coursed through Naruki's veins as he showed off a grand smile. The last time he had such a feeling and expression was back when he was participating in the national football competition. Let's go, everyone. Oh! The sword-wielding heroes began their journey. Year 1 Class 5 and Year 3 Class 5's football teams faced each other on the football field. Seiji was standing across from the other class's team captain, who was a medium-sized, muscular, squarish-faced third-year student who had short reddish-brown hair. The referee announced the lists of both teams' players. Seiji thus learned that this senpai who was looking at him sharply was named Naruki Yamada. Harano-san, Captain Takasugi once tried to recruit you, but you didn't wish to join. He really thinks that it's a pity, Naruki suddenly spoke in a low voice to Seiji. Seiji blinked and thought back to when he was being invited by all the sports clubs. Captain Takasugi must have been the really tall senpai who was the first to appear. However, I'm different from Captain Takasugi. I don't think you'd be that useful to us, because you don't have any passion for football. Naruki continued. Even if you have outstanding physical ability, it will only cause problems for the team if you don't have any passion. Now then, I shall lead my team to defeat you. I shall prove that the so-called magic-devouring dragon is only someone who has good physical abilities that won't be of any use to a team sport like football." Seiji was rendered speechless. After the referee finished reading the list of names, a coin was tossed to determine the sides and who got the ball first. Both teams then bowed at each other before getting into formation. Naruki's team started with the ball. Naruki used excellent footwork to dribble past several players. When he saw Seigo rushing over towards him, Naruki decisively passed the ball over to a teammate with zero hesitation. He wasn't showing weakness, this was simply tactics. Since everyone already knew that Seigo had ridiculously good physical abilities, then they would simply avoid him completely. Naruki was quite confident in his football techniques as the former ace of the football club. He wanted to try dueling against the magic-devouring dragon. However, he considered his team's victory to be the most important. Even if you have better physical abilities than I do, despite me being the former ace, it's all meaningless if you can't even touch the ball. Naruki thought to himself. Year 3 Class 5's team performed excellently. After several passes, the striker used a beautiful headball to shoot the ball into the goal. Cheers instantly spread throughout the spectator stands. Right now, many other students that weren't currently participating in the competition were spectating. The magic-devouring dragons team was on the receiving end of much attention. Since they just lost 1 point, the boys from other classes all cheered passionately. Year 3 Class 5's members were proud of themselves for scoring first. Their spirits were obviously raised. Only Year 1 Class 5 students were coldly chuckling in their hearts. None of you have any knowledge of the magic-devouring dragon's true strength. After that, Year 1 Class 5 received the ball. Class President Koji Hashihara passed the ball to Seiji. Seiji instantly saw 3 people rushing right at him. Naruki Yamada was among them. Naruki was the first to arrive and sent out his foot to try and steal the ball. However, the ball suddenly vanished. No, it didn't vanish, it had been kicked up into the sky. By the time he noticed this, Seiji had already passed all 3 people. He rushed towards the opposite end of the field at an amazing speed. Naruki hurriedly tried to chase after him. However, Naruki found that he couldn't catch up at all. Just how fast is this guy's 100-meter dash time? Naruki couldn't help but wonder. As the ball descended from the air, several members of Naruki's team ran over in an effort to steal the ball. However, Seiji jumped faster than anyone as he twirled around in midair. He cartwheeled in midair and accurately kicked the ball forcefully while upside down. This astonishing sight etched itself into everyone's eyes. The more astonishing part came after. This ball was sent flying at an explosive speed, flying across an incredibly long distance, aiming for the upper right corner of the goal. It was too late by the time that the goalkeeper reacted. 2 seconds of silence reigned over the entire field and all the spectators before the referee finally regained his senses and blew his whistle to signify a goal. This was too incredible. Apart from Year 1 Class 5 students, everyone else that saw this was astonished. Seigo first kicked the ball high into the air, then speedily and accurately jumped up and used a cartwheel kick to perform a long-distance shot that entered. The hell, this was actually possible. This seemed just like a scene out of a football anime. Just what level was Seigo at? A professional football player's level. Those with more knowledge of football were the most shaken. Seigo's movements and shooting just now would be difficult even for a pro player. Naruki Yamada's mind was filled with astonishment. He stared with eyes wide open at Seigo and didn't even blink. All the rumors that he didn't believe to be real kept echoing in his mind. The rumors had it that Seigo single-handedly destroyed the tennis, basketball, and karate clubs. This dragon who could destroy entire clubs by himself, this was no mere rumor or exaggeration. All the stories were simply the direct, harsh truth. This shock and realization transformed into words that came out of Naruki's mouth as a mumble. This is the magic devouring dragon. I really love these types of scenes. Chiaki was chuckling as she watched from the spectator stands with the other Year 1 Class 5 students. Seeing everyone else have astonished expressions at Seigo's performance? Their foolish expressions are so fun to see. Chiaki. Isn't it the same for you, Nika? The twin-tailed girl didn't counter this. Nika's eyes were sparkling as she watched the cool and handsome boy who had everyone's attention. Her lips were also arcing upwards. That's my boyfriend. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 609 Humanity was slaughtered. Chapter 609 Humanity was slaughtered. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. It was quite normal for Mika to be delighted about her boyfriend's excellent performance. The other students in Year 1 Class 5 were delighted as well. Having the dragon on their side was just such a wonderful feeling. The other classes' girls also had sparkles in their eyes as they enjoyed Seigo's action. Although they all knew that he had a girlfriend now, he was still handsome and easy on the eyes. As for how good he actually was at football, basketball, or whatever sport, that didn't matter because he was handsome. Everyone knew that football was a team sport. But everyone who saw his shooting skills just now started to think that he really is capable of winning a game all by himself. Even Naruki Yamada was shaken in his beliefs. It was impossible for him not to be shaken. Seigo's outstanding physical abilities were out of this world. It seemed as if the main character of a sports manga had just transmigrated to the opponent's side of the field. The magic devouring dragon overturned all the previous doubts that Naruki had about him. This was a complete slap to the face. In fact, even Naruki's way of thinking about football being a team sport was shaken, but teamwork was supposed to be more important than individual ability in football. No matter how strong an individual was, that person's overall use to the team would still be limited. Was his way of thinking wrong? No. Naruki grit his teeth and firmed his conviction. There was nothing wrong with his way of thinking. It was impossible for just one person to play football, no matter how amazing he was. Everyone. We haven't lost yet. Naruki shouted towards his teammates. Didn't we already know beforehand that the magic devouring dragon is ridiculously strong? Even if he's stronger than we anticipated, it's still nothing much. We're a team, yet he's only one person. We can win as long as we all work together and have teamwork. The battle is only beginning. Naruki's hot-blooded words were transmitted to his teammates. Indeed, everyone knew already that the magic devouring dragon was quite strong. It was precisely because of his strength that everyone paid attention to him. That was why slaying this dragon would be so worthwhile. The score was merely tied. They hadn't lost yet. This was only the beginning. The heroes got rid of their shaken emotions and stirred their morale up again thanks to their leader's encouragement. After receiving the ball, they attacked even more fiercely than earlier. After several excellent passes, the striker attacked the goal with full force. Smack! Year 1 Class 5's goalkeeper solidly managed to block this ball. The goalkeeper was Shohei Wadari. This excellent attacking opportunity was actually blocked. Year 3 Class 5 received an impact from this. Shohei swiftly passed the ball to Takashi Kobayashi. Takashi passed to Kazufuruoka, and Kazufuru then passed the ball to Seiji. Football was a team sport. Seiji highly agreed with this as well. He knew that it would be impossible for him to play football alone. He never had such an arrogant way of thinking where he believed he could win all by himself. Nor did he need to. Although his classmates viewed him as a super ace, they didn't worship him to the degree of being a god. They didn't intend on leaving everything up to him alone. Every person on the team would do their own job. He was the same. That was all there was to it. As several opposing players ran over to fight for the ball, Seiji kicked the ball super high up into the air like last time. He then dashed past everyone else. The same tactic again. Naruki grit his teeth and sprinted at top speed. He ran as fast as he could to where the ball was falling. He jumped up to fight for the ball. Seiji jumped up once more and kicked the ball with another cartwheel kick. However, this time he wasn't aiming for the goal. He passed instead. Koji Hashihara received this pass and aimed for the goal. His kick went inside. The score was now 2-1. Seiji's class was now in the lead. Naruki fell silent. He's only one person. This was too arrogant as a way of thinking. Seigo wasn't by himself at all. While he was ridiculously strong, he still cooperated with his teammates. The goal just now was the best evidence that his teammates weren't mere blocks of wood. They had teamwork as well. Although their teamwork wasn't anywhere nearly as good as Naruki's class's teamwork, it was sufficient as long as Seigo was present. The dragon was the ace. Everyone in Year 1 Class 5 knew that. However, they didn't intend on leaving the entire game up to him alone to play Superman. Nor did Seigo himself intend on doing everything all alone. They were just simply playing football. Just this alone was more than sufficient. Naruki realized his own mistake. He smiled sardonically. He decided to self-reflect later. Right now, they were still battling. He would resist the best he could against this team with a terrifying ace. The end result of the football game was that Naruki's class lost by a wide margin. They did their very best. However, Year 1 Class 5 under Seigo's leadership greatly suppressed them for the entire game. The dragon-slaying heroes were beaten all over. Their pitiful defeat proved the terror of the magic-devouring dragon. Some people gave up on trying to slay the dragon after watching such a pitiful game. Some still maintained their will in wanting to defeat the dragon. Although the heroes of Year 3 Class 5 failed in the end, people learned that the magic-devouring dragon's strength was terrifying but not undefeatable. Seigo Harano is truly amazing. In personal ability, not a single person in the entire football club is a match for him. However, football is still a team sport. No matter how strong the magic-devouring dragon is, he's still only one person. It doesn't mean that his team is the strongest. Defeating Year 1 Class 5 is still possible. Those were the final dying words of Naruki Yamada, the leader of the dragon-slaying heroes. Whoops, it was just a normal message. The real heroes wouldn't retreat just because of this. Plenty of students still challenged the magic-devouring dragon. After football was basketball. After basketball was volleyball. Every game that Seiji participated in ended up with a huge landslide victory for his class. Humanity was slaughtered. The magic-devouring dragon absolutely proved his nickname's veracity. No more students doubted his reputation, although Seiji himself didn't care at all. His class was winning and his girlfriends were happy. That was what Seiji cared about. During his free time, he went over to watch Mika, Chiaki, and Natsuya competing in other sports. He had seen Mika and Chiaki playing sports plenty of times in PE class before. However, it was his first time to see Natsuya playing a sport. Anything that a beauty like the student council president did would make for an excellent scene. Seiji felt that she looked awesome as she wore her hair in a ponytail and moved around on the volleyball field in her exercise uniform. Seiji found it somewhat regrettable that she was wearing a long-sleeved shirt with long pants. But he supposed that it was fine, as well as many other boys would probably leer at her otherwise. Although she was wearing rather conservative clothing, there was still a huge number of boys that came to watch her play. When these boys saw Seiji, almost all of them had an expression as if they saw a pile of feces. Seiji could only smile wryly inside his heart. However, he couldn't deny that he also felt somewhat of a sense of superiority. On the volleyball field, Natsuya tossed up the ball and served. There was a clear sound as she hit the ball. Her serve flew in a beautiful arc to the other side. The opposing player didn't get a good hit in. The ball barely flew back over the net. Natsuya's teammate easily received the ball and lobbed it. Natsuya jumped up high in front of the net and spiked. She succeeded in scoring a point. Everyone outside cheered and clapped, including Seiji. The student council president followed the sounds of cheering and smiled sweetly at her boyfriend. At this instant, Seiji suddenly felt an even greater sense of jealousy from the other boys around him. This sensation was so strong that he imagined he could hear curses of "go explode and die" all around him. Seiji pretended like he couldn't sense anything at all and focused only on the volleyball game, admiring his girlfriend's beauty. Natsuya's team received several points in a row. The opposing team, which consisted of all seniors in Year 3, started becoming impatient. A short girl with short blonde hair on the other team was serving. Her serve was rather light and seemed to lack power. Natsuya was about to receive the ball. Yet, at this moment, the volleyball suddenly changed directions in an abnormal fashion. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 610 Everyone witnessed the critical moment. Chapter 610 Everyone witnessed the critical moment. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Nobody expected that this seemingly ordinary volleyball serve would change directions in midair like that. Everyone fell silent after Natsuya missed the ball and it landed on the ground. What just happened? The student council president had a confused expression. Her teammates were also confused. Everyone on the opposing team, including the girl who served the ball, all had confused expressions as well. It was as if question marks hovered over everyone's heads. The spectators were the same way. That volleyball had changed directions in midair in a clearly unnatural fashion, as if an invisible hand had suddenly slapped it. Everyone saw this quite clearly. The volleyball game was taking place inside the gymnasium, so it was impossible for that to be caused by the wind. Something invisible acted upon the ball just now. Everyone couldn't help but start thinking that. The referee, who was similarly confused, regained her senses and decided to call it as a point for the opposing team and have the volleyball game continue as normal. One of the spectators couldn't help but ask his friend, "I felt like that point just now was really strange." What do you think? I think it's really strange as well. Could that have been a ghost? It's still so light outside though. Maybe the girl who served just now has a supernatural ability. It doesn't seem like she caused it. Perhaps it wasn't the girl who served it. Maybe it was caused by one of her teammates, or the ability of someone in the audience. Don't joke like that. Seiji silently activated his astral vision as everyone discussed this topic. He carefully observed the blonde girl who just served the ball, but couldn't detect anything mystical about her at all. He then observed all the members of the opposing volleyball team and still couldn't find anything. He then secretly observed the other spectators, but until the end of the volleyball game, when everyone left, Seiji was unable to find any signs of a single person being awakened. Nor did the volleyball abnormally change directions in midair again. Was this caused by a very well-hidden awakened who impulsively showed off their ability one time in front of everyone? If that was the case, then Seiji decided to forget about it. There was no need to forcefully locate this person. But what if this wasn't the case? Could this have been someone trying to test the waters for something? A light flashed in Seiji's eyes. Year 1 Class 5 second football game was against Year 3, Class 1. It would have been quite unfortunate for any Year 1 class filled with freshmen to face off against third-year high school seniors twice in a row. However, Year 1 Class 5 was a unique exception. I'm delighted to have this chance to play against you. Ogi Takasuji, the football club captain who was tall, stout, and resembled a bear, had a fiery, passionate look in his eyes as he spoke to Seiji. Let us do our best to show everyone an excellent game. If our team wins, then you need to join our football club. Please allow me to refuse. Seiji could only respond with a wry smile. Even up to now, you still haven't joined a single club. That's too much of a waste. Young men like yourself should be spending your time hot-bloodedly with passion, otherwise you'll definitely regret it. I'm already being hot-blooded outside of school. No need to worry about me, senpai. Is that so? That's good, then. Someone as extraordinary as you shouldn't waste their time. Do whatever that you're passionate about so that you can leave behind wonderful memories of youth. Seiji could only smile at his senpai, who was still so hot-blooded and passionate even when almost having graduated. Seiji felt as if he could feel an intense heat radiating from Ugi Takasugi. The game started. Seiji's team received the ball and passed it to him. Soon, Ugi rushed over to Seiji like a vicious bear looking to pounce on some prey. Seiji was far lacking in football techniques compared to the football team captain. However, Seiji was far superior in speed and agility. He easily shook off Ugi. Seiji successfully moved the ball past everyone by himself and rushed deep into the opposing team's territory. He then aimed and took a shot at the goal. The football flew swiftly towards the left upper corner of the goal. The goalie tried his best to stop it, but was too slow to block it. The ball seemed like it was about to fly into the next, but suddenly abnormally changed direction in midair and ricocheted against the goalpost. Everyone was mystified by this sight. It happened again. Seiji furrowed his eyebrows. He cast astral vision again, but was still unable to detect anything. After Natsuya, now it's happened to me. Is someone indeed testing us? Was this hidden awakened trying to test their own abilities to see if other spiritual ability users would discover them? Just like with the volleyball incident, everyone who saw the football suddenly turn in midair thought that this was quite strange. Everyone started discussing about this. Was the magic-devouring dragon far too powerful? Had he attracted something invisible because of it? Many students thought that this could be the case. Would any person in all of Genhana High School believe that Seigo Harano was only an ordinary person, but he was far too strong? If someone like him could still be called an ordinary person, what would everyone else be? People of low ability? Why was Seigo Harano so strong? Just who was he? Mercenary, special forces soldier, underground assassin, or spiritual ability user? The students already had various guesses about him before. And now, everyone witnessed this critical moment. His shot that was clearly on an arc to enter the goal suddenly turned around in an obviously unnatural fashion. An invisible force had obstructed him from obtaining a goal. This was an unnatural phenomenon that many people witnessed. Seigo Harano had attracted such an unnatural phenomenon to him. Seigo Harano himself was an unnatural phenomenon. Seigo Harano was actually a spiritual ability user, but Seigo Harano was actually a magic dragon for real. He was just the human form of some powerful demon. Seigo Harano didn't participate in any club activities because he wanted to keep a low profile. He couldn't afford to attract too much attention. Seigo Harano was actually a spiritual ability user with a powerful demon sealed inside him. He was unable to fully control his own demonic powers, which was why he had superhuman physical abilities. He would even attract evil demons to himself, which was why he had to request days off from school so often to exorcise them. Just like a fire spreading on a plain, the flames of rumors spread extremely quickly that Seigo Harano was a truly abnormal existence, along with all the guesses by so many witnesses. More and more students started coming to watch this ordinary football game. They wanted to personally see an unnatural phenomenon and see this magic-devouring dragon that everyone now believed to be a spiritual ability user. The incident at the student council president's volleyball game didn't cause this much of a commotion. That was because Natsuya had always carefully performed only at ordinary humans' physical abilities during school sports events. However, Seiji had showed off far too much. So now that something obviously unnatural was happening, these types of rumors instantly started spreading. If the football abnormally curved in midair one more time, everyone would completely confirm him as an abnormal existence of some sort for certain. As the football game went on, Seiji maintained his astral vision and quietly observed the crowds. He noticed that the number of spectators was rapidly increasing, and that they were all directly watching him. He realized what had to be going on after thinking about why this could be. He was indeed a spiritual ability user. If the students really believed him to be an abnormal existence, that would be the same as having his secret identity be exposed. What should he do to deal with this situation? He didn't know. What would the worst result be? Would he have to quit school here? Was this the real goal of the hidden awakened who showed off their ability in front of everyone? Did that person want to reveal Seiji as a spiritual ability user? But if that was the case, wasn't it unnecessary for that person to show off their power during Natsuya's volleyball game? Seiji couldn't figure it out, he could only continue to kick the ball. No matter what things turned out like in the future, he still wanted to help his class win this football game. Ogi Takasuji in Year 3 Class 1 were stronger at football than the previous Year 3 Class 5. However, the final result still ended in Seiji's class's victory. It was just that the final score differential was much smaller. That was an excellent game. Hirano-san, please continue living hot-bloodedly and enjoying your youth. Ogi told Seiji this after the game's end. I will. Thank you, senpai. Seiji then turned to look at the countless spectators. If I'm still able to remain at this school, Seiji mumbled to himself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 611, Quite a Daring Idea. Chapter 611, Quite a Daring Idea. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Although no second abnormal incident appeared during the football game, the flames of rumors were now burning unstoppably. Many students now viewed Seigo Harano as a possible abnormal existence instead of a super-strong human being. This was a serious matter. People would always treat demon-like people and human-like demons in foundationally different ways. Seiji was now personally experiencing what this felt like. Someone who really minded how others looked at him might become seriously depressed by being stared at like this by everyone. Luckily, Seiji didn't have such a personality. Still, even though he didn't mind as much, he still felt some pressure. His classmates in Year 1 Class 5 didn't say anything or behave differently from normal. But, who knew what they were thinking? With the current situation, perhaps he would need to quit school. And the person who caused all this was the hidden awakened. If that person's goal is to make the other students reject me, then I suppose they both achieved yet haven't achieved this goal, Seiji thought to himself. As long as that person used their ability one more time to cause the football to do something abnormal in midair again, everyone would have been absolutely certain that the magic-devouring dragon was an abnormal existence of some sort. However, the unknown person didn't do such a thing. Why was that? Was this person afraid of being discovered? If this person is targeting me, then why did they show their power during Natsuya's volleyball game? Wouldn't it be unnecessary even if it was just to test the waters beforehand? Hirano-san, I'd like to ask, what was with that ball that suddenly turned around in midair? While Seiji was occupied with his thoughts, class president Koji Hashihara walked up to him and asked a question. Seiji looked at his class president and saw that he had a serious expression. Seiji's other classmates were also looking in his direction. Seiji withstood all the gazes and answered, I don't know. Koji looked at him for a while before speaking up in a serious tone. You must be hiding secrets, Hirano-san. But, no matter what type of secrets they are, I think that you're a good person. You love to help others and have lots of class spirit, so no matter what you are, as long as you're still the current you, I'll always treat you as a classmate. The class president then smiled. Don't mind too much about how people in other classes view you. I believe that just about all of us in this class think of you the same way as me. Rest assured. Koji then patted Seiji on the shoulder. Thank you, class prez, Seiji responded with a smile. Koji misunderstood Seiji's lack of a concrete answer. Still, Koji was quite happy that Seiji was willing to listen to his pep talk. And so, the first day of Genhana High School sports competition ended. Originally, the students should have been heatedly discussing who won and who lost during the games. However, the most popular topic for today was instead regarding the magic ball. During the games, a ball had behaved abnormally 2 separate times. And, in both incidents, Seigo Harano, the magic-devouring dragon, had been present. In the second time, he was even the one who kicked the ball. Loss of control over a spiritual ability or demonic power was the most agreed upon theory. The second most popular theory was that a literal prankster demon had interfered. But no matter what, people were now thinking of the magic-devouring dragon as no longer an ordinary person. Many felt that it was possible that Seigo wasn't human at all. What about his girlfriend, Natsuya Yorahana? Could it be that this scion was also a spiritual ability user, and perhaps not even human? She was so beautiful, with an incredibly excellent and sexy figure. Her charisma was astounding. Could it be that she was actually some sort of demon fox, capable of alluring human hearts? A beautiful, demonic vixen student council president, this actually seemed pretty nice? Seiji and Natsuya didn't know just how wild the students' imaginations were running. However, both knew that if mystical phenomena continued appearing during the second day of the sports competition, things would become really bad for their reputation. The two were now carefully going over the school's surveillance videos of the 2 sports games in question. However, neither was able to tell anything at all about which student used a mystical ability. This awakened is too good at hiding their own presence. Natsuya sighed. This person only acted once during each of the 2 ball games. They're incredibly cautious and didn't have any telltale signs that we can use to identify them with. Seiji folded his arms. Since it now seemed impossible to catch this person tonight, this meant it was highly possible that magic balls would appear tomorrow as well, without worrying about how to catch this person and if it would be possible to catch them, if the magic balls appeared again, things would become even worse for Seiji's reputation. In the end, it's really my own fault. Seiji sighed. If only he had acted more like a normal person, an incident as small as the ball's abnormally changing direction in midair wouldn't have possibly caused so much commotion. If they could catch the culprit behind this tomorrow, Seiji could resolve this entire issue by loading back to today and dealing with the culprit before things became a big deal. But if he couldn't identify the person responsible for the magic balls, all the students would absolutely think of him as an abnormal existence. It would be quite difficult for him to still remain at this school. People might even think that he was inhuman. Logically, since it was always better to keep superhuman things a secret, he would have to leave this school. Although I don't want to have to quit this school, if that's my only option in the end, I'll accept it. Seiji made this difficult decision. Indeed, quitting school is the best method to deal with this incident. As long as you leave this school, the rumors about you will die down sooner or later. But before that, there's still other methods available, Natsuya told him. Such as? Using hypnosis to mind control all the students here and deleting the relevant memories, having them forget about this incident, but the student council president casually said something so incredible. You can do such a thing? It's a bit difficult, and the success rate is low. But it's still worth a try. Worth a try, she said. She was willing to use a large-scale hypnosis spell on the entire school just for his sake. Seiji felt quite pressured by this. This was a real-life version of Hypnosis Academy, better known as Simon Gakuin. Seiji instantly recalled this hentai anime and its contents. Stop here, I'm not that evil. Although he hurriedly stopped his fantasies, Seiji still felt guilty about even considering hypnotizing the entire school. Is there any other method apart from this? He wryly smiled. Natsuya remained silent at this. She didn't want Seiji to have to quit school. However, hypnotizing the entire school would be quite difficult for her. As for other potential methods, Natsuya really did come up with another method in a sudden flash of inspiration. In a way, this idea of hers was even crazier than hypnotizing the entire school. Still, society was currently discussing demons, spirits, and spiritual ability users everywhere ever since the midnight incident. Completely hiding their identities like before wasn't quite as necessary anymore. Upon closer consideration, her idea seemed indeed workable, right? The more she thought about it, the more Natsuya's eyes sparkled as she looked at Seiji's face. Seiji was quite mystified. I have an idea, the student council president gradually smiled as she told him her idea. Seiji widened his eyes in surprise as he listened. What do you think? Natsuya asked after she finished telling him the idea. It's quite a daring idea, Seiji could only comment like this. Are you certain that it's fine to use this idea? I'm not, but if this idea fails, let's fall back upon the backup plan of using hypnosis. What if the hypnosis spell also fails? We can quit school together. Natsuya smiled. It also feels pretty nice to quit Genhana High School together and transfer to some other school. I just feel a bit apologetic to Uehara and Wakaba-san. Do you really want to do this? You don't want to? I'm the one who created this problem. I should accept the burden by myself. But I don't want that. I want to be together with you. Natsuya glanced at him as something flashed in her eyes. Seiji was moved by her heartfelt intentions. Is that really fine? It's just quitting school. Right, there's also Hitaka and Rana. They'd also need to quit school to follow me, but neither of them probably have any attachments to this school, so there's no need to worry about them. Updated by Novel Full, com. Seiji was rendered speechless. Should he say that all this was to be expected of the scion of the Urahana family? I truly hope that your idea won't be necessary. Seiji sighed. I hope so as well, but preparations are necessary. Natsuya showed off an exceedingly alluring smile. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 612, Don't Come Over. You monster. Chapter 612, Don't Come Over. You monster. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Seiji hoped that the Hypnosis Academy and the other daring idea were just jokes, but Natsuya was evidently serious. He felt that loading would be the best way to deal with this incident by preventing the magic balls from occurring in the first place. But although that was what he thought, he didn't have enough information right now on who the culprit was. He and Natsuya both believed that this incident was caused by a well-hidden awakened at school. However, this was still only their hypothesis. It was currently a new generation ever since the midnight incident. Perhaps this was a brand new mystical phenomenon, or this could even be the reappearance of some ancient type of special phenomenon. At any rate, it was also possible that this wasn't caused by an awakened. The second day of the sports competition. Seiji's Year 1 Class 5 faced off against Year 1 Class 2 for their third football match. This team, which consisted of other students in the same grade, didn't have any will to slay the dragon at all. They even seemed to be rather afraid of the magic-devouring dragon. Seiji managed to score 2 points very easily. Class President Koji Hashihara then scored another point as well. When Year 1 Class 2 saw that they were now trailing by 3 points, their originally low morale sunk to the very bottom. The entire class was filled with an aura of having given up. Year 1 Class 5 felt rather bored as it was extremely evident that their opponents had given up. This caused Seiji's class to also stop trying hard. And so, the football game turned into a very low-quality football game to watch. However, very few spectators left despite this. That was because none of them were here to see the football game at all. Instead, they just wanted to see mystical phenomena. In fact, many spectators even brought digital cameras. However, Natsuya and Hitaka managed to obstruct this using their student council powers. Seiji withstood everyone's gazes. He had an ominous premonition. Although he was somewhat annoyed at everyone watching him, his ominous premonition was stronger than his annoyance. However, he couldn't notice anything at all despite constantly maintaining his astral vision. Things were the same for Natsuya, who was watching from outside the football field. She, too, had an ominous premonition, but was similarly unable to find anything out of the ordinary. This also went for Hitaka next to her, as well as Rana, who was hiding in invisibility. This was quite problematic. All four of them could sense that something was obviously wrong. But none of them were able to find anything, which was obviously bad. They knew that there was a problem, but didn't know where. This was a terrible feeling to have. And then, something bad really did end up happening. Seiji received another chance to shoot for a goal. He aimed for the right half of the goal without using very much force. Even though Seiji used such a soft kick, Year 1 Class 2's goalie didn't even try to block the ball. The ball slowly flew towards the goal, but suddenly changed directions at a sharp 90-degree angle and viciously smacked into the goalie's face. Smack! A loud and clear sound rang out. The goalkeeper collapsed. Everyone instantly started a huge commotion now that they saw what they wanted. Someone was actually injured. Seiji and Natsuya frowned simultaneously. Despite constantly maintaining astral vision, both of them only saw a flash of red light on the soccer ball. It was impossible to determine where the red light originated from or who cast the spell. Natsuya asked Hitaka and Rana and confirmed that this was all they saw as well. The goalkeeper wasn't seriously injured. But when he saw Seiji coming over to apologize, he screamed out in terror. "Don't come over! You monster!" His eyes were wide open in terror as if he really saw an actual demon. Seiji could only stop in his footsteps and inwardly exclaim at finally hearing such a classical phrase. The goalkeeper's teammates all stared at the magic-devouring dragon with similar wide-eyed expressions of terror. "Aha!" The goalie screamed out loud and crawled up while sprinting at top speed. He ran incredibly quickly, as if he was really escaping from a real dragon. As if his other teammates were infected with his fear, they also screamed and ran away. All of them ran away at far faster speeds than what they showed during the football game. Just what were they seeing? Seiji inspected himself with astral vision, just in case, but saw nothing wrong. He then looked at everyone else. He saw that his own classmates were looking at him with merely confused expressions. The referee was the same way. He had a confused expression, but no signs of fear or anything else. "I didn't do anything at all," Seiji told them. "I have no clue why that ball acted like that." This was the honest truth. However, people's suspicions wouldn't vanish just because he told them the truth. The commotion in the spectator stands wouldn't settle down at all. The very atmosphere itself seemed to be quite tense. Year 1 Class 2's team all left the ball field, so the game was forced to be paused. Year 1 Class 2's class president requested Year 1 Class 5 to take Seigo Harano off the field. Otherwise, Year 1 Class 2 would refuse to continue playing. "We don't have any reason to accede to such a request. It's your own responsibility if you want to give up on the game." Year 1 Class 5 class president Koji Hashihara responded forcefully, believing in his own classmate. "That guy is a real monster. You saw it as well, we'll die if we play with him. That was just an accident. Harano-san isn't a monster. Take back those foolish words of yours." "Why should I take them back? It's the truth. Everyone saw that ball quite clearly." The two class presidents started arguing loudly in public. The referee, stuck in the middle, had a helpless expression. More and more students started gathering around to watch the spectacle as word of this spread. It was becoming difficult for even the teachers to deal with this situation. And if the teachers got involved, perhaps this incident would end up worsening even further. Actually, Seiji was fine with not playing anymore. But when he saw his class president arguing so vociferously for his sake, he didn't feel like he should volunteer to step down. After a long argument, Year 1 Class 2 ended up choosing to give up on the game. All the members of their class's team were willing to take the reputation hit as cowards rather than continuing to play with the magic-devouring dragon. And so, Year 1 Class 5 obtained victory, a victory that they couldn't be happy about at all. Rana eavesdropped while invisible on the Year 1 Class 2 students talking among each other. According to them, they saw a black mist covering your body and your eyes glowing blood red as if you really were a demon, Natsuya told Seiji when they met up after the game was cancelled. They saw magical hallucinations? That's highly possible. But, it's unknown who did that to them. Both Seiji and Natsuya fell silent. It was unknown who used such an ability and cast this hallucination magic. This incident would be impossible to resolve until they identified the culprit. No, wait. Seiji suddenly thought of one possibility. Genhana High School, this entire school was actually constantly under the effect of a large-scale magic spell. It was just that both he and Natsuya had forgotten about this spell, because it had never had any problems before. The spell formation covering the entire school. Could it be that something was wrong with this spell formation? Seiji told Natsuya about this inference of his, causing something to flash in her eyes. It's possible. I'll check it immediately. Do you need any help? No need. I'll be fine with just Hitaka with me. Stay here. It'll be more helpful for my inspection. Natsuya then took Hitaka with her and hurriedly left. Seiji didn't want to stay behind here so that everyone could gawk at him. However, this was the place where the incident happened, and him staying here would be better for her to find the problem's cause, if there was one with the school's spell formation. The football game had ended prematurely, so there was plenty of time until the next match. The football field itself was empty, even if the spectator stands were full. And so, Seiji took a football and started kicking it by himself on the field. What's the magic-devouring dragon doing? Does he want to create another magic ball? Could it be that he's summoning, or luring a demon here? Could it be that he wants to exorcise a demon here? That it'll be dangerous here, which is why he had the student council president leave here? Wouldn't that be bad for us if we stay behind then? As if he could hear their comments, Seigo Harano turned to face the spectators. It might be dangerous here if you stay. You should all hurry and leave. Seiji shouted this to all the spectating students. The students started a commotion yet again. Some left, but many students still wanted to watch if something else would happen. Updated by Novel Full, com. Are you going to exorcise a demon here, Harano-san? A boy student who carried a camera steadied his courage and shouted back to Seiji. Can I take pictures of the process? Seiji was rendered speechless. He recalled Natsuya's daring idea, causing his cheeks to twitch. Depending on the situation, an exorcism might really occur here, but taking pictures is absolutely forbidden. If you take secret pictures, you'll take full responsibility for any consequences. Seiji responded in a severe tone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 613, Just Like You, I'm Human. Chapter 613, Just Like You, I'm Human. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. The students quieted down for a moment, but then went into an uproar. He admitted it. Seigo Harano admitted that he was going to do an exorcism. He really wasn't an ordinary person. Harano-san, who are you exactly then? A spiritual ability user? Or a demon? The camera-carrying boy shouted out again to him. Just like you, I'm human, Seiji responded calmly. I'm just slightly stronger than ordinary people. Human, did that mean he was a spiritual ability user? The commotion wouldn't calm down at all. But no matter what they said, Seiji ignored them all. He only kept telling them to leave. Some students who weren't so brave started leaving. However, even more students came over here to see what Seigo Harano was about to do. The number of spectating students actually overall increased. Although they all heard that this might be dangerous, they still couldn't suppress their curiosity. Besides, it was currently bright and sunny outside with so many people. They felt like nothing major could possibly occur. Seiji silently kicked the ball continuously, aiming for the top bar of the goal. He repeatedly bounced it off the top bar of the goal. The students all saw that he surprisingly managed to accurately rebound the ball against the goalpost's top bar every time. This was footwork that was far out of the ordinary. The camera-carrying boy really wanted to start filming with his digital camera. However, he was extremely hesitant about taking full responsibility for any consequences that Seigo mentioned to him. What might happen to him if he really filmed this? There were already many discussions online about spiritual ability users. This included many topics about their darker sides. Some of the topics were truly frightening. After much hesitation, he finally didn't dare to take the risk. However, there would always be courageous, or perhaps a better word would be reckless, individuals that wanted to secretly take pictures or film this. Seiji, nothing's wrong with the school spell formation. Natsuya sent Seiji a mental message with a spell. However, it's faintly suppressing something. It's my own fault for not noticing earlier. What is it suppressing? It should be suppressing a demon. But the strange part is, normal demons will be destroyed by the school spell formation the moment they enter the school grounds. As for more powerful demons that are difficult to destroy, the spell formation should notify me. However, this notification mechanism wasn't activated this time. I've confirmed that the spell formation is still working with no problems. I don't know what's going on. Perhaps this demon is rather unique. Is it a very powerful demon? No. Although it indeed affected the spell formation, this demon's powers were still suppressed to a reasonable extent. What should we do? Natsuya paused for a moment before she spoke up. How many students are still around you? Many. I think that more than half of the students that aren't busy right now are watching me. Seiji answered after looking around him. I want to execute last night's plan, the student council president told him in a serious tone. The students saw Seigo Harano suddenly stop kicking the ball and simply stand there quietly while perfectly still. This caused the students to feel a premonition that something was about to happen, causing them to become nervous. A spiritual ability user performing an exorcism, what would such an event in real life look like? Tension, fear, expectation, and excitement. All sorts of emotions welled up in the students. They then noticed something suddenly change about the atmosphere. The temperature around them seemed to suddenly lower. It was quite chilly even though it was bright and sunny outside. This made the atmosphere seem rather ominous. Something's coming. If you don't want to get hurt, hurry up and leave. Seigo Harano shouted to everyone. Something was really coming. Some students felt afraid and hurriedly left. However, more than half of the students still remained. They had waited for so long to see something mystical already. They had to see this. And then, they saw it. Seigo's football that had been on the ground suddenly started floating up in midair. A faint blood-red mist started appearing on the football. This was an unmistakable actual mystical phenomenon which was happening right in front of everyone in broad daylight. Many students exclaimed out loud. Quite a few of them reflexively took out their cell phones and started snapping pictures. The football suddenly flew towards Seigo Harano with a red flash. It was as if someone viciously kicked it. Pang! Seiji blocked the ball with his hand. The magic football rebounded with a red flash as it attacked Seigo at an even faster speed. Seigo continued blocking the football. Pang. 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 Pang, star. The football kept magically flying at him in midair at a faster and faster speed, to the point where ordinary people couldn't even see it clearly anymore. However, the boy with the nickname of Magic Devouring Dragon blocked it every time. Finally, Seigo Harano punched it forcefully to the point where the magic football exploded on contact. Despite the great distance, all the students could sense just how powerful his punch was. If he hit a person with that punch instead, it was quite possible, that person would definitely be sent flying. After the football exploded, the abnormal mist on it dissipated. Was everything over? If that was all it was, an exorcism didn't seem like much. Some students just started thinking this when everyone noticed that the temperature dropped even further. Even the sunlight appeared to be dimming. A gust of chilly wind blew past. This wind brought an ominous, bone-piercing chill. Something even scarier was coming. Some students were now afraid and wanted to leave. However, they found themselves unable to move because their bodies were shaking uncontrollably. Inside the football field, a blood-red mist appeared out of thin air. This mist became denser and denser and started gathering on the field's surface as if it was material. Faint strange sounds rang in everyone's ears as the students watched the scene. They smelled a scent which resembled a mixture of alcohol and blood, which further raised their fear. This was a real demon. Their bodies were instinctively warning them to run away at top speed. However, their feet were unable to move. The students had only planned on watching a little and then leaving if things got dangerous. It was impossible to even leave. Everyone could only watch as a gigantic blood-red humanoid monster formed out of the mist and started approaching. This was something incredibly dangerous. They would die if it touched them. Run away. All the students' instincts were warning them to run away. However, only incredibly few students were able to run away. Most students simply stood still, frozen in terror where they stood. Some screamed out in fear, and some weren't even capable of uttering a sound. Some were scared to the point of crying tears and leaking snot, while some even wet themselves. No. I don't want to die. Don't come over here. This was a tremendous terror of feeling that one's life was in actual danger. This was completely incomparable to watching a horror movie or a mystical genre movie. The students that had believed themselves to be brave finally learned what true terror felt like. When they were no longer part of the audience, and instead became the characters in a mystical genre movie, they actually behaved worse than the killed-off useless characters that they looked down upon. Save me, the earlier camera-carrying boy was shaking all over. He had already dropped his camera onto the ground and was blubbering like a child. His life flashed before his eyes as he recalled various memories. But he didn't want to die yet. A boy's figure appeared in front of the blood-red giant demon. Seigo Harano. That was right, he was still here. The camera-carrying boy had been so afraid that he completely forgot about Seigo's presence. But, was Seigo capable of dealing with such a demon? This was a fearsome monster that was capable of appearing in broad daylight. The blood-red demon swung its arm, or what appeared to be its arm, at Seigo. The magic-devouring dragon got into a fighting pose and responded with his fists. Boom! There was a giant explosion. A large hole appeared in the blood-red demon's arm. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 614. Chapter 614, you're all free to decide what you want to do. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Seigo could do it. But before the students could be happy about this, the blood-red demon viciously swung its other arm at Seigo. *slam. Star. There was a low sound as if a heavy hammer crashed into the ground. The entire earth seemed to tremble. If this hit connected, it would definitely smash anyone into pieces. Luckily, Seigo was able to dodge this attack. Nobody was able to see clearly how he dodged it. The students only saw him flashing instantaneously and arriving 7 or 8 steps behind where he originally stood. The hole in the blood-red demon's arm speedily recovered. The blood-red demon then swung both its arms at the boy in front of it. The students witnessed Seigo Harano continuously dodging the monster's attacks. Although none of the attacks hit him, Seigo had a rather serious expression. It seemed that this monster was a difficult opponent for him. Seigo was rather tall as a human, but he seemed like nothing more than a child in comparison to this gigantic monster that was 2 stories tall. The students imagined being up so close to such a monster and felt even more afraid just thinking about it. They were also impressed with Seigo's courage. Go, Seigo, go. They hoped that the magic devouring dragon would successfully exorcise the demon, both for his and their own sake. After many successive attacks, the blood-red demon's movements gradually started slowing down. At this moment, Seigo Harano lowered his body and instantly rushed forward towards the demon and punched with lightning speed. Boom, 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 boom. The students heard 4 explosions and saw 4 large holes appear in the demon's body. Amazing, every student thought this. However, the blood-red mist swirled as the demon speedily recovered from its injuries. It waved its arm and sent out a large number of blood-red balls with a whoosh. Seigo did his best to dodge the balls. However, he was still hit and sent flying backwards. The students instantly felt their hearts clench. But right after that, they saw him backflip in midair and land steadily on the ground. It didn't seem like he was injured. He must have used some type of protective spell? Everyone felt that those blood-red balls had massive power, because countless holes appeared in the ground where they hit. Any of those blood-red balls that connected with a human body would surely leave a bloody hole. The demon swung its other arm and shot out a large number of blood-red balls once again. Seigo barely managed to dodge this attack as he agilely twisted his body. The demon was now fully recovered as it pressed the attack. Seigo kept dodging and counterattacking whenever he saw an opening. This fierce battle between a demon and a human seemed just like a scene out of a manga. However, it was far more realistic than anything the students had ever seen in a manga. The spectators were feeling tremendous pressure since the battle might involve them at any moment. If nothing else, just a tiny blood-red ball hitting them would cause serious injuries. Fortunately, the magic-devouring dragon intentionally led the demon away from everyone. But even so, some of the blood-red balls splattered only 3 or 4 meters away from the crowd of students. The students standing closest all had incredibly pale expressions of fear. Some students did their best to overcome their fear to move their bodies and escape from this place. However, most of them still stood there, frozen. They were unable to do anything except watch the battle before them. Whoosh! The demon suddenly spat out a large patch of blood-red mist. The temperature in this area lowered again. Nobody knew what effects that mist would have, but it would definitely be frightening if one came into contact with it. Perhaps this mist could even dissolve humans. Seigo shouted loudly when faced with this attack he couldn't dodge. He was suddenly covered in a golden light before the blood-red mist appeared to devour him. The students' tension reached a maximum upon seeing this. The next instant, boom, 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 the sound of explosions kept sounding in succession as the demon's body was instantly smashed into pieces. Gaga gaga ga. Everyone heard a strange ear-piercing sound. Evidently, the demon was making this noise. The demon kept restoring its body's form, only to be smashed again. It released even more blood-red mist which started expanding everywhere. This was the final moment of the battle. Seeing the blood-red mist approach them, everyone realized that either Seigo Harano would defeat this demon, or this demon would devour everyone present. Dragon. Magic devouring dragon, you have to win. All the students were shouting that in their minds. As if Seigo could hear what they were thinking, the sound of the explosions became even louder and the demon's screaming became weaker. And then, boom! There was an ear-rattling explosion as the blood-red mist suddenly exploded. Everyone felt a strong gust blow them over, causing them to scream as they all fell over like dominoes. The students were in pain as they fell on the ground, but then they noticed that the temperature was rising again, the sun had returned, and it was no longer chilly. The atmosphere had returned to normal. The camera-carrying boy from earlier crawled up, only to see that Seigo had just taken off his now tattered shirt. Streaks of blood were on his handsome face and muscular body, and he was currently still bleeding. Seigo wiped himself using the tattered shirt in his hands. The magic-devouring dragon's injuries and the countless holes in the football field proved that none of what happened just now was a hallucination. "Harano-san, are you alright?" someone weakly asked him. However, Seigo appeared to either not hear or ignore this. He simply took his red and tattered shirt with him and left without saying a word. Everyone watched him leave. This entire place was silent with not a single person talking. As word of the exorcism incident quickly started spreading through the student population, there was a school-wide announcement that all sports competition activities would be temporarily suspended and that all the students should gather in the school auditorium. The student council president would make an important announcement there. An announcement from Natsuya Yorihana. Everyone was curious what this scion who was Seigo Harano's girlfriend would have to say. "I think that she's going to threaten us to keep quiet and pretend not to know anything about this incident." Some students thought about it from a highly negative point of view. But, do you dare to not go to the auditorium? Although some students were afraid of the student council president's explanation, nobody dared not to attend. After all, they were all ordinary commoners. Who knew what type of revenge would be brought upon them if they dared to go against the scion of a powerful family? Demons and spiritual ability users were all real. However, the public didn't know about this. This meant a huge power in the shadows was covering this up. Trying to forcefully uncover the truth might end up really badly for them. Wasn't this quite common in television shows and movies? Reporters, investigators, and other such individuals that wanted to reveal the dark truth in the shadows would often have terrifying calamities or death befall them and even their entire families. Everyone felt that people who dared to reveal the hidden truth were heroes. But, who wanted to be such a hero? Who had the resolution to be such a hero? This was a question that everyone could only remain silent on. No matter what the students thought, Natsuya already knew what she was going to do. She was currently standing at the auditorium's podium, waiting for the students to arrive. The students continuously arrived and gathered at the auditorium. Natsuya silently watched all the students arriving. Once the time that she said arrived, she started speaking into a microphone. "Good morning, fellow students. No matter if you saw it or not, no matter if you know what I'm talking about or not, please seriously listen to what I have to say." Natsuya had an incredibly serious expression. Hidden dangers are present within this world. And, these dangers will only increase with time. Plenty of information that everyone's probably heard about proves this. A certain person is secretly dealing with these dangers in order to protect everyone that's studying here, simply because he's a fellow student just like all of you. Due to certain rules of the trade, he can't expose his own identity. If all of you keep this a secret and delete any records of this incident without spreading it or talking about it, he'll be able to continue studying here. Otherwise, he'll soon be forced to leave. At that time, I'll be leaving together with him. As for who will protect this school in the future, we don't know. Nor will we involve ourselves with this school anymore. You're all free to decide what you want to do. Of course, you also need to bear the results of your own decisions. That's all. I apologize for taking up everyone's time and summoning all of you here. The student council president instantly turned around to leave after saying what she did. There was nothing else at all. The auditorium remained silent for a moment before a commotion started. It had really only been an explanation. This incredibly short and simple explanation was basically about only one thing. If they kept this incident a secret, Seigo Harano would be able to stay here. Otherwise, he would be forced to leave, and Natsuya Yorihana would leave together with him. Who would protect Gen Hana High School after they left? Or, which spiritual ability user would stand up and deal with demons that might possibly appear here? Seigo and Natsuya wouldn't know, nor would they care. This was actually a threat, wasn't it? The students couldn't help but think that. But, upon closer consideration, this was only normal. If Seigo's identity was exposed, he wouldn't be able to stay at this school anymore. In that case, it was only natural that he wouldn't protect the people here anymore. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 615, What part of me left you such a deep impression? Chapter 615, What part of me left you such a deep impression? Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Do you think we should keep this a secret? I don't know. What do you think? I think we should keep it a secret. The school will be much safer with the magic-devouring dragon and our student council president around. Do you believe what she says? Maybe she's actually lying. Maybe having the magic-devouring dragon stay is actually more dangerous? Do you want them to leave then? What if demons come after they leave? Maybe this school will be fine after they leave with no demons appearing. How can you be sure? I said only maybe. If you want them to leave, then say it clearly. What if something happens here afterwards? Can you deal with it? Can you take responsibility? I didn't say I wanted them to leave. Then what side are you on? I said I don't know. Judging from President Yorihana's words, she obviously wanted everyone here to keep the incident a secret. However, some students still felt suspicious and felt that there was some nefarious scheme involved. However, these people would be asked by others, who would take care of any demons after Seigo and Natsuya left? Who could take responsibility for demons injuring others? Nobody was able to answer. This was a question with two choices where the result of the first choice was a known one. If they kept this incident a secret, the magic-devouring dragon and the student council president would remain here to deal with the demons. The second choice, to spread word of this incident, would end in an unknown result. The magic-devouring dragon and the student council president would leave. Nobody knew what would happen to the school after that. It was quite easy to doubt others, but when it came to choosing an unknown result, how many people had this type of courage? Even if one person had the courage to do so, what about the people around them? The entire student population would have to bear with the consequences. This meant that all the students were paying close attention on what to choose here. If someone chose to spread this information and something bad happened later down the road, everyone would blame this person. Not only would a person need courage to do this, they would also need to withstand lots of pressure. And they wouldn't gain anything from doing this at all. At most, they would contribute to revealing the truth and feel a sense of self-satisfaction. Having all the students keep the secret together for him. Natsuya's daring idea would have been absolutely impossible before. However, things were now different after the midnight spell, which caused a sharp increase in mystical phenomena. Natsuya didn't know whether or not her idea would succeed. After all, it was impossible to say with so many students. If they failed, she could still fall back on trying to hypnotize the entire school. Seiji felt that it would be quite immoral to hypnotize the entire school. He felt that he might as well just quit this school if it came to that. Although loading back to the first day of the sports competition would be the best way to resolve this incident after catching the culprit, that was only a temporary band-aid for a foundational problem. His reputation at Genhana High School was already quite exaggerated. The magic football incident where someone intentionally meddled was the only spark needed to fully exaggerate rumors about him to outlandish proportions. Even if he solved this incident before it began, future sparks would always exaggerate his reputation even further. Would he have to load every time that such an incident occurred? Wouldn't it be too much of a bother to constantly load just to keep his secret identity? Seiji didn't want to go to such lengths to do so. In that case, he would simply see what Genhana High School students would decide upon. The sports competition resumed as normal. The exorcism incident and the student council president's explanation were the hottest topics at school right now. However, the main characters involved in this, Seigo and Natsuya, were both no longer participating in the sports competition. Apparently, Seigo asked for leave by saying that he was injured, and Natsuya accompanied him. Every single student in Year 1 Class 5 said that they supported their classmate Seigo Harano. They believed him to be a hero who was protecting the school. Class President Koji Hashihara even made a school announcement by vouching on his own honor and asking everyone to keep Seigo's secret. After that, the students who personally witnessed the exorcism came out and also made school-wide announcements with the same request. The football team captain Ugi Takasugi also made a school-wide announcement. He spoke with fiery passion in his hot-blooded style as he called for everyone to support his heroic junior so that Seigo could enjoy his youth. Many students deleted all records of this incident that they took. They also tried to convince the others to do the same as well. By the time that the second day of the sports competition ended, the students at Genhana High School basically reached a tacit agreement to no longer discuss this incident. The teachers were even better than the students at keeping silent on this matter. As they were adult employees of the school, they all knew to keep any incidents out of the media's reach. Natsuya's plan succeeded, probably. Right now, it was still impossible to say if it was a complete success or not. It would only be a success if nothing happened even after a long while later. Later that night, Seiji, Natsuya, Shika, Hitaka, and Rana arrived at the school's football field. The exorcism incident from earlier that morning hadn't truly dealt with this incident at all. However, that demon had been real. It wasn't an act put on by Seiji at all. And it wasn't the only demon at Genhana High School. After everyone finished making combat preparations, Natsuya controlled the school's spell formation to decrease its suppression effects. Unbelievably dense blood-red mist. No, it was no longer mist, it was more like liquid. This liquid speedily appeared in midair and formed into a tremendous humanoid figure. It was 3 times as large as the 2-story figure from this morning. It formed into a vicious demon and carried the smell of blood. Seiji and the others furrowed their eyebrows. Hitaka in particular had a particularly heavy expression. They had all sensed and smelled something similar here at school before. Seiji instantly recalled the vicious powerful great demon, Shitendaji. Seiji recalled how Minamoto no Reiku told him how Shitendaji had escaped in the end. Had Shitendaji actually been hiding here all this time? Was this demon the escaped Shitendaji? Although they had similar auras, they didn't seem the same. Gra! The giant blood-red demon pounced towards them. Boom! Everyone's prepared spells instantly exploded against it and set off brilliant explosions. The 2 yin-yang masters and 3 spirit-branded retainers had all been fully prepared and were in excellent condition. Even if the great demon Shitendaji had appeared, they would still be able to kill him once again. Attack, 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 spell shooting, spell shooting, spell shooting, spell shooting. They easily won. The demon finally ended up exploding, sending out a powerful shockwave of blood mist. If there were spectators like this morning, the spectators would surely have been seriously injured by this. However, this was nothing more than a light gust of wind to the 5 of them. Natsuya then fully removed the school spell formation's suppressive effects. This revealed a giant black oval-shaped spell formation of Dimensional Eye. The demons came out of here, not from outside the school. That's why the school spell formation didn't inform me of the intrusion, Natsuya explained. This appears to be a dimensional eye. However, it's different from the ones I've seen before. It's also different from Kazuko-san's way of entering her domain. Seiji rubbed his chin in contemplation. Everyone fell silent for a moment. Dealing with this incident's root cause will probably require entering in here. However, it will likely be incredibly dangerous, Seiji surmised. My family should be very interested in whatever this is. I shall report this to my family and have them send someone to deal with this. Something flashed in Natsuya's eyes. Letting the Yorihana family deal with this, that should be fine, but... Just as Seiji was thinking this, a voice suddenly spoke up behind him. Good evening, Mr. Knight Leader. This voice was... Seiji turned around to see a girl wearing black traditional Sakura Island clothing and a dog head mask slowly walking towards them. This was the dog head mask girl that he previously met in the inner world, whom he suspected to be a member of Soul World. Good evening, Miss Doghead Mask, he responded in turn. She chuckled as she walked up to him. We meet again, Mr. Knight. I'm glad that you haven't forgotten about me. You left me such a deep impression, Miss Doghead Mask. I wouldn't possibly forget about you. What part of me left you such a deep impression? My face or my body? Everything, Seiji replied. The dog-head mask girl chuckled once again. Where's the previous Lady Knight from last time? She's in my knight's training ground. Where is Mr. Minotaur from last time? He's probably lost in a labyrinth somewhere. The dog-head girl then turned to look at Natsuya and the others. Are these beautiful ladies also members of your knight order? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 616, There Was Once a Truly Sincere. Chapter 616, There Was Once a Truly Sincere. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Not all of them. Seiji looked at her. Miss Doghead Mask, are you here because of this dimensional eye? Don't move on to the main topic so quickly, I still want to chat with you for a little more, she kept chuckling. Which of these beautiful girls have you had a physical relationship with already? Everyone was rendered speechless. I'm sorry, I don't think that we know each other well enough to chat about such a personal topic. Seiji's cheeks twitched. Could it be that you've had sex with all of them already? Of course not. 2 of them, then? None of them. None of them at all? The dog-head mask girl spoke in a surprised tone. Even though Mr. Knight Leader is clearly so handsome. Handsome doesn't mean shameless. Although Seiji wanted to respond in such a manner, he recalled how he had started his own harem, so he was unable to respond out loud in such a manner. Please, let's not talk about this subject anymore, Miss Doghead Mask. Seeing your expression, could it be that a certain part of your body has some difficulties? The doghead mask girl lowered her head and looked at Seiji's crotch area. Not at all. Please don't intentionally sidetrack the topic like this. If you really do have such difficulties, I can help you. There's no need. Let's stop talking about this. Erectile dysfunction is quite a common problem for men. There's no need to worry too much about it. You can just say it out loud honestly. I said that I don't have such a problem. Please, listen to what I'm saying. Seiji retorted forcefully. Hee hee, the doghead mask girl giggled happily before looking at the black oval on the ground. I am indeed here because of this. I'm preparing to go inside and clean up what's within. Are you interested in coming with me, Mr. Knight Leader? The atmosphere instantly changed. Conversation options suddenly appeared in front of Seiji. A. I'm interested. Please allow me to go with you. B. I'm not interested. Please go in by yourself if you like. C. What do you mean by clean up what's inside? Will there be danger? Logically speaking, the best choice for him should be C. He could try and obtain more information. However, Seiji felt that C would be an incorrect answer judging by the aura that this dog-head mask girl was giving off. Directly replying in the affirmative or negative would be the correct answer with her. If he wanted to avoid danger, he should obviously reject her. However, I'm interested. Please allow me to go with you, Seiji replied seriously. Ding, his system notified him that this was the correct answer, which improved her favorability rating towards him. Why did you agree so directly? The dog-head mask girl asked him. I thought that, just like last time, you would ask to know more before making a decision. Last time was about something more important, which was why I wanted to know more information. This time, it only has to do with this. Seiji glanced at the black oval on the ground. I think that this is a dimensional eye, so going to clean up what's within probably means eliminating all the spiritual creatures inside. I don't need to worry about you because I already know how strong you are. However, this is the school that I'm studying at. I feel bad about having you go in by yourself. Besides, I am indeed interested and want to know what it's like inside. Also, maybe you'll be willing to tell me some things I want to know while we're together. You don't suspect that I'll take this opportunity to carry out some nefarious intentions? If someone like you wanted to attack me, you wouldn't need to go to this much trouble. The dog-head mask girl giggled yet again. I'm liking more and more now, Mr. Knight. It's my honor, Seiji responded calmly. Before we enter, how about having these ladies here go back home? Dealing with what's inside will take at least several hours. There's no need to have them wasting so much time standing around doing nothing. We're all going in together. Natsuya spoke up here. It's quite dangerous inside there. You don't have enough power to protect yourselves. The dog-head mask girl looked at Natsuya. If all of you enter this place together, it's highly likely that you'll die inside there. Unless I've underestimated your power levels. However, I think that it's likely I haven't. Her tone was incredibly serious and was warning Natsuya. If you think they're not strong enough, the same goes for me as well, Seiji mentioned. If it's just Mr. Knight, I can still take care of protecting you. We'd still be able to escape even in an emergency situation, the dog-head mask girl told him. I can't guarantee the same if we take even one more person with us. Everyone fell silent for a moment. I understand, Seiji turned to face Natsuya and the others. How about you all just return and wait for me? Natsuya and Shika both revealed unwilling expressions. Hitaka frowned. No need to worry. With Miss Doghead Mask protecting me, I'll be fine. Seiji paused for a moment. This is a rare opportunity. This was just like having a high-level player help a low-level player to level up. He didn't want to miss such an opportunity. Natsuya and the others understood what he meant. Although they were unwilling, they could only accept. However, they didn't want to leave. They wanted to wait here for him. Seiji finally managed to gently convince them to return home to rest and wait for him. The dog-head mask girl silently observed this entire process. After Natsuya and the others were finally convinced to leave, she spoke up again. Actually, as long as you wanted, you could easily have sex with any of them, couldn't you? Especially with that long-haired, big-breasted girl. Seiji was once again rendered speechless. Honestly, please stop bringing up such a topic, Miss Doghead Mask. Seiji felt rather helpless. Don't you have such desires? Why aren't you making a move? I don't want to answer this question. I think that girl is looking forward to you making such a move as well. You only need to push her down on her bed. The dog-head masked girl chuckled. That's enough of this conversation, please. Could it be that you're actually one of the legendary herbivore men? Or are you one of those pure men who believe in sex only after marriage? You can just treat me as such a man. Seiji sighed. Miss Doghead Mask, you shouldn't casually talk about topics such as these. I carry myself quite seriously as a lady. Although, I do act rather casually around you, Mr. Knight. The dog-head masked girl chuckled. So, what's the answer? It simply isn't time yet. You lose points for being insistent on waiting until after marriage. Please apologize to all rule-abiding men in this world. Seiji wasn't insistent to such a degree. However, he didn't feel that men who insisted on such a thing were in the wrong. It's nice that you treasure women. However, you can't just go by formalities only. You also have to truly pay attention to what they want, the dog-head mask girl said, then turned to look at the black dimensional eye. Do you still need time for any preparations? No need. But I do have a request. Seiji looked at her. Please allow me to see your true appearance. Why? In order to improve our trust. Although I've already chosen to believe in you, if it's at all possible, I still want to see who you really are. This way, I'll be able to trust you more. A chilly night breeze blew past them. And here I thought that you weren't interested in my appearance at all. The dog-head masked girl chuckled. That's impossible. It's not really that interesting to constantly talk to someone wearing a dog head mask, Seiji told her honestly. Although your mask is rather cute, I prefer to see a human face. That's not what I want to hear. Mr. Knight, you should be more sincere if you want to make a request. Sincere? That's right, sincere. What type of sincerity? What do you think? The dog-head masked girl folded her arms and used a classical reverse question. Seiji fell silent for a moment as he mulled it over. All right then. Seiji took a deep breath and then covered his face with his hand. He slowly revealed his face and smiled gently and sadly as he slowly spoke. There was once a truly sincere and wonderful relationship I had which I didn't treasure. Only when I lost it did I regret it endlessly. If the gods can give me another chance to start over again, I would tell her just 3 words, I want you. If I could transform this regret of mine into an actual wish, I'd wish for seeing the most beautiful thing in the world once more, your smile. The dog-head mask girl was rendered speechless. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 617, I feel like I was scammed. Chapter 617, I feel like I was scammed. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Ha 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 dot. After remaining silent for a while, the dog-head mask girl started laughing out much louder than her gentle chuckles from before. This handsome boy who pretended to have such deep emotions was just too much for her. What is this, ha? Where did you quote that from? Ha, truly amusing. Of course it's amusing as I quoted it from a classic in my previous world, Seiji thought to himself. He felt even more respect now for the comedy king who created this quote. 1. What is this from? A movie or a television show? Or an anime? The dog-head mask girl asked again after she finally managed to stop laughing. You couldn't have possibly come up with that on the spot? I saw it in a movie from Huaxia, although I forget which one it's from, Seiji told her. A Huaxia movie, the dog-head mask girl paused for a moment. Excellent sincerity, Mr. Knight. Thank you. As long as it pleases you. I was even moved for a moment there, although it was because of comedy, not love. You put on such an excellent performance. The dog-head mask girl chuckled. You have excellent talent for acting. Perhaps we could even make a film together. Miss Dog-Head Mask is actually an actress? Something flashed in Seiji's eyes. I told you before that I'm interested in cosplay. However, I'm not exactly an actress. The dog-head mask girl lifted her hand and slowly took off her mask. The night breeze blew past and caused her beautiful black hair to flutter in the wind. Her incredibly beautiful appearance seemed just like the silver moon in the sky, pure to the point of being holy. To his surprise, Seiji instantly recognized who she was. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. Miyuki Sakuraku. She was the beautiful national idol singer of Sakura Island who countless citizens loved. Ding dong! Aren't you pleasantly surprised, Mr. Knight? Miyuki Sakuraku now spoke differently in a cuter and gentler voice than before. The mysterious girl that you had fun chatting with was actually a first-rate super popular idol. Aren't you delighted? Indeed, Seiji muttered as he regained his sense. This is such a pleasant surprise. I can even give you my autograph and take a selfie together with you. Thank you so much. If you're so happy, you should show it more. Please give me another performance to express your feelings. My acting ability is still on cooldown. I can't use it yet. Then how about singing a song for me? I don't have the courage to sing in front of the best singer in all of Sakura Island. That's praise I like to hear, but I still want you to bring out your courage. I need far more experience to level up my singing skill first. Seiji looked directly at her. It's my honor to meet you, Sakuraku-san. You know my name now, but I still don't know yours. Miyuki smiled. Seiji highly doubted that she knew nothing about him at all. But since she was asking, he might as well introduce himself. I have 2 names. In this school, I'm known as Seigo Harano. To my friends, I'm known as Seiji Haruta. What name should I address you as, then? Either is fine. Which name do you want me to use? Miyuki spoke in an ambiguous tone. Whichever you like, Seiji replied calmly. It would seem that Mr. Knight is truly an herbivore man. Well, that's fine as well. Miyuki chuckled. I'll just call you Harano-kun then. Very nice to meet you. She then put her mask back on. This is a special favor I'm doing just for you, letting you see who I really am. You can't tell anyone else about this. What about that autograph and selfie you promised me? I'll give you an autograph right now if you give me pen and paper. As for a selfie, you'll have to take one with my mask on. I feel like I was just scammed. I've never taken a selfie before with anyone else while looking like this. You should feel honored. Miyuki made a V for victory pose with her fingers like how she always did on television. This seemed rather abnormal because she had her dog head mask on. Although it's difficult for me to accept, I suppose it sort of counts as a type of memory. Seiji really did take out his cell phone and took a picture of him together with Miyuki. As for pen and paper? Please wait for me for 5 minutes. He then ran off at top speed and returned a few minutes later to give the idol pen and paper. Miyuki readily gave him her autograph. Seiji accepted it with great satisfaction. He just obtained a selfie and autograph of the national idol. Although the selfie had a rather big problem with the image, it still counted as a selfie. It greatly satisfied his vanity. Harano-kun is truly such an amusing boy, Miyuki happily praised him. It was now time for serious business. Miyuki brought out a black object. This appeared to be the same object from last time. Seiji could only see that it was shaped like a plate. This item slowly started glowing red. When the light became blinding, Miyuki tossed it onto the black oval. The plate then instantly transformed into a whirlpool-shaped bright red oval. When overlapped on top of the original black oval, the entire spell formation greatly resembled a mysterious eye, the same as the other dimensional eyes that Seiji had seen. The next instant, everything started swirling around him as his vision went hazy and he heard faint sounds. His consciousness also became hazy as he started falling downwards. A blood moon was high in the sky. They were in a dark forest that had a bloody smell to it. A blood-red moon. Could this be the Blood Moon Mountain? Seiji recognized this spirit world. This spirit world was in the information that he received from Hannah. This was a group of mountains illuminated by a round blood moon. And according to the information, this spirit world was far more dangerous than the forest palace. This giant blood moon in the sky didn't simply provide lighting. It was actually a danger in and of itself. Those who looked at it for too long would suffer penalties to their mental spirit and receive negative status conditions. Even those who didn't look at it directly would still receive negative status conditions after being illuminated by it for a period of time. As for how long it took to receive a negative status condition and what status condition was received, that was different for everyone. An analogy would be that this was a dungeon which would give all game players a random debuff. The debuff's type and time would depend on each game player's resistance stat. That's right, this is the Blood Moon Mountain, Miyuki explained. This is a rather high-level inner world. The monsters here are at a similar level to powerful demons from the ancient generation. No ordinary person could survive here. Even average spiritual ability users will easily die here, that's how dangerous it is. High-level inner world. There's no specific standards as of yet. Once Soul Society formally starts operating, we'll be creating a set of standards. Sakuraku-san joined Soul Society? Something flashed in Seiji's eyes. Yep. Hirano-kun should consider joining us as well. There's lots of benefits. Miyuki smiled. I shall consider it. Seiji actually wanted to ask what types of benefits there were, but he didn't have the time to do so. That was because a large number of powerful demons surrounded them. Right, surrounded them. A large number of blood-red vicious demons appeared in the forest. Every single one was on par in power with the one that he, Natsuya, and the others teamed up to take down. This was no joking matter. Seiji felt like his life would be in danger against so many powerful demons. If he was by himself, this would be a dangerous situation where he would need to pull out all his trump cards to break free. As for killing off all these demons, he wouldn't even dare dream of it. It would be quite excellent already if he didn't die to them. As expected of a high-level dungeon. But just as the blood-red demons were about to pounce on them, a high-level player leading the team took action. Miyuki Sakuraku waved her hand and sung a song with her beautiful voice. Seiji instantly recognized the song she was singing. Ethereal Snow. This was the #1 hit single which still topped the charts even now that she released a while back. The moment she started singing, all the pouncing demons froze in their movements as if they had been snared by a large area of effect spell. A truly amazing singer would be able to move people with even an impromptu performance. Without a doubt, Miyuki Sakuraku was an amazing singer. Not to mention, it was quite obvious that she was currently adding something magical to her singing. Just hearing the prelude of this song made Seiji feel like the entire world had changed. The blood moon faded and the forest disappeared. Everything around him turned white, transforming into a frigid yet also gentle aura. A cold, frosty wind gently blew past him. Pure white snowflakes slowly drifted downwards, appearing dreamlike, beautiful, and ethereal. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 618, Let's Play with Buffs. Chapter 618, Let's Play with Buffs. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. A hallucination? No, this was no mere hallucination. When Seiji focused and refreshed his mind, he noticed that the demons were now covered in white snow. This ice and snow spread all over the demons' bodies as the song continued. When Miyuki sung the first climax, the ice and snow now completely enveloped the demons. Soundless snowfall, ethereal dream, vanishing time, traveling away. When she finished the first stanza of her song, all the enemy monsters shattered like they were glass. They then transformed into a thick red mist that gathered itself on Miyuki's body, no, her right hand. She absorbed the mist, in a different way from Hisashi and Mika. Brilliant, Seiji spoke after he finished watching this scene. Killing demons with song? As expected of a national idol singer. That was a special performance just for you, Harano-kun. Miyuki had a playful tone of voice. That actually takes up a lot of my energy. I can't use that ability too often. It gave me a deep impression. Thank you for your performance. No need to be so polite with me, because I intend to have you pay me back by working really hard here. Seiji was rendered speechless. The two of them proceeded forward. When they met with demons again, Seiji unsheathed his sword and went up to fight them. He immediately discovered that there was a barrier on his body which not only blocked the monster's attacks, it even counterattacked with incredible power. This was evidently one of Miyuki's spells. Thanks to her barrier, it became quite easy for him to deal with the demons. After a while of battling, Seiji then noticed that almost all the demons were heading for him and acted as if they didn't even see Miyuki. He instantly realized that this barrier also had to have a taunt effect. I'm being used as a tank. I suppose that's what she meant by having me work hard at it. He thought that he could use her to help him level up, but she was actually making use of him instead. Seiji felt rather subtle about this. Still, it was fine with him. She was a national idol singer, after all. It would seem out of character for her to be the type to rush forward into battle. It was more normal for her to fight in the backline and buff her teammates. As he thought about singer types in anime, the first anime that came to Seiji's mind was an interstellar anime about girls who sang and danced and also piloted mechas in such a foolish way. Their songs started out in a romantic style at first, and then became hot-blooded, then magical, and by the end, their songs were becoming rather demonic. He was getting sidetracked. At any rate, singer types were almost always the type who buffed their allies or had special abilities. They were typically support characters, although there would also be exceptions that were warriors. As for Miyuki Sakuraku, Seiji had no idea if her true abilities were support, mage, or warrior type. Regardless, he would be unable to defeat her at his current level. Without even using any other abilities, just her ethereal snow song now would be more than enough to deal with him. He had fallen victim to the song's hallucination properties as well. If she had targeted him with that song, he would have likely ended up just like those demons. Her special performance was a direct method of showing off how powerful she was. Thanks to the high-level singer's support, the low-level warrior constantly eliminated the large monsters in his way. He started getting numb to the situation. However, the next fearsome monster that he met helped Seiji to recognize just how weak his spiritual abilities were as a very new yin-yang master. This monster was a centipede. It was a giant centipede monster which was over 100 meters long. It had a vicious-appearing head, countless segments to its body, and endless sharp feet. Its entire body was covered in abnormal blood-red runes, giving it a strongly impactful appearance. Ordinary people would surely be scared to the point of fainting, especially if that person had trypophobia. This centipede monster instantly started emitting a large amount of dark green mist the moment it appeared. Right when Seiji sensed danger, a force suddenly tugged him behind Miyuki. "Don't come over. Let me deal with this." He then heard Miyuki shouting. Her voice was obviously quite tense. He then immediately heard a huge sound as if two cars had crashed against each other. Various sounds then followed after that. It was evident that she was battling fiercely against the centipede. Seiji did his best to observe the fight using astral vision. However, his low level of astral vision was unable to let him even see through the centipede's dark green mist. Suddenly, a blood-red flash that had tremendous power shot at him through the mist. Bullet time, activate. Seiji did his best to dodge this danger since even his passive ability had activated. However, the blood red flash had a tremendous area of effect. It was impossible for him to dodge it. Emergency flash, activate. Seiji also activated the third ability of his, Mika character reward card, which allowed him to instantly teleport a small distance in any direction he wanted. This allowed him to successfully dodge the blood red flash. However, boom. Star. Miyuki's barrier and his own barrier that were both on him instantly collapsed just from the shockwave of the blood red flash's impact. He was sent whirling through the air a great distance. He crashed through many branches, snapping them all before crashing into a large tree. That really hurt. Seiji fell down onto the ground and felt like he was about to spit blood despite having a toughened body thanks to the body strengthening technique. He received so much damage just from being on the outer edge of the shockwave's impact. If he had taken a direct hit, he didn't dare to imagine. This centipede was far too powerful. It was on another level entirely from all the other inner world spiritual creatures he had ever met before. The others could all be termed as garbage in front of this one. Perhaps there also needed to be a level system for the spiritual creatures, and categories such as wolf, tiger, demon-type monsters, and so on. Seiji thought about such things as he crawled up and watched the battle from a great distance. He wanted to not get anywhere close to that battle. However, other demon-type monsters started approaching him from the forest. Seiji could only sigh. It wasn't that easy to soak up experience in a high-level dungeon after all. The battling continued for quite a while. Seiji constantly moved around the forest and focused purely on defense over offense. He did his best to prevent himself from becoming completely surrounded. Even so, he was under great pressure. The demons were many and they were all strong. Several times, Seiji kept wanting to use his system's items. If he used some items, he would have a much easier time. However, he finally overcame the urge to do so. He decided instead to treat this as a rare opportunity to improve his combat experience. As he ran around and fought the demons, he also paid attention to the main battle taking place far away from him. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to see anything at all due to the constantly present dark green mist. He could only hear continuous sounds of fighting and see streaks of light shooting out. Would this battle take up to an hour or more? Just as Seiji resolved himself for a long battle of attrition, a sudden ear-piercing screech rang out. It was apparently from the centipede monster. Seiji turned around, only to see that there was an explosive silver-white light that dispelled the dark green mist. An almost liquid-like thick blood-red mist that was evidently from the centipede monster was flying towards the dog-head masked girl's hand. The high-level player had finally defeated the boss. Seiji dodged all the remaining demon's attacks and ran towards her. "Are you alright, Sakura-san?" "I'm fine. How about you?" Miyuki looked at him. "As you can see, not doing so well." Seiji smiled wryly as he pointed at the large number of demons chasing after him. "Could I trouble you to help me out?" Miyuki raised her hand and refreshed her barrier on him. Seiji then turned around to face the demons and happily raised his sword. Slice, 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 slice. All the demons were taken care of. "I apologize for having made you wait so long," Miyuki told him. "It's fine as long as you're alright, Sakura-san." Seiji smiled. "Although it was rather difficult for me to keep up, I obtained excellent experience, but..." "You didn't use the power that you used before?" Miyuki asked. "The power that he used before?" Seiji figured that she was referring to White Calamity, the ability from his Shika character reward card, which he previously used to defeat the Minotaur Mask Boy. "I didn't. That ability had a time limit. He would only be able to use it for a short period of time." "You intentionally held back in order to improve your overall abilities?" Yeah. Excellent. That's what I was hoping for, that you would keep your best abilities in reserve. Miyuki chuckled. Such a powerful ability shouldn't be wasted here so early. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 619 Excellent. Come. Chapter 619 Excellent. Come. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Sakura-kusan wants to use me in dealing with more powerful monsters still inside here? Seiji sharpened his gaze. That's right. That's why I invited you to come here with me, Miyuki admitted. I see. Thank you for your expectations of me. I hope that I won't disappoint you. I definitely won't be disappointed, as long as you show off the same level of strength as last time. The two of them continued. With the assistance of the singer's powerful shield buff, Seiji was easily able to eliminate the mob monsters he encountered. He also remained on guard against the potential Blood Moon debuff that might be inflicted upon him at any moment. Seiji constantly remained vigilant so that he wouldn't be put into a dangerous situation due to receiving an unexpected debuff. However, no debuff appeared on him even after a long time. He wondered if this was a protective effect of Miyuki's barrier, so he asked her this directly. The barrier I cast on you doesn't have the ability to resist the Blood Moon's debuff. If you're still alright even now, that's completely because of you yourself, Harano-kun. Miyuki explained this to him. As expected of Mr. Knight who possesses such a power. Seiji remained silent after hearing this. Did he have a high resistance against the Blood Moon due to possessing White Calamity? Seiji didn't think that would be the case. However, Miyuki's opinion meant that she believed the power of White Calamity to be some type of high-level curse-type spell. She believed him to have a great deal of control over high-level curses. This was probably her misunderstanding, right? Seiji was unsure. Well, Miyuki didn't have any intentions of learning more about his ability. She simply wanted to take advantage of his power. How about you, Sakura-kusan? Have you been cursed by the Blood Moon? Not yet. I have a way of dealing with it. Don't worry about me. After proceeding a bit further, Miyuki suddenly sensed something. She glanced upwards, only to see a giant shadow ambushing them at high speed. The idol singer wanted to pull the boy behind her just like previously. However, she saw him suddenly extracting himself from a group of monsters and retreating at full speed. Asterisk boom. Star. The shadow descended but missed. No, it actually smashed a few demons into little pieces. Both of them had managed to dodge the attack in time. As Seiji retreated to the back, he saw Miyuki going up to fight a boss monster which resembled a bat. He felt that he finally had an opportunity to see how someone as powerful as her would fight. But the next second, the bat monster let out a thick cloud of dark gray mist. Why the hell were all the boss monsters in here like this? Seiji was unable to see through the mist. Just like in the earlier battle against the centipede monster, he could only listen. Damn! Were all the high-level monsters in this dungeon like this? They would fart immediately upon arrival. Whoops, he meant release demon mist. They didn't even allow low-level players to spectate at all. How am I supposed to have fun like this? Seiji felt rather repressed. The weaker demons surrounded him again, so once again he started playing tag with the demons. The third, fourth, and fifth boss monsters all immediately released demon mist upon arrival. As a result, Seiji was completely unable to see just how Miyuki defeated them. It was nice that he was able to train in a high-level dungeon. He was receiving good experience from slaying so many demons. However, Seiji felt rather helpless about not being able to watch the high-level players fighting. After such a long time in here, both Seiji and Miyuki were already quite tired. The next one should be the last one. Are you still alright to go on, Hirano-kun? Of course. How about you, Sakura-san? I'm a little tired, so I would like to leave the last boss up to you, Mr. Knight. I'll just stand on the sidelines and sing to support you. Miyuki chuckled. So she's going to give me the last, most difficult boss monster to deal with? How vicious. Seiji's cheek twitched. Still, at least she was telling him beforehand. If she had such an arrangement, this meant she was confident that he could handle it. I'll be more than happy to do my best and work as hard as I can, but please act to assist me if I can't meet Sakura-san's expectations. You'll lose points if you lack confidence in yourself, you know. I feel that knowing one's limits should give me more points, Seiji replied with a serious expression. Miyuki chuckled to see him like this. I'm beginning to like you even more, Hirano-kun. So relax, I won't let you die. Seiji and Miyuki proceeded up a mountainside. They didn't meet any more demons along the way. The more they ascended, the more they felt an imposing aura and bloody scent. Seiji felt that all this seemed familiar. He already guessed at the identity of the final boss monster. This made Seiji start looking forward to the showdown. He also recalled past memories which kept raising his passion and making his blood heat up. Finally, Seiji and Miyuki reached the top of the mountain. The mountaintop was incredibly wide and flat, without a single tree to be seen. It appeared to be dyed blood red due to the blood moon's illumination. There was a giant stone chair in the middle of the flat mountaintop. This chair seemed like it was carved out of a tremendous boulder, and it was shaped like a throne. No, it was indeed a throne. There was a gigantic demon with a vicious appearance, red hair, and long horns sitting on the throne. A giant wine gourd was to the right of the stone throne, while a scarlet giant axe was to the left. Shutendaji, the king of 100 demons. This Shutendaji was almost exactly identical to the one Seiji previously fought against. As expected, is that you? Seiji muttered to himself while looking at Shutendaji. The demon had its eyes closed and appeared to be in a deep sleep. You've seen this demon before? Miyuki asked him. I'm not sure. This demon greatly resembles one I've seen before. Seiji paused for a moment. Just where do demons in the inner world come from? I can't answer this question. You don't know the answer, or you know but can't answer? Miyuki smiled without responding. Seiji glanced at her before looking back at Shutendaji. He then quickly cast all the spells he knew on himself, including even the buffs under the Yin-Yang Seal category. He didn't leave anything in reserve at all. At this moment, Shutendaji appeared to sense something. He slowly opened his eyes to reveal that his pupils were blood red. Gra! Shutendaji roared deafeningly, causing a blood-red mist to appear all around them. Large numbers of demons materialized on the ground and in midair. Miyuki started singing. Like before, she still sang Ethereal Snow. The moment she started singing, her song immediately stopped the mist from spreading as well as snared all the demons in place. While the veteran game player had a singing duel with the enemy boss, a crowd control competition, Seiji used his Overload ability twice in succession to power up his White Calamity skill that he had been saving. Shutendaji stood up and grabbed the wine gourd with one hand and his axe in the other. Seiji manifested a pure white spiritual figure and overlaid it on himself. Shutendaji raised his axe and swung his wine gourd. Your figure is becoming hazy, my memories are turning black and white, Miyuki's singing echoed under the blood moon as it eliminated the mist and demons. Seiji and Shutendaji attacked simultaneously. The color of blood red flashed everywhere. A golden sword slash clashed against it. Demon and human, song and moon, past and present. All of these mixed together in a fierce battle. Light-chan, you said before you left that I would become someone strong. The current me isn't that strong yet, but I suppose I do have some power now, right? I don't know if this is the same Shutendaji from last time. It would be nice if he is, but it's fine even if he isn't. If you're watching me from somewhere, then take a good look. I shall win. Seiji remembered his past fight against Shitendaji and honored his bonded spirit from that time as he did his best against the evil demon in front of him. The king of 100 demons was strong. Shitendaji was overwhelmingly powerful in all aspects. Seiji was only able to keep things an even match with the power of the double overloaded, white calamity. Seiji used all his spells, martial arts techniques, yin-yang seal abilities, and other skills. He focused completely on this battle. And felt amazing while doing so. The blood-red figure violently clashed against the golden-white figure. They kept crashing into each other and then separating. Their fierce battle sent out shockwaves that shattered the demon's stone throne into tiny pieces. Dragon counterattack. A golden divine dragon shattered the large wine gourd. Demon suppression bell. A golden mystic bell crushed the blood-red axe. Shitendaji roared after he lost both his weapons. He got down on all fours as long claws grew out of his hands while mystic runes appeared on his body. Shitendaji's hair started glowing as he transformed into a vicious beast form, greatly increasing his imposing manner. Excellent. Come. Seiji smiled in a hot-blooded and fearless fashion. The demon pounced on him as swiftly as lightning. Seiji greeted Shitendaji with a flash of his sword. Why did we meet by chance would be better to never meet. Have you ever heard the sound of snowfall? Miyuki sung the second climax of her song. The battle was almost about to be over. Despite his hot-bloodedness, Seiji hadn't lost himself to passion. He was still calm on the inside. White Calamity was about to run out of time soon. The countdown had begun. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 620, Dujijiri. Chapter 620, Dujijiri. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Seiji's excitement from battling started melding together with the tension of his ability's time limit. He was now concentrating with great intensity, which seemingly caused him to surpass his limits and enter a wondrous mental state. This condition was difficult to describe. Seiji felt like he had never achieved this state before, yet it also seemed familiar. He felt like he was greatly restrained, yet also completely free. Everything felt so far away but also so close by. Under the blood moon's illumination, Seiji stepped forward while grasping onto his long sword. Energy welled up within him as he faced the furiously roaring demon. Reality seemed ethereal to him, yet this ethereal vision was reality. His past life, current life, past memories, future expectations, family, friends, acquaintances, a gray world, countless murmurs, and a white flash all passed by him. Hold your sword well and look in front of you. A voice suddenly sounded in his ears. This voice was Light-chan? You can do it. You only need one swing of your sword. Is that you, Minamoto no Reiko? Human power is quite weak. The physical body has upper limits. No matter how much a human pushes their physical body, it's still difficult to fight against vicious and evil demons and gods. However, human souls possess endless possibilities. Although the soul's power stems from the physical body, it can far exceed the physical body's power. If that's you, you should at least say something like long time no see. The source of demons, human spirit, physical body's support, sword's soul, ... What are you saying? I don't understand. What's going on, Light-chan? Are you trying to teach me something? As long as, you'll definitely be able to, absolutely kill. Hey, if you're trying to teach me some technique, you should speak clearer. How am I supposed to learn if you speak so unclearly? Still, it's wonderful that I get to speak to you again. Although I don't know why you're suddenly able to talk to me and even teach me a technique, thank you. I feel like I've learned something. Seiji truly thanked the heroic spirit as he firmly grasped his new understanding and made it into his own strength. *Gra. The vicious Shitendaji pounced towards him once again. Seiji didn't even attempt to dodge. Instead, he tossed away his shield and held his long sword with both hands. He even closed his eyes. Miyuki was astonished to see this. For an instant, she felt like she saw a tall samurai's figure overlap with Seiji. Back in a generation where demons were rampant and often harmed humans, a certain hero managed to slay the evilest and most vicious of demon kings despite being only human. His most powerful sword technique was lost to time, but its name survived as this was the name given to the sword that this hero famously used. His sword later became renowned as the greatest demon-slaying sword of legend. That legendary sword which cut off the demon king Shitendaji's head in a single blow was Dujijiri. Shing. Seiji's sword flashed and rang out with a surprisingly gentle sound. He didn't slice, chop, or cleave. He simply cut. His sword cut quite gently. It cut as gently as the falling snow. Miyuki Sakuraku witnessed something unbelievable. The Demon King was clearly in his vicious beast form while charging at the youth. The youth also swung his sword directly from the front. Yet the next instant, the Demon King's corpse was sent flying. Its head was cleanly cut off. This was something that appeared completely illogical. It was as awkward as if a movie was missing a few critical seconds of an action scene. It gave Miyuki quite an uncomfortable feeling. Just how did Seiji cut and swing to create such an effect? Miyuki didn't understand at all. Either the laws of physics were distorted, or the concept of space itself was distorted. Miyuki believed that the latter was more likely. That was because she had previously witnessed sword techniques that were capable of distorting space itself. That had the same effect of her not being able to understand what happened despite seeing everything clearly. This was a top-level martial arts technique. It reached the peak of spiritual ability-boosted martial arts. Why was he capable of using such a sword technique? Miyuki was incredibly curious. She previously thought that his curse power was Seigo Harano, Seiji Haruta's strongest ability in his arsenal. She never expected that he had something even more powerful. You have received teaching from a heroic spirit and defeated a powerful vicious demon. You have now learned the self-realized techniques, Dujijiri, and martial arts technique, Shadow Cut. Seiji received a system notification and immediately wanted to check it out. However, now it was inconvenient to do so. After killing the Demon King Shitendaji, Seiji felt his body heating up with a dense warmness. He could feel his spiritual power increasing at a tangible pace. As expected of a high-level dungeon. He improved in spiritual power more than during his previous 2 trips to spirit worlds combined. Still, the higher-level game player received even more benefits. Seiji witnessed Miyuki absorbing the Demon King Shitendaji's thick blood-red mist. Seiji and Miyuki then left the inner world and returned to Genhana High School. That was a beautiful sword technique that you used to finish things. I think I'm falling in love, Miyuki praised him. Thank you for your kind words. That sword technique was mostly just luck. Seiji never expected that he would suddenly receive teaching from Light-chan. Nor did he expect that he would be able to understand it. He could only exclaim at what had happened. Something flashed in Miyuki's eyes as she observed his face. Tell me your number. Your cell phone number. Oh, Seiji told her his cell phone number. Thank you for being my partner for the fight today. I shall send the courageous Mr. Knight a present at a future date. I'll be in touch. There's no need to be so formal. I should be the one thanking you, Sakuraku-san. You helped to eliminate the problem at this school. I didn't act for the sake of this school at all. I acted because I would gain personal benefits. Even so, I still want to express my thanks. Then go out with me on a date. Seiji made a foolish sound. The next time that I want to take a small vacation, you'll be the best choice as someone to accompany me, Harano-kun. Miyuki chuckled. If you feel like you should thank me, then accompany one more time. Seiji was rendered speechless. He felt as if he had just fallen for a trap. Sakura-san, I need to tell you that I have a girlfriend. No worries. I don't mind. But I mind. Seiji thought to himself. As a top-level idol, wouldn't you have many choices to choose from if you wanted to go out on a date? I'm quite interested in Harano-kun. Miyuki responded in an ambiguous tone of voice. Please allow me to say once again that I have a girlfriend. Please also allow me to say once again that I don't mind. Although it's quite an honor, I can't go out on a date with girls other than my girlfriend. I apologize. Let's change things up then. Be my servant for a day. That's fine. No, wait. That's a problem as well. Serving someone like me is something that so many can only dream of. You should be begging for the honor of such a duty. Miyuki intentionally used a haughty tone. Although that might be the case, isn't it too shameless of you to say it yourself? Seiji retorted. As a special service, I can even allow you to lick my feet. I don't want that at all. I'll wear silk stockings and allow you to lick them. You can even choose the color of my stockings. I'm still not interested. You can lick all the way to my thighs. Qua. Seiji couldn't help but imagine the fantastical scene. This caused him to start shouting out loudly as he received this mental attack. Licking the national idol singer's black silk stocking beautiful legs, all the way from the foot to her white and tender thighs. No! He needed to stop thinking about this. Miyuki chuckled happily upon seeing how shaken Seiji was. I'm just joking. I would never let you lick me like that, she told him after laughing for a while. Phew! I knew it, Seiji felt somewhat reassured. At most, I would only give you a pair of panties that I was wearing. Wah! The pitiful boy who was unable to control his fantasies was teased some more by the idol girl who had great amounts of fun. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 621, Do you want to add her to your harem? Chapter 621, Do you want to add her to your harem? Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. How are you feeling, Seiji? I'm fine, I'm just a little tired. Seiji dragged his exhausted self to the student council president's residence after he finally managed to split up from Miyuki. Natsuya and the other girls were waiting for him there, so he explained what happened to them. Similar incidents might occur in the future as well. We need to be on guard. After Soul Society is finished formally establishing itself, it will begin dealing with all spirit world-related issues. The system for how this will work is still unknown. Also, Soul Society will publicize some more information on inner worlds in the future. But if you want more details, you'll have to join Soul Society, that's what she told me. Seiji passed along this message Miyuki told him before she left. She's a member of Soul Society, or a candidate to join, is that correct? Natsuya inquired. Seiji nodded. This could be assumed from everything that Miyuki told him. Although I'm thankful to her for dealing with that inner world, her arrival's timing was far too coincidentally convenient for her. I suspect that this entire incident might be connected to her. Natsuya folded her arms. Or, perhaps she has her sights set on you. I feel the same way, Seiji said. It was actually far more than a feeling for him. Seiji knew for certain that Miyuki had her sights set on him. He just didn't know to what extent. It was his honor to have the national idol paying so much attention to him, just kidding. Miyuki Sakuraku was no ordinary person at all. Having her sights on him might be beneficial, or it could be a drawback. The only thing that could be confirmed right now was that she had no hostile intentions towards him. For the time being, she counted as an ally. Is she really beautiful? Natsuya suddenly asked such a question while looking directly at Seiji's face. She is. Miyuki Sakuraku was a national idol beauty, after all. By the standards of his previous world, she had an appearance that was 1 out of a million. Do you want to add her to your harem? Natsuya narrowed her eyes slightly. Seiji hurriedly shook his head. Not at all. I simply think objectively that she's beautiful. That's all? You don't like her even one bit? Maybe I like her just a little, but. This was only the type of liking that he enjoyed watching her as an idol. However, he had promised to keep Miyuki's identity a secret, so he couldn't tell that to Natsuya. Natsuya's gaze became even icier. Shika and Hitaka's gazes also became icier as they observed this conversation. Seiji felt like their gazes were stabbing him through his heart. Although I already know that you have such a personality, I still want to remind you that you shouldn't let yourself be taken advantage of by others so easily. Natsuya sighed after staring at her boyfriend for quite a while. I shall be careful. Seiji could only respond in such a way. Self-realized technique, Dujijiri. Mystical sword technique. Can only be used when your white calamity, humanoid spiritual figure is overlaid upon yourself while you are wielding a sword-type weapon. You will be able to attack once with a supreme demon-slaying sword attack. This ability will cost you mana, mental spirit, and physical energy to use. The attack's power depends on how much mana, mental spirit, and physical energy you spend. Limited to 1-time usage per day. Use a human sword to obtain the Demon King's head. This self-realized technique was added onto his Shika Kagura character reward card. The new Dujijiri technique was added onto the first ability, White Calamity. Did this count as his character reward card leveling up? Seiji wondered that to himself. It would seem that the character reward cards weren't absolutely unchanging. New abilities could be added due to his own realizations. Other factors might influence the card's abilities as well. In other words, his character reward cards had the potential to level up. But they would also have the risk of leveling down, wouldn't they? All my character reward cards have eternal, everlasting effects. I cannot use the character reward cards or lose them in any way. However, these character reward cards are capable of evolving. Seiji rubbed his chin in contemplation. If they level down, if some strange or even negative abilities appear, it will be the same as me obtaining a permanent debuff that I'm unable to get rid of. His powerful soul-bound equipment had the potential to become cursed equipment. Man, you really pulled a good one on me by hiding such a trap, system of mine. Seiji imagined his system as a fairy with a retort, just don't let your character reward cards level down, then. I have confidence in you. Seiji was rendered speechless by himself. Still, all of this was only a possibility. As long as he didn't act in some idiotic manner to lose everyone's friendship, his character reward cards were highly unlikely to evolve in strange manners. And there were many benefits to the fact that his character reward cards could level up. Although this new Dujijiri technique was limited in its usage, it had incredibly high attack power. Dujijiri was also extremely effective when used against demon-type enemies. As for his other new technique, Shadow Cut, was the same as Dujijiri, except that Shadow Cut was super effective against spiritual creature-type enemies. These techniques had high costs to them, but could be improved in level once he was sufficiently well practiced with them. Seiji believed that these two techniques were likely lower-level versions of the real Dujijiri technique from history. If he leveled this skill to the maximum, perhaps he would no longer need to use White Calamity together with it. He might also no longer have the limit of only being able to use it once per day. Thank you for your teachings, Light-chan. Once again, Seiji expressed his gratitude in his heart to the heroic spirit. He was rather physically and mentally tired after this incident. However, he had also received a great harvest. The weekend was coming up. Seiji intended to have a good rest. Sunday morning. The weather was wonderful with the sun being bright and sunny. It was a wonderful day to be outside and enjoy the air. Have fun, it's fine even if you don't come back tonight. Chiaki said goodbye to Seiji and Mika with a tone as if she was an older sister looking out for them. We will definitely be coming back tonight. Seiji and Mika headed out for a date together at the aquarium. Last night, Mika told him that she wanted to go visit the aquarium. This made Seiji recall the water-based inner world that Mika had been trapped in, causing him to reveal a rather subtle expression. The twin-tailed girl knew exactly what he was thinking. She said that it was exactly because she got trapped in such an abnormal dimension that she wanted to go take a look at an ordinary aquarium. Seiji and Mika walked to a nearby monorail station and took the monorail to the aquarium. There were many people on the monorail at this time of day. It was incredibly crowded. Seiji and Mika had to stand extremely close to each other in a corner. Today, the beautiful twin-tailed girl was wearing a camisole top, a miniskirt, and white socks. She was movingly beautiful, not in a flashy manner, but rather in a way that boys would want to take second looks at her. She had excellent charisma that attracted many male gazes. Seiji also noticed how cute she appeared today. He imperceptibly edged a bit closer to Mika. Mika's face reddened as she leaned herself against his body. Seiji felt something soft and warm press up against him. Numerous hentai plots about trains started entering his mind. However, he hurriedly stopped his dangerous line of thinking before he could act on his impulses. With such a beautiful girlfriend by his side, Seiji was having a lot of fun even if the monorail was rather crowded today. They arrived at the aquarium station and entered the Pacific Island Aquarium. This was a relatively well-known location with many visitors. Compared to the Empire World Amusement Park, the Pacific Island Aquarium had more couples out on dates and fewer families. Seiji and Mika purchased tickets to enter and followed the suggested route as they enjoyed watching and learning about all the aquatic animals on display at the aquarium. After experiencing mystical abnormalities, the normal now seemed a lot more attractive. Without even mentioning anything else, simply enjoying the view without having to worry about the aquatic animals suddenly attacking them was quite relaxing. There were extravagant lionfish, mighty-appearing lobsters, cute little eels, and glowing jellyfish. Seiji and Mika gradually got absorbed in admiring all the beautiful aquatic creatures. They took pictures as memories, laughed and chatted, and enjoyed fun times together. Seiji and Mika then visited the number one attraction at the aquarium, the Phantom Blue Sea. This fish tank, more accurately, the display windows alone were 3 stories high. Its length exceeded 20 meters. Large amounts of varied aquatic creatures swam freely in this tank, including whale sharks that were almost 10 meters long. This was the largest fish tank in all of Sakura Island. Every single visitor to the Phantom Blue Sea display all reviewed it as the attraction that gave them the deepest impression at the aquarium. Objectively speaking, the Phantom Blue Sea display was indeed impressive. However, it wasn't all that impactful to Seiji and Mika after having visited a water-based inner world and seeing so many aquatic monsters. It was very difficult to be awed by ordinary sharks after having fought against a vicious and giant half-crocodile, half-squid monster which was more than 10 meters long. Still, Seiji and Mika still felt that the aquarium's display was beautiful. There were many different creatures in the Phantom Blue Sea fish tank. However, things inside didn't appear chaotic at all. All the various shapes and colors complemented each other well. When a large whale shark elegantly swam next to the window display, many tourists exclaimed while some children screamed. A lot of people took many pictures of the whale shark with their cell phones. So beautiful, Mika also praised the site. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 622 Daddy, Someone's Kissing. Chapter 622, Daddy, someone's kissing. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. The next moment, the whale shark broke out of the fish tank and attacked the crowd of people. Just kidding, such a thing didn't happen at all. Whale sharks were actually a type of filter feeder that primarily fed on plankton, shrimp, small squids, and other such aquatic animals. Whale sharks weren't like great white sharks at all, so whale sharks wouldn't attack people even if one broke out of the fish tank. Something seemed wrong about this though? Seiji noticed that his thoughts were getting rather sidetracked. He could only comment on himself being a daydreamer. At this moment, someone took his hand. Seiji turned around to see Mika standing right next to him. Her eyes were watery and she had a seductive expression on her face. At that time, "Thank you for coming to save me," she told him gently. Seiji recalled the way she looked at that time, which caused his heartbeat to rapidly quicken. He took a look at her face, and then looked at her lips. He was already kissing her by the time that he regained his senses. Mika passionately kissed him as well, just like the previous time. Some of the nearby aquarium visitors noticed this passionate scene. Some people's faces reddened as they averted their gazes. Others looked towards their own partners. "Daddy, someone's kissing." A little boy started yelling out loudly. "Shoo! Don't be so noisy. Don't look." The little boy's father stopped him. "Take a look at that big shark." Although Seiji and Mika both wanted to kiss for longer, they didn't want to stay here and become an attraction themselves. They soon separated from each other. Mika clutched tightly onto Seiji. Although she was rather embarrassed, she also felt blissful. Her face was entirely flushed red. Her bliss then reached a peak when Seiji lightly whispered to her, "I like you, Mika." Seiji and Mika continued touring the aquarium on the recommended path. They had lunch together at one of the aquarium's restaurants during lunchtime. It was a nice experience to enjoy the aquarium's view while eating lunch. Unfortunately, there were too many people, so they weren't able to get a seat directly next to any displays. After lunch, Seiji and Mika continued to tour the aquarium. They then reached the penguin exhibit. The twin-tailed girl's eyes instantly lit up when she saw these cute waddling creatures. Although the phantom blue sea display was magnificent, nothing the aquarium had could compare in cuteness to the penguins. The penguin exhibit was forever popular with girls and children. These black and white creatures that had excellent popularity due to cuteness caused Seiji to think of pandas. He felt that not a single creature existed that would be more of a professional at acting cute than pandas. Seeing how much Mika liked the penguins, perhaps it would be a good idea to take her to see some pandas next time, Seiji surmised. Seiji observed Mika with a gentle expression. That was when he suddenly noticed a familiar person in the penguin exhibit. Miyabi Ishihara. This student librarian / light novel author was standing in a corner, silently observing the penguins. Nobody was standing next to her. It appeared that she had come by herself. A female author who was touring the aquarium by herself, it really made her seem like a literary girl. Should he go over to greet her? Seiji was rather hesitant about this. At this moment, Miyabi noticed him watching her and turned around to meet his gaze. When she saw Seigo Harano and the beautiful twin-tailed girl next to him, Miyabi blinked before widening her eyes slightly. Suddenly, there was a loud smack. A young child had tripped and fallen next to Seiji. Seiji reflexively turned to look. He saw a young mother helping her child to get back up again as she gently consoled him. Seiji then turned back around to see that Miyabi was walking over. "Hello, Ishihara-senpai." Seiji greeted her when she arrived. "Hello, Harano-san." Miyabi greeted him back and glanced over at Mika. "Are the two of you on a date?" "Nah," Mika responded. "We're just having fun together as friends." Miyabi looked at Mika. "Hello, nice to meet you, Ishihara-san. My name is Mika Uehara." Seigo has told me about you before, Mika politely introduced herself. Hello? Uehara-san. Miyabi looked her over. She then looked back at Seiji and asked him directly, Harano-san, won't your girlfriend mind that you're out here having fun together with Uehara-san? About this? Of course she won't mind, Mika answered before Seiji could say anything else. President Yorihana knows about this. Miyabi was rendered speechless. As she silently glanced Seiji over, he felt as if he was being judged. Did you come here by yourself, Ishihara-senpai? Seiji tried to talk in as natural a tone as possible. Miyabi nodded slightly. Would you like to go together with us? Miyabi shook her head. I came here to find inspiration, she spoke in a light tone. And now I've found it. The last part she said seemed to have some profound meaning behind it. I see, well, that's good. Seiji's cheek twitched. Have fun, Harano-san, together with your friend. Miyabi glanced at both of them again and placed extra emphasis on the word friend. She then turned around to leave. I'm sorry, Mika, Seiji apologized to Mika after Miyabi Ishihara left. No need. This is something that we've all agreed upon already. Mika smiled. Natsuya would have the official status as Seiji's girlfriend in others' eyes. Mika and Chiaki would remain only as Seiji's good friends. This was something everyone agreed upon beforehand. As for whether or not others believed this or what they thought, that was out of their control. Rather than what other people thought about him, Seiji was more worried about what his girlfriends would feel. But he could only be apologetic. I really am such a scumbag, Seiji thought to himself. At the end of the aquarium tour, Seiji and Mika finished up by watching a dolphin performance. They purchased a whale shark plushie to remember this visit with. They then left the aquarium, took the monorail back, and walked at a slow and idle pace back to the Uehara apartments. When they passed by a park, Mika suddenly said that she wanted to sit down for a little while inside. And so, they went inside the park and sat down on a bench together. They leaned against each other and held each other's hands. Seiji and Mika enjoyed this moment of silence. Mika wanted to say something, but then felt like she didn't need to say anything at all. She nudged even closer to him and felt his warmth. Her mouth started arcing upwards as she slowly closed her eyes. Seiji observed her for a good while before closing his eyes as well. Time passed by silently as a soft breeze blew past them. Several falling leaves swirled around the park bench. One leaf fell on Mika's face, causing her to open her eyes to see what it was. She saw that he was now sleeping. I like you, Seiji, Mika spoke gently to his sleeping self. What's with the ending to that date? It seems just like a PG-13 film, Chiaki couldn't help but make such a comment after learning that Seiji and Mika merely sat together for an hour in the park without doing anything else after leaving the aquarium. Seiji merely responded with a smile. Perhaps it was indeed a bit PG-13. Although they only sat down quietly and rested, Mika and him both felt that it was rather nice. That was more than enough for him. After that wonderful date, what Seiji needed to do next was prepare for the blood wine ritual tournament. Later that night, Hana sent Seiji information on the other participants. All 7 major yin-yang master families had members participating in this tournament. These members were all ones that were assessed as average or even lacking talent. It almost seemed as if they were only entering to help fill in the numbers. Despite this, they were still from top-ranking families, so they likely weren't all that weak. Apart from the 7 major yin-yang master families, the 3 major samurai families as well as the 2 major ninja sects were also participating in the tournament. Even the Himiki judging clan had someone joining the tournament. The tournament members from these families could be classified as the most likely strongest opponents. They were considered as the first class, and were the fewest. The second-class opponents were people from slightly weaker yin-yang master families and so on. The majority of the participants were rated by Hana as second-class opponents. Other participants were categorized as third-class. These were typically individuals with no factions backing them up, or only very weak factions or families. There were fewer third-class opponents than second-class, but more than first-class. Hana only had basic information, or even no information available on the first-class opponents. Information on the second-class opponents was mostly available. Information on the third-class opponents was incredibly detailed, down to their personal combat techniques and experiences. The more powerful a faction was, the harder it was to investigate them. They would be better at keeping information secret on their own members' strength. Spiritual ability users belonging to weaker factions basically had all their information known to the more powerful factions. Seiji felt like he was learning about the modern-day spiritual ability user society's food chain from all this. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 623, His personal experience is just like. Chapter 623, His personal experience is just like. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Seiji figured that the reason for having a group team battle first before individual battles was in order to weaken the food chain, or the influence of the top-level factions. During the group stage, even if someone was particularly strong and had lots of information, it was still possible for that person to lose. In comparison, the weaker participants would have better chances of at least making it through the group stage. You need to be especially on guard against Shigeru Tendo of the Tendo family, Hana warned him. He likely has a deep grudge against all Harutas. He's the younger brother of the genius from the Tendo family that I told you before. Shigeru Tendo's older brother challenged our older sister Yui to a duel, and she burned him to death. Although Shigeru Tendo is looked down upon for being low in ability compared to his deceased older brother, unconfirmed rumors say that he has now obtained the teachings and martial arts techniques of the Yanagi family, one of the three major samurai families. Not only that, he was personally taught by Ryugu Yanagi, the strongest member of the Yanagi family. The Yanagi samurai family was well known in Sakura Island, even to ordinary people, for having produced many sword saints. Everyone had different opinion who the strongest sword saint in history was. However, it was indisputable as to which family had produced the most sword saints in Sakura Island's history. That would be the Yanagi family. Or to be more technical, the Yanagi school. It would be incredibly shocking for a yin-yang master family member to obtain martial arts teachings from such a top-level samurai family. The samurai families, especially the most powerful ones, had incredibly complex feelings towards yin-yang masters. The word distaste was far too insufficient to describe their feelings. Yin-yang masters and their families were one of the most powerful types of factions in the current generation. The samurai factions were forced to swallow down their pride and cooperate with yin-yang masters for the sake of their personal benefits. Arranged marriages were even made between the samurai families and yin-yang master families. However, the samurais would find it much harder to accept teaching martial arts to yin-yang masters than having their families being linked by marriage. In summary, it would be quite difficult for a yin-yang master family member to obtain teaching from the major Yanagi samurai family. It would be much more difficult to obtain compared to a warrior family member trying to obtain the same teaching, even if this yin-yang master was from the Tendo family, which was one of the 7 major yin-yang master families. Or, it should be said that precisely because Shigeru Tendo was from one of the 7 major families, it would be even harder for him. However, Shigeru Tendo, who was condescendingly called low ability by others, obtained the Yanagi family's martial arts teachings. And, he was even personally taught by the strongest member of the Yanagi family. This type of information was just unbelievable. Was that why Hana said it was only an unconfirmed rumor? Hana answered Seiji affirmatively. This information is only at the level of an urban myth. It's impossible for me to ascertain if it's real or not. But if it's real, it'll definitely cause a huge commotion in the spiritual ability user society. If all this is real, his personal experience is just like the main character of a classical martial arts web novel. Seiji's cheek twitched. That's right, and you're the one playing the part of the antagonist. You're the evil relative of the villain who killed his older brother. That's why you need to be on guard against him, the cat-eared hat girl told him. Also, the Yoshiaki and Mitarai families are also participating. Neither of their families are from the 7 major Inyan master families, and judging from the information I have, Okubo Yoshiaki and Akatsuki Mitarai weren't close to their families at all. But, it's also quite possible that their families will still come looking for revenge against you. Be careful against them as well. And, only the Haruta family knows that your name was stricken from the Haruta family records. All outsiders will still think that you're a member of the Haruta family. Some people might even target you because of your family name. You need to remember that as well. I will. Thank you for worrying about me, younger sis. Seiji expressed his thanks. Don't call me something disgusting like that. As always, Hana still expressed her disgust. But, she continued speaking immediately. New equipment for you and Shika Kagura will be delivered to Natsuya Yorihana's residence tomorrow. Have her help you make the final adjustments. New equipment? Seiji raised his eyebrows at this. He didn't recall making such a request? Shika-chan and I already have equipment from you. That's only standardized equipment for normal situations. You absolutely need better equipment for such a major tournament. Hana, don't act so moved. This is just natural as I'm your ally, so of course I'd support you. I'm not worried about you or anything like that at all. The cat-eared hat girl had a complete aura of tsunderiness about her. Still, Seiji felt like she was really cute like this. He wanted to pat her on the head. It was a pity that they were video chatting, so he couldn't actually do this. Thank you. He thanked her sincerely once again. Hana averted her gaze. Right, about equipment. After I previously took Hisashi to train in the domain, his condition has remained normal up until now. So, I intend to start taking others to train in the domain as well. I need some spiritual equipment for them also, Seiji told her. Until the blood wine ritual tournament began, rather than cultivating by himself, he preferred to train in the inner world together with his friends. This would be both training for himself as well as a good warm-up. Hana agreed to also provide additional spiritual equipment for his friends. After confirming that there was nothing else to discuss, Hana hung up the video chat. Seiji then began perusing the information on all the tournament participants. The first information file that he reviewed was on a person named Shunto Haruta. In a way, Shunto was the real representative for the Haruta family in this tournament. Hana didn't even mention this relative in the video chat just now. Nor did the original Seiji Haruta have any memories of knowing this person. This meant that Seiji and Shunto had basically no connection to each other, almost as if they were strangers. Still, Seiji was quite interested in the youth named Shunto who shared the same family name as him. Apart from Shunto Haruta, Seiji was also interested in the participant from the Yorihana family. According to Seiji's agreement with Aoran Yorihana, if Seiji managed to win the blood wine ritual tournament, he would hand over the additional prizes he'd receive other than the power-up wine in exchange for the Yorihana family's agreement on him being together with Natsuya. No, not hand over. Aoran had promised to purchase the prizes at a fair price. But still, Seiji was basically fighting for the benefits of the Yorihana family rather than the Haruta family in this tournament. Of course, the Yorihana family's own participant would definitely still want to win for themselves. That person could simply give the prizes over to the Yorihana family as well. Seiji shared interests with the Yorihana family's participant, but they also had foundationally different goals. At most, they would be able to establish a temporary alliance. Should he try contacting the Yorihana family participant through Natsuya? He decided to talk about it later with Natsuya. Monday morning was another bright and sunny day with excellent weather. Seiji and the others all went to school as normal. When he arrived at school, many students paid attention to his presence. Something indeed seemed different from how they previously looked at him. However, at least there was no discrimination, hostility, or enmity. Seiji walked into Year 1 Class 5's classroom. He greeted his classmates normally, and they greeted him normally in return. When all the students arrived in their class, Seiji walked up to the podium and thanked everyone in class for supporting him. No need to be so formal. We're all classmates. Koji Hashihara represented the whole class in saying this. Later, Seiji went to thank Ogi Takasugi and the others that went to the trouble of making school-wide announcements supporting him. Seiji actually wanted to thank all the students at school through a school-wide announcement. However, he felt that would be making too much of a big deal out of things. The sports competition incident would have to end just like that. After school ended for the day, Seiji headed over to the student council president's residence to check out the tournament equipment that Hana had shipped over. Both he and Shika received some runic scale armor. Seiji also received a pair of special wrist guards which greatly strengthened his defensive capabilities, allowing him to use his wrist guards as shields. They were also capable of helping him to cast a powerful defensive barrier. Seiji figured that the scale armor would also pack quite a punch when beating someone with it. According to Natsuya, the wrist guards were named Layered Clouds. Just like the runic scale armor, these were specialized custom equipment made by and for the Haruta family. Meanwhile, Shika received some equipment that focused more on speed and agility. She was given a pair of spiritual shoes named Condor Dance to go with her runic scale armor. These shoes were also specialized Haruta family custom equipment. Seiji also received an even higher level piece of equipment, his new longsword, the Wakamitsu. The Wakamitsu wasn't a famous sword like Demon Blade Muramasa. However, it was actually a better spiritual weapon than the latter, and possessed particularly good spiritual attack power. After just testing it slightly, Seiji immediately felt like it was far better a weapon than his previous longsword. As expected of a high-quality item. Updated by Novel.com. He and Shika put on all of their equipment and went to the basement practice field to test things out. Natsuya recorded the test results, data, and what they both thought of the equipment. After the tests were over, Seiji returned to his room, took off the equipment, and then went to the living room. I shall finish making the final adjustments to your equipment as fast as I can, Natsuya said while pouring some tea for him. Thank you. Seiji had a sip of the warm tea. It was quite tasty. You don't need to rush the equipment's final adjustments. It's fine as long as it's ready by the tournament's start. Also, I'd like to talk to you about the Yorihana family's participant in the tournament. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 624, Do you desire to become a magical girl? Chapter 624, Do you desire to become a magical girl? Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Natsuya fell silent for a moment after hearing Seiji's idea about allying with the Yorihana family participant. A while later, she shook her head. I think it's better that you don't formally ally with my family in the tournament. Even if you reach an accord, it's highly likely that you'll receive more drawbacks than benefits. Okay, then. I'll forget about it. Seiji directly decided to abandon this idea after hearing her say so. He had only thought of it as a hopeful possibility to begin with. But since Natsuya thought it was a bad idea, he decided to simply let it go. Something flashed in Natsuya's eyes. She wanted to say something, but decided against it in the end. Seiji had resolved himself to enter this Battle Royale tournament. It would be unnecessary for her to apologize any further to Seiji for getting him involved. By the way, Kana Fujihara-san is joining this tournament as well. I want to contact her, Seiji mentioned. Later that night. Seiji called Kanna Fujihara and learned that she was only joining this tournament because her family was forcing her to join. He listened to her complain for quite a while before he told her about his own situation. "You're fighting for the sake of love? How romantic. I'll give you my full support," Kanna exclaimed passionately. Seiji smiled and gave his thanks. The otaku boy and otaku girl easily agreed to become allies. They agreed that if they were on the same team during the group stage, they'd help each other out. If they were on different sides, then they wouldn't attack each other. Tuesday. News that Seigo Harano was spotted on Sunday out on a date with Mika Uehara at the aquarium was now spreading throughout the school. When asked about this, Seigo and Mika both responded that they were only friends out having fun together. Natsuya Yorihana said that she knew about this matter and didn't mind at all. Still, this caused a bit of controversy in school. Although the magic-devouring dragon already had an excellent girlfriend in the student council president, he was still behaving so intimately with one of his classmates. Everyone was so jealous, furious. But what could they do? Expose his secret and force him out of school? Everyone had already tacitly agreed to keep Seigo's identity a secret. Anyone that betrayed this would have to risk taking full responsibility for any possible consequences down the road. Although his girlfriend, Natsuya Yorihana, said that she didn't mind, and she didn't seem like she was putting on an act at all, which made everyone's anger meaningless, they still felt jealous, damn it. Seigo already had such a wonderful girlfriend, yet he dared to cheat on her so openly. This was just like him starting a harem. Seigo Harano is no hero. He's an evil magic dragon. The incredibly jealous, still single students roared that in their minds. Many people were also quite curious just how all this came to be. Just what exactly did Seigo Harano do, or what background did he have, that Natsuya didn't mind his behavior at all? No matter what the students thought, Seigo, Natsuya, and Mika all responded in the same way. This small controversy would die out in a few days, after all. During lunch break, Seiji received a phone call from Shika. He learned that his night order member's equipment had arrived, so he contacted Hoshi. After school, Seiji and Mika met up with Hoshi and went back to the Uehara apartments together. Hoshi was rather nervous as this was his first time visiting his senpai's home. He wanted to buy some confectionaries as a visiting present. Even though Seiji told him it wasn't necessary, Hoshi absolutely insisted. After Hoshi purchased a box of desserts from a nearby sweet shop, they all went to Seiji's apartment. Upon entering, Hoshi respectfully handed Seiji the box. Seiji could only smile wryly as he accepted. He then had his junior and Mika try their new spiritual equipment. Their equipment was the same as Hisashi's standard equipment. The only difference was in the clothing size. After Hoshi and Mika finished putting on the equipment, it appeared as if a boy soldier and girl soldier had now arrived. No, perhaps it would be more accurate to say two girl soldiers. Hoshi didn't appear handsome and cool at all in the black combat uniform. He actually appeared a bit weak and bookish. When he stood next to Mika, they seemed just like two girls wearing boyish clothing. Even in such a combat uniform, Hoshi still looks like a girl dressed in boys' clothing? His abilities as a trap are truly amazing. Seiji's cheeks twitched at the sight. How does it feel? Seiji asked them. Hoshi and Mika both indicated that the equipment's size was just about right. They then tested out their weapons. Just like Hisashi, Hoshi was unable to inject any mana into the spiritual sword. However, Hoshi was able to transform his red leaves into thorny vines which twined themselves around the sword. Seiji cast a barrier and had Hoshi try attacking it. The power of Hoshi's attacks seemed alright. Hoshi was unable to use the spiritual gun. As for the spiritual shield, he could only enchant it with thorny vines just like his sword. With this taken into consideration, Seiji told Hoshi that he would only need to bring the sword and shield with him when training in the domain. Meanwhile, Mika was able to inject her mana into the spiritual longsword and spiritual gun. She could use them normally, but felt that it was rather tiring. And her attack power was only average. Seiji asked her to try them again after transforming. Transform? Hoshi blinked upon hearing this. Yeah, Mika has a transformation. She'll become really pretty as well as really powerful in that form, Seiji explained to him. Just like a magical girl. A magical girl. Hoshi glanced back at his Mika-senpai with his eyes sparkling. Transforming was alright, but... Mika's face reddened slightly as she turned around and entered the bathroom. Hoshi was rather mystified by this. Seiji knew why Mika had entered the bathroom out of embarrassment. However, he didn't explain anything to his obviously confused junior. After entering the bathroom, Mika took off her bra before she summoned Mashiro and had the spiritual creature overlay onto herself. Chirp! The silver-winged, red-skirted loli jumped inside the twin-tailed girl. A dark red glow swiftly arose on Mika's body as black mist covered her entire body. Immediately after, a silvery white glow shot out as the black mist speedily formed into a dark red cape. The light then revealed that Mika had transformed into her silver-haired, mature version. Since her chest became much bigger, her shirt now felt rather tight. Her panties also felt rather tight. However, Mika refused to take her panties off. She took a while to suppress her embarrassment and awkwardness before walking out of the bathroom back to Seiji's living room. Hoshi widened his eyes in surprise to see the transformed Mika. Uehara-senpai. You're so beautiful. The silver-haired girl smiled to hear her junior's praise. She seemed so beautiful, as if she was ethereal. Not only was Hoshi stunned by the sight, Seiji's gaze also became slightly unfocused as he looked at Mika. Seiji's vision then reflexively looked at her ample bosom. He knew that she currently had no bra supporting her chest anymore. Cough. Stop. Mika blushed as she detected where her boyfriend was looking. She turned around, picked up the spiritual longsword, and injected her mana into it. Her cape instantly sent out some mist that attached to the sword and formed into bright red runes. She sliced towards Seiji's barrier. She succeeded in demolishing the barrier in only 2 blows. She then tried out the spiritual gun. All her mana bullets were bright red with high power. Finally, she tried using the shield. Similar bright red runes formed on her shield. Seiji tried slicing it a few times with his own sword and noticed that the shield's defensive prowess had noticeably increased. You should take the shield and gun with you, then. Seiji advised this to Mika. Protect yourself well and attack from afar. Mika nodded in agreement. Hoshi's eyes sparkled as he looked at the silver-haired girl. Can I be like that as well? Seiji looked at Hoshi. I was thinking, is it possible to transform just like Uehara-senpai by my own powers? Hoshi inquired seriously. Transform just like Mika. Seiji couldn't help but reflexively imagine his junior in the form of a certain red leaf-wielding demon woman from the mobile game he played in his past life. Damn it, hell no. I have to stop imagining such a thing. The moment he imagined it, it felt far too appropriate and charming on Hoshi. The sight was charismatic enough for anyone to easily lose themselves in. Seiji forcefully sealed away this fantasy of his. Even now, he still felt rather afraid. This scene that suddenly popped up in his mind seemed so real, as if it would really happen in the future. No. It must be a mistaken impression. It's definitely a mistaken impression. Are you capable of doing such a thing? Not now, but perhaps I'll be able to after I become stronger. Hoshi fell silent for a moment as he looked at the red leaves in his hand. My power has this type of possibility. I have such a premonition. Why do you have such a premonition? Do you desire to become a magical girl? Seiji's cheeks violently twitched. He felt that if Hoshi really accomplished such a thing, a great disaster would occur. Many boys would fall into a realm they shouldn't. Wait a moment, hold on here. Hoshi, the transformation that you want isn't to become a girl, is it? Eh? The beautiful boy paused for a moment before he started blushing. No, not at all. Of course not. What I meant when I said transform like Uehara-senpai was that I want to become more powerful just like she can. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 625, A Trap and a Gender Changer. Chapter 625, A Trap and a Gender Changer. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. That was what it should have meant to begin with. Yet, I had strange ideas just now because of my interpretation. It's my own, no, it's still his fault. Seiji ended up blaming his own fantasies just now on his junior's overly strong attributes as a trap. I think that it would be quite nice if Amami-san becomes capable of transforming. Mika's eyes were shining as she said this. She must have come to the same realization as me about Hoshi transforming. Seiji instantly saw through her. I don't know if I'll be able to transform or not. I'll try my hardest. Hoshi clenched his fist. And so, the youth set out on his path of becoming a magical girl. Things would be more perfect if only some background music started playing here. Honestly, Seiji forcefully stopped himself from thinking about this any longer. Mika. Do your current clothes still fit you? He turned and went close to the silver-haired girl, whispering an embarrassing question into her ear. They're a little tight, but still okay, Mika answered a little embarrassedly. Will they obstruct your movements? I don't think they will. Then just bear with it for a little while. Ask Natsuya later to help adjust your equipment so that it fits this form of yours. They stopped whispering after that. Neither of them told their junior what they were whispering about despite his clearly curious expression. After confirming that there were no problems, Seiji contacted Kazufuru and informed him that he and his friends would be training in Kazuko's domain tonight. By the way, if the gender-changed Kazufuru/Kazuko met with Hoshi, later that night. Seiji, Shika, Mika, and Hoshi all met up first. They then met up with Kazuko. Kazuko was currently wearing a jacket and jeans. This was a rather neutral appearance that accentuated her scholarly aura. She had her own eye-catching sensation of charisma. Mika had a rather complex expression as she observed the glasses-wearing beautiful Kazuko. Before they met up, Seiji gave her an explanation about Kazufuru's current situation. That was because Mika would definitely think of Kazufuru the moment that she saw Kazuko and ask about it. So, he explained things to her first. A boy student from their class actually turned into a girl. And, this girl was a beauty who had quite a stunning aura. Mika received quite an impact from this after seeing Kazuko. Seiji introduced Hoshi to Kazuko first. Then, when he introduced Kazuko, he asked non-verbally with his eyes if he should introduce her real identity to Hoshi. Previously, Seiji explained things to Hisashi because he had borrowed the Jumanji Group's dojo to dispel the curse on Kazufuru. Since Hoshi had zero prior contact with both Kazufuru and Kazuko before, Seiji left it up to her to decide what to tell Hoshi. A trap and a gender changer. This scene seemed rather subtle in some way. Seiji found it quite difficult to imagine how Hoshi would react or be influenced if Kazuko told him who she really was. But in the end, Kazuko indicated that she would prefer to keep her identity a secret from Hoshi. And so, Seiji also introduced Mika to Kazuko. He pretended that this was the first meeting between the two girls. Technically, this was indeed their first meeting. It was just that both of them already knew who the other was already. Please take good care of me, Uehara-san. Kazuko smiled. Please take good care of me. Uk-san, Mika responded. You can just treat her as Kazufuru's younger twin sister, Seiji had told Mika previously. But, I still feel really strange about it. Mika felt internal turmoil about this. Hoshi didn't notice Mika's strange expression at all. All he saw was that Kazuko-uke was a somewhat mysterious and scholarly appearing beauty. They all went to the Jumanji group's residence together. On their way there, Seiji sent Hisashi a text message, telling him not to say anything about Kazuko. Hoshi exclaimed in astonishment when they reached the Jumanji Mafia group's incredibly large mansion. They went to the dojo and saw that Hisashi was fully equipped and waiting for them already. "Good evening, everyone. Let us fight together," Hisashi shouted in a hot-blooded, shunibyu fashion. Oh. Oh. Hoshi pumped and clenched his fist. He looked quite cute while doing so. "Your voice isn't loud enough, fourth knight. One more time." Hisashi's eyes lit up as he looked at Hoshi. "Inhale, oh." Hoshi took a deep breath before clenching his fist and pumping it again. Everyone could tell that Hoshi wanted to act manly. However, his actions only resembled that of a cute girl. Hisashi's eyes lit up even more at this sight. There was a tremendous flash of his eyeglass lenses. "Still not loud enough. Try again." "Oh." Hoshi shouted for the first time as his face reddened. This made him seem even more moving. Not only was Hisashi rather excited to see this, even Mika's eyes were sparkling at this scene. Kazuko's mouth also arced upwards in amusement at this sight. Shika was the only one whose expression remained completely calm. "That's enough," Seiji wanted to cover his face. He waved his hand for everyone to stop with this topic. His junior's degree of cuteness was just far too high. Before Hoshi could become a magical girl, it seemed more likely that he would first become the lucky mascot of Seiji's Night Order. Seiji's knights changed into their spiritual equipment and finished their preparations. Hisashi saw Mika's transformed self for the first time here. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. "You can actually transform. That's amazing, sixth knight." Hisashi gave his sincere praise as he adjusted his eyeglasses. "She's just like a magical girl." Kazuko also adjusted her eyeglasses. "Uehara-san actually has such an ability? It's quite beautiful." The mafia otaku boy and the excellent student girl adjusting their eyeglasses together was almost subtly comical. The silver-haired girl smiled at both of them. Shika silently observed Mika's new form while remaining calm as always. Before everyone entered the domain, Seiji told Mika and Hoshi about the mystical phenomenon where he saw events that seemingly happened in another world. "Although I was the only one who saw these things last time, it's possible that any of us could experience them this time around. I'll tell everyone if I see anything, so if any of you see such a thing, go ahead and tell us." Seiji made sure that everyone knew about this. Another world, Hoshi's eyes sparkled as his excitement was raised even more. Mika was much calmer about learning this. That was because she had already visited an inner world which was similar to another world. She even met strange people there who wore animal masks, making them seem like residents of another world. Kazuko then opened up the portal to her domain and had everyone enter. Seiji paid close attention, but no other world experience like last time happened. Soon, everyone saw the forest palace. Shika and everyone else looked at him. Seiji shook his head to indicate that he didn't see anything at all. "So this is an inner world," Hoshi's eyes sparkled as he looked all around him. What exactly would appear in such a mystical alternate dimension? "They're coming," Kazuko spoke up. Black mist started being emitted by the walls around them. This mist swiftly coalesced into 5 black wolves. Spiritual creatures. Hoshi becomes rather tense. Zap! Hisashi shocked a black wolf with a lightning bolt and knocked it down. Bang! Mika aimed her gun and shot a mana bullet. But she missed. It was quite difficult for someone like her who had never been taught how to use a gun before to hit a swiftly moving object. Hoshi opened up his hands. 3 red leaves he was holding started glowing. They suddenly transformed into 3 spiritual birds that let off a faint red mist. The red birds started flying and arced beautifully towards a nearby approaching black wolf. The birds viciously crashed into the wolf and knocked it over. Mika shot another bullet that managed to hit a black wolf that had almost reached her already. She fired another shot which finished it off. Mika then used her Mashiro's clothes to absorb the wolf's mist. Hisashi also killed off the wolf that he knocked over and happily absorbed the mist for himself. Hoshi concentrated on controlling his red birds to continuously crash into the black wolf he was facing. He also successfully killed this black wolf. The black wolf's mist floated towards the 3 spiritual birds and entered their bodies. Hoshi didn't have to absorb the mist himself. Instead, his summoned creatures absorbed the mist, similar to how Mika would. Seiji watched and learned. He and Shika easily slew the last 2 remaining black wolves. It wasn't even a warm-up for them. How do you feel, Hoshi? I feel like they've become slightly stronger. Hoshi looked at the 3 spiritual birds that had now returned to him. You absorb mist in a similar fashion to Mika. I think that's a good thing, Seiji remarked. But, you'll need to pay attention not to steal experience from your teammates, novel full calm. Hoshi's 3 birds were just like 3 automatic experience absorbing machines. This wasn't a game where a party would automatically split experience equally. The members would need to pay attention to fairly dividing the experience. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 626, My Balls Hurt. Chapter 626, My Balls Hurt. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Hoshi agreed to pay attention not to absorb too much experience. More black wolves appeared again. Hisashi struck first once more by throwing a chain lightning ball which caused large amounts of AoE damage and paralysis. Mika shot many mana bullets with her spiritual gun. Although her accuracy was quite poor, all the monsters were unable to move due to the paralysis effect. She was able to hit them easily enough. Hoshi also controlled his spiritual birds to attack. Each time his 3 birds attacked in unison, 1 wolf would be killed. Under the 3's teamwork, very few black wolves were able to even reach them. The few that got close were all easily taken care of by Mika's Mashiro's clothes ability. Seiji and Shika didn't even need to do anything at all. Hisashi and Mika already had prior combat experience along with excellent abilities. Although this was Hoshi's first time in an inner world, he also did quite well for himself. Of course, this was also because the Forest Palace dungeon had an easy difficulty level. It would be quite easy to do well here as long as everyone remained calm and cooperated well with their teammates. Seiji felt a sense of accomplishment as if he was raising video game characters as he watched the 3 continuously improve their teamwork and cooperation against the spiritual creatures here. After observing for a while, he recommended to them that Mika should fight in the front, Hisashi in the middle, and Hoshi in the back line. This would be their basic formation. Mika had the strongest spiritual ability out of the 3. Her Mashiro's clothes ability was capable of completely blocking all minor monsters' attacks. It was no problem for her to act as the tank if she only had to deal with smaller mob spiritual creatures. Hisashi's Thunder Boom Chain Lightning attack was his main ability. He had excellent AoE crowd control abilities with this. And after his previous fighting experience, his Thunder Enchanted Shield also had a certain degree of close combat capabilities. Hisashi would be the most suited for fighting in the middle row. Hoshi's 3 red birds were highly agile and capable of either concentrating their attacks together or attacking separately. Hoshi's weakness was that he required a high degree of concentration to use this ability. Plus, he was a newbie at fighting, so he would naturally be suited for the back row. After they started using Seiji's suggested formation, the 3's combat effectiveness rose by a great amount. Seiji's sense of accomplishment from raising them became even stronger as he watched them speedily improve their teamwork. After absorbing a large amount of mist, one of Hoshi's red birds suddenly enlarged itself, approximately doubling in size. It also appeared to become more physical rather than ethereal. Its physical appearance also changed from resembling a pigeon to looking more like an eagle. This definitely made it appear more vicious. Is this an evolution? Seiji blinked in surprise. Hoshi, how are you currently feeling? I just felt something heat up within my body. Then, I felt my connection becoming stronger to that bird, and it also became easier to control it. Ah, that same sensation is back. Before Hoshi even finished speaking, the second spiritual bird also enlarged and evolved just like the first one did. Looks like the third will be evolving soon as well. Hoshi, looks like your true path won't be as a magical girl after all. You're on your way to becoming a Pokemon master. The evolved spiritual birds, or spiritual eagles, were easier to control, more agile, and more powerful. Hoshi now felt a concrete sensation of what it was like to become stronger. He was quite excited about being able to level up in real life, and fought with even more motivation. Not long after, Kazuko, who was idly floating in midair, warned them that a boss monster was coming. A green and black-furred giant wolf soon appeared. This was the exact same boss monster as last time. Previously, Seiji and Shika had taken care of this boss monster with just a single dragon counterattack and a few slices afterwards. This time, they would stand by and watch, letting the boss monster act as a tutorial-level boss to train the newcomers. The giant wolf opened its mouth and spat out a gigantic mana bullet as a greeting. Boom. Vanguard Mika managed to block it using her shield and Mashiro's clothes. The mana bullet exploded in a blinding flash of light but didn't cause her any damage at all. Thunder boom. Hisashi instantly tossed out a large lightning ball that he had prepared. His black lightning ball exploded and shot lightning bolts all over, snaring the enemy monster, not at all. The giant wolf agilely dodged the lightning ball and took only a few lightning strikes. It wasn't paralyzed at all. Mika shot at the giant wolf with her gun while Hoshi had his spiritual eagles attack. The giant wolf moved rapidly and dodged the gunshots. It withstood the eagle's attacks as it rushed towards Hisashi. Hisashi recalled his previous near-death experience and reflexively became afraid. However, he immediately restrained himself and didn't allow his hands to shake. This was a real battle that was quite dangerous. He had recognized this long ago. This was a good time to hide behind Mika. No! Mika had already blocked a powerful attack for everyone already. Rather than only relying on her, he should be relying on his own strength. Hisashi entered a state of high concentration as the boss monster rapidly charged at him. With his current combat experience, his own abilities, along with all the magic abilities he'd seen in manga and video games before, Hisashi had already attempted to develop new abilities while training in the domain last time. However, he didn't succeed. But at this moment, he felt that he would definitely succeed. He had this feeling that he could only develop new abilities in such circumstances. Hisashi didn't consider the possibility of failure. He simply acted. With such a way of thinking, Hisashi suddenly tossed away his shield, pressed his hands onto his legs, and released electricity. He had tried many times already, but had always been unable to use his legs to cast electricity. In that case, he might as well simply put his hands on his legs. Electricity instantly twirled around his legs, which caused him to feel a numb sensation of pain. However, he also felt as if this stimulated something as power welled up within him. Jump! Hisashi used this power to jump with all his might. With a whoosh, he suddenly flew far away from the ground and speedily flashed a great distance away. At almost the exact same time, Hoshi used a spiritual eagle to carry him while flying. Mika had originally intended to take this hit again for her two allies. But after she saw this, she hurriedly glided in an attempt to dodge the giant wolf. Unfortunately, since she was a bit late to act, the wolf's charge hit her directly. Mika was sent flying by the impact. However, thanks to Mashiro's clothes supporting her, she was able to twirl in midair and land steadily on the ground. She beautifully mitigated the impact by spinning in midair like an ice skater. Wonderful. Seiji, who had thought that he would need to act here to help everyone out, felt as if he wanted to give everyone a big thumbs up. The giant wolf stopped, turned around, and charged at everyone again. Hisashi cast a thunderbolt at the fastest speed he could and struck the giant wolf. Boom. The lightning strike managed to slow the black wolf's movements. Hoshi had his spiritual eagles all attack the giant wolf's front right foot in unison. This succeeded in having the giant wolf momentarily trip. Mika created a dark red ball and glided over at a high speed. She aimed at the giant wolf's head and fired a dimension-shattering jade. The ball left a blood-red trail behind as it made a direct hit against the giant wolf's head. With a deafening explosion, it instantly vaporized the entire head. The headless wolf's corpse collapsed and transformed into dense dark red mist. This ability of hers is just like cheating. But I suppose that's fine, Seiji thought to himself. Mika, Hisashi, and Hoshi succeeded in defeating a boss monster all by themselves without him and Shika needing to help them. That was quite excellent. Seiji then saw someone kneeling on the ground in obvious discomfort. Hisashi. What's the matter? Seiji hurried over. My balls hurt. Just now, I cast electricity on my own legs. The numbness from doing so has spread all the way to my balls. Arg. Hisashi clutched his crotch and made sounds of discomfort. Seiji was rendered speechless. Hisashi's super jump just now had such a side effect. Seiji revealed a rather subtle expression. I'll use some healing magic on you. Thank you. Mika and Hoshi also revealed rather subtle expressions as they also heard what Hisashi's injury was about. Kazuko covered her mouth, turned her head, and appeared to be breaking out into laughter. Shika was the only one whose expression didn't change. Although Hisashi ended up having a rather painful experience a minute later, it was still quite meaningful. He had successfully created a method of escaping that could be used in emergency situations. Hisashi's actions could be called either courageous or reckless. Judging by the end result, Seiji supposed that Hisashi was courageous. However, testing new things out in the middle of battle was something he didn't recommend. It's fine as long as it's only some leg numbness in your balls, your lower half having some pain. There might have been more severe consequences which you couldn't predict. Anyways, just pay attention to your own safety. Seiji found it impossible to completely forbid others from trying such things out as he recalled how he had also made such realizations during battle. He could only let everyone figure things out for themselves. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 627, It Blocked the Portal. Chapter 627, It Blocked the Portal. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. And if any of Seiji's friends suffered anything catastrophic, he would be able to load. I'll be protecting all of you, so you can fight as recklessly as you want. Of course, Seiji would never say something like that out loud. He would only load if the worst happened. Hisashi's pain was gone after Seiji used a healing spell on him. Hisashi still felt a great amount of trepidation for his newly gained ability due to the indescribable painful sensation he felt just now. However, he was unwilling to give it up. He vowed to be more careful the next time that he needed to use it. Compared to Hisashi's half-baked escape ability, Hoshi's spiritual eagle being able to carry him and fly was obviously a lot better. However, the spiritual eagle was only capable of carrying Hoshi a small distance. It would be impossible to use it for long-distance flight or even a medium amount of time. Although your ability is limited, perhaps your summoned creature will become even stronger if it evolves again. Continue working hard. Yes, senpai. In places like these, how about calling me team leader instead? Seiji suddenly had this type of thought. Yes, team leader. Hoshi's eyes were sparkling with admiration. Yep, this sounded quite nice to Seiji. He rather enjoyed it. After everyone rested for a little while, Seiji continued helping their training. In the second district, the three-person team's effectiveness in dealing with monsters improved even more. Although they met a new type of monkey spiritual creature, they didn't panic at all. They were able to calmly observe, defend, dodge, and counterattack. They had excellent tacit cooperation as they killed the monkey monsters. As Seiji expected, even the auras about Mika, Hoshi, and Hisashi were different after they successfully defeated a boss monster by themselves. The green and black-furred wolf boss monster had been an excellent tutorial boss monster. The second boss monster resembled a dinosaur, more accurately, it was a giant monster that resembled a velociraptor. Velociraptors were a famous type of dinosaur. Anyone who'd ever seen a dinosaur movie or played a game with dinosaurs would likely recognize one. Velociraptors were highly agile, had powerful legs, sharp claws, and large fangs. They typically appeared in packs, and resembled dinosaur version wolves. Seiji already had a premonition when he saw the new monkey spiritual monster that he had never seen before. But now that he witnessed this dinosaur boss monster which wasn't present before, his premonition had come true. Seiji recalled when he was playing Monster Hunter in his previous life. These types of monsters were common as tutorial boss monsters. Those who were even slightly skilled in hunting techniques would be able to easily defeat such a boss. However, this was no game. Meeting an unfamiliar giant dinosaur monster for the first time required extra precautions. Be care. *roar. Star dot. Seiji didn't even get to finish his warning when the Velociraptor boss monster instantly roared and spewed out a circle of green mist. The green mist started spreading out in a circle with the dinosaur as the center, just like a shock wave. Mika raised her shield and stood in front of Hisashi and Hoshi, blocking this large AoE attack for them. Seiji also used his shield to block this attack as he stood in front of Shika. Immediately after this, large amounts of black mist poured out from everywhere, forming into numerous smaller dinosaur monsters that pounced in their direction. Summoning minions was definitely a boss monster ability that Seiji considered the most annoying to deal with. Hisashi cast his Thunder Boom spell to slow down the dinosaur boss monster. However, the numerous smaller dinosaur monsters' attacks made Mika unable to cast her dimension-shattering jade spell that required some preparation time. After coming under attack from so many monsters, Hoshi started panicking and hurriedly tried to fly away by using his spiritual eagle. However, a small dinosaur monster suddenly leaped high up into the air and crashed into him, successfully knocking Hoshi onto the ground. Hoshi landed smack dab in the middle of a group of monsters. Along with the pain he felt, his mind went completely blank. Before he could meet his death, a white flash appeared before him as a tall figure instantly appeared by his side. Of course, this figure was Seiji. Hoshi witnessed Seiji attacking the moment that he landed. Seiji swiftly swung his White Lotus spiritual sword in a large arc, wiping out all the monsters in the nearby area. Shika-chan. Shika Kagura took action as well. She instantly appeared next to Hisashi and Mika, and wiped out many small dinosaurs with her own sword. The giant Velociraptor boss monster viciously charged over at a furious pace. Shika lifted her sword over her head, created a giant blade of ice, and viciously slashed it down against the giant dinosaur monster's head. This knocked the Velociraptor boss monster down onto the ground in a single blow. This scene truly stunned both Hisashi and Mika. A petite girl like Shika wielding a giant blade of ice to knock over the giant boss monster in a single blow was truly impactful. But after this, Shika didn't continue attacking the boss monster at all. She simply glanced at the two stunned individuals before she continued to clear out the smaller monsters. Mika and Hisashi returned to their senses and hurriedly started fighting the dinosaur boss monster. Thanks to Seiji and Shika eliminating the smaller monster's interference, Mika and Hisashi were able to defeat and kill the giant dinosaur monster in just a short while by using the combination of the Thunder Boom and the dimension-shattering Jade. Hoshi, how are you feeling? It hurts just a little. Although Hoshi crashed into the ground from the sky, the combat uniform he wore mitigated the impact so that he was only minorly injured. Hoshi was simultaneously a little depressed as well as really happy. That was because he witnessed Senpai no, team leader in action. Even after entering here, this was the first time that Hoshi had ever witnessed Seiji fighting. Hoshi wanted to see even more. But he knew that he couldn't overly rely on Seiji. His goal was to be able to fight as an equal by Seiji's side. This time, their team met with danger because they lack strong AoE techniques. No, it's purely because they're still not strong enough, Seiji thought to himself. If Hisashi and Hoshi had been a bit stronger, they'd then be able to deal with the numerous smaller monsters attacking them all at once. In that case, even if they didn't have strong AoE attacks, they'd be able to agilely move around the battlefield and pick smaller monsters off before finally dealing with the boss monster. Of course, it would be better if they had some better AoE attacks, or a larger scale AoE crowd control spell. Apart from Hoshi panicking a bit too much, you guys didn't make any other mistakes. It's just that your power is still insufficient. I'm sorry. I'm not blaming you at all. This is your first battle ever. It's only normal for you to make mistakes. It's fine as long as you grow and learn from this. Hoshi felt a warm feeling in his heart from receiving Seiji's encouragement. After resting for a while, everyone continued onward. When everyone arrived in the 3rd district, they saw a large tree in full bloom which had bright red leaves that resembled maple leaves. Red leaves. Hoshi felt something from this. Suddenly, he heard the faint sound of singing. This singing sounded rather mystical and ethereal. He recalled the mysterious singing that he heard when he awakened. These two singing voices were obviously different. The one he heard right now sounded mystical and ethereal, while the one he'd heard previously in his dreams sounded elegant and sad. However, the singing also seemed to somehow resemble each other. Hoshi reflexively searched around for the singer. He then saw a girl wearing a green dress who sat on one of the branches of the large red leaf tree. This girl had a head of brilliant golden hair that shone like it was pure gold. However, her incredibly beautiful hair seemed completely disheveled as it was scattered all over her face. Her bangs were long to the point where half her face was covered, with only her exquisite nose and cute mouth showing. She had delicate arms and milky white soft skin. Her soft and beautiful tiny hands and tender feet seemed just like beautiful artwork. Even without being able to see her face clearly, any lolicon would go into a mania at seeing her skin, arms, and legs. Hoshi wasn't a lolicon. However, he was still attracted to her as he stood still while staring at her without even blinking. Hoshi, can you see something? Seiji spoke up. Right after arriving in the 3rd district, Seiji sensed that something was off. He looked around him and noticed that his junior was acting strange. Seiji followed Hoshi's line of sight and saw nothing there at all. That was why he spoke up and asked that. Hoshi didn't respond. He simply stared at the tree with an admiring expression on his face. Hoshi. Seiji increased the volume of his voice. However, his junior still didn't respond. Everyone else also had slightly confused expressions at seeing this. Something's present, Kazuko suddenly spoke up. I can sense something, but can't see it. She had an incredibly serious expression. Seiji slapped Hoshi on the shoulder, but Hoshi didn't react at all. Seiji then forcefully shook Hoshi, but the latter still stood still as if he was glued to the spot. At this moment, dense black mist appeared from everywhere, creating a large number of small monsters. No, wait, they were all large monsters. Gigantic black wolves, black tigers, black bears, and the velociraptor boss monster that they just faced all appeared in droves. /novel full, com. Kazuko-san, take us out of here immediately. Seiji immediately made this decision upon seeing the situation. I can't. I'm unable to open my portal. Kazuko's face paled. The invisible something is blocking me. It blocked my portal. What? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 628 Elf. Chapter 628 Elf. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. It was possible to block the portal to enter and exit the domain. What was blocking it? Why was it blocked? Many questions arose in everyone's minds. However, they didn't have the free time to think about this, because the large monsters all attacked in unison by spitting out tremendous mana bullets. Defensive spell, Ice Wall. Defensive spell, Tortoise Shell. Shika and Seiji cast defensive spells at almost the exact same time. A thick ice wall and an overlapping barrier managed to block this wave of attacks. Shika then charged forward and speedily counterattacked. Meanwhile, Seiji stayed in his original position and maintained the barrier to protect his friends. Hisashi cast Thunderboom as quickly as he could, while Mika also started casting her dimension-shattering Jade spell. They attacked the monsters with all they had. However, Hoshi still stood still and didn't move one bit. He simply stared at the red leaf tree, as if he couldn't see the monsters at all. Just what could be there? Seiji almost wanted to send a mana bullet in the direction that Hoshi was looking at, but he restrained himself. If he really hit some existence there and angered it, perhaps things here would become even worse. It was a bit dangerous to be surrounded and attacked by so many large monsters, but it was actually still manageable. However, things would become incredibly difficult if there were even more monsters. Kazuko-san. He communicated non-verbally with his eyes, inquiring about the portal. I still can't. Kazuko was furrowing her eyebrows deeply and was holding her hands up high as she trembled slightly. I can't open it, Is it possible to communicate with the existence that's blocking your portal? Seiji asked. I don't know. I can try. I'll be counting on you. The powerful monsters attacked only to find themselves blocked by Seiji's powerful barrier. Shika speedily used a succession of continuous skills as she produced an explosive amount of burst damage. Hisashi and Mika attacked with full force, acting as stationary artillery under the protection of Seiji's barrier. Shika's sword flashed, Hisashi's thunder boomed, and Mika's mana bullets rang out. Some minutes later, all the large monsters had completely died. No new spiritual creatures were appearing, so Seiji stopped maintaining his barrier. Kazuko had her eyes closed and seemed to be doing something. Hoshi remained standing still as if time had stopped for him. Seiji and the others exchanged awkward glances, not knowing what to do. Could it be that there's a problem with that tree? Hisashi indicated towards the red leaf tree as he adjusted his eyeglasses. How about we try destroying that tree? That's an idea we can keep in mind. But before that, let's have a closer look at it first. Seiji slowly walked over to the tree. The moment that he got closer to it, he felt an invisible force attempting to repel him. Getting any closer would be dangerous. Seiji had such a feeling. No matter what type of existence was blocking Kazuko's portal, it was highly likely that this existence was on the red leaf tree and invisible. Or, it was also possible that just like Hisashi said, perhaps this tree itself was the cause of the problem. Rumble, 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 the ground suddenly started shaking. Seiji almost tripped and fell over. He managed to react quick enough to steady himself. However, the next instant, his vision darkened and he heard loud sounds as the ground itself flipped over and he fell downwards. Seiji reflexively adjusted his posture. Several seconds later, he landed with a loud thump on something solid, and his vision returned to normal. Everyone! Are you all right? His first reaction was to ascertain how his friends were. Seiji. I'm fine. Mika was the first to reply. I'm fine as well. I just had a slight fall, Hisashi answered. Both of them were close by to Seiji. What about the others? Shika-chan. Hoshi. Kazuko-san. Seiji looked all around him. Where are you? Answer me. There was no reply. 3 people were missing. Seiji became extremely worried. However, he then forced himself to calm down. He tried using a special Yin-Yang Master/Spirit Branded Retainer spell to contact Shika, who was now his Spirit Branded Retainer. However, this spell failed to work. The environment around him had completely changed. Although he was still in the Forest Palace, it was obvious that they were now in a different area. The best evidence was that the red tree from earlier was now nowhere to be seen. The domain itself suddenly changed, or perhaps we were teleported to a different location, Seiji surmised out loud as he walked towards Mika and Hisashi. I think that the prior is more likely, and that the others not here with us were scattered to different places, Hisashi analyzed calmly. We need to hurry and find them. Mika had a worried expression. Of course. I have a spell that can help me locate them. The question is whom to locate first, as I can only use the spell on one person at a time. Seiji had a serious expression as he looked at all the paths around him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There were a total of 6 different paths at this intersection. This dungeon had originally been a place with very straightforward districts that all had singular paths. Had it suddenly changed into a maze? Fortunately, Seiji knew that interdimensional locator spell, which was capable of locating any of his friends. However, he needed to first decide on whom to locate first. This wouldn't be a problem if Shika, Hoshi, and Kazuko were all together. However, it was impossible to ascertain if they were together, so the order of whom to locate with this spell first was critically important. Shika has the strongest abilities. Logically speaking, I probably don't need to look for her first, as she's more than capable of protecting herself. But, if I meet up with her first, that'll make any trouble down the road easier to deal with. Hoshi. I don't know if he's still in that condition he was in. He's probably in a great deal of danger if he's still standing still like a block of wood. And even if he isn't, he has the weakest abilities out of everyone to defend himself. Kazuko. She's the one I probably needed to worry least about, as she's the controller of the domain. However, I don't know what the current situation is. Maybe she's the one that I should be looking for first. Everyone fell silent for a moment. Let's find Hoshi first. Seiji swiftly came to a decision after weighing all his choices. He's the one that's most likely to be in danger. He then immediately cast his interdimensional locator spell. Target, Hoshi Amami. Seiji's vision darkened as his consciousness became hazy. In this haziness, Seiji saw a faint red glow and heard staticky sounds as if a radio had been adjusted to the wrong channel. In this strange and mystical realm, Seiji's consciousness was sent in a certain direction by an invisible force. The sounds he heard gradually became clearer and clearer. Team leader. Uehara-senpai. Jumanji-san. Kagura-san. Oak-san. Why did you all suddenly disappear? Who are you? Wait for me. Along with these sounds, Seiji also saw a hazy scene filled with green, gold, and white colors that seemed to be a figure. Monsters. I can't deal with them. I must hide. I have to find team leader. Seiji sensed Hoshi's tension and fear along with hope and self-encouragement. Seiji opened his eyes. Hoshi's currently alone by himself. He's not with Shika-chan and Kazuko-san. It seems like he's met a mysterious character. I don't know what exactly he's met. Currently, he's doing his best to survive and find us. After saying this, Seiji looked towards the back of his right hand. A white locator spell array had appeared there. Let's go. We're going to find him. Seiji, Mika, and Hisashi followed the direction that the locator spell pointed at, taking the right path. Asterisk smack. Star. Hoshi looked in front of him after he used his shield to forcefully smash away a black wolf that jumped at him. Left or right? There were 2 corridors in front of him. Which path should he take? Hoshi had no idea which path he should take to meet up with the others, so the paths made no difference to him. But he suddenly seemed to see a gold-haired, green-dressed figure down the left path, so he chose that one. Whoosh, his spiritual eagle arced in the sky as it carried him in the air. This managed to help him dodge a bear monster that was following him, but before the eagle tired and landed on the ground, Hoshi had his second spiritual eagle carry him. And then, he used the third spiritual eagle when the second tired. The 3 eagles working in turns helped to carry Hoshi far away from the large bear monster. As long as he escaped into the corridor, the monsters wouldn't chase after him. More accurately, if he escaped into the next district, the spiritual creatures from the previous district would no longer chase after him. Hoshi didn't know why this was. But if the spiritual creatures endlessly hunted him down, he would probably be dead already. After jumping down from the third eagle and running into the corridor, Hoshi gradually started slowing himself down. However, he accidentally tripped over a vine. Ow. Hoshi had adventured by himself to this current place. Although he was lucky enough not to die or be seriously injured as of yet, light injuries and pain were accumulating on his body. Team leader. Everyone. He really wanted to see his companions again. Tears welled up in his eyes. Hoshi did his best to bear with the pain as he climbed back up again. After wiping his eyes, he suddenly saw the mysterious girl standing about 7 or 8 meters away. She was standing there quietly with bare feet in the corridor of this ancient palace. Her beautiful golden hair glimmered in the light, giving her an ethereal aura. She appeared just like an elf that had wandered into the mortal realm. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 629, Don't Want to Be by Myself. Chapter 629, Don't Want to Be by Myself. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. May I ask who you are? Hoshi carefully asked as he looked at her. Previously, he saw this golden-haired girl sitting on the red leaf tree. Then, something like an earthquake occurred. When Hoshi came back to his senses, he noticed that everyone else was missing. He then saw this girl again and asked who she was, but she wouldn't answer. Since Hoshi had no idea where he was going in the forest palace, he reflexively chased after her, thinking that perhaps she would know something about this place. With her appearance, her aura, and how she was by herself in this alternate dimension, there was no way she could be an ordinary person. Hoshi recalled how Senpai, team leader, mentioned that he had witnessed scenes from another world before. Hoshi believed that this mysterious girl was likely in existence from another world. Hoshi was nervous, excited, and also a little afraid to face her. That was because he was now in such a situation after seeing this golden-haired girl. Naturally, Hoshi knew that it was possible that she was the cause of all this in the first place. However, he sensed that she wasn't an evil existence. Hoshi wanted to believe that she was friendly. My name is Hoshi Amami. May I ask your name? Hoshi gave his name first and politely inquired what her name was again. He wanted to walk over closer, but was worried that she would turn around and run. The golden-haired girl didn't answer. She simply stood there quietly. At this moment, mist popped out and speedily formed into several black wolves. Hoshi immediately had his 3 spiritual eagles start attacking. He was soon able to kill off all the black wolves and absorb their mist. Since he had been battling by himself for quite a while already, Hoshi's powers and combat techniques had both improved noticeably. He was now capable of facing groups of small monsters all by himself. More black wolves appeared again. One black wolf appeared behind the golden-haired girl and pounced straight at her, but... Careful! Hoshi sent a spiritual eagle to knock away that black wolf. He kept edging closer to the girl as he battled. The girl didn't move at all. She simply seemed to watch him through her bangs. "Do you know how to fight?" Hoshi asked after he got closer to the girl. Since she was able to remain unscathed in such a place, she would probably be able to fight or have some other power. However, the girl still didn't respond. Could it be that she didn't understand his language? Hoshi suddenly had the realization that this was a possibility. Team leader had mentioned in his story about the other world that the people he saw were all speaking a different language. But for some reason, Seiji was able to understand them. However, Seiji had been unable to communicate with them, so he was unsure if the other worlders were capable of understanding his own language. How was Hoshi supposed to communicate with the golden-haired girl if she couldn't even understand him? Hoshi didn't have the time to ponder this question as more black wolves continuously appeared. He busied himself with fighting. After he finished cleaning up the small monsters, it was likely that a large boss monster would appear. With his current strength after fighting so many monsters by himself, defeating a large boss by himself wouldn't be impossible anymore. However, it would be quite risky. If team leader Seiji was still by his side, Hoshi would have absolute courage in challenging such a battle. However, team leader wasn't here right now. Hoshi figured he should choose to run away instead. At his command, the three spiritual eagles kept circling in the air and speedily crashing into enemy monsters. They killed countless numbers of black wolves. Any black wolves that forced themselves past the eagles would be greeted with a forceful bash of Hoshi's shield. It wasn't only his eagles that had gotten stronger. Hoshi himself had also gotten stronger from fighting by himself. Although his physical appearance didn't change at all, Hoshi was no longer the same soft and weak person as before. The golden-haired girl quietly watched the unfamiliar youth stand in front of her and defend her with his shield. She slightly puckered her lips. After a fierce battle, only a single black wolf remained. The three spiritual eagles simply took turns toying with it. If Hoshi killed this final remaining small monster, the boss for this district would immediately appear. But even if he didn't kill it, that wouldn't delay the boss monster's appearance for very long. It would be quite difficult to dodge a large boss monster's attacks in a narrow corridor like this. Hoshi wanted to leave. "Let's get out of here," Hoshi told the golden-haired girl. However, she still didn't move at all. Hoshi could only try to grab her hand. He wanted to pull her to run along with him. But his hand met nothing but air. His hand went through hers without touching anything. This, Hoshi tried again with the same result. He couldn't feel anything there at all. This golden-haired girl, was she a ghost? No, not a ghost, she was probably a projection. Team leader had told Hoshi quite clearly that he could only see the people from another world. Seiji had found it impossible to communicate with or touch them. So these other worlders were more like projections or illusions. It was impossible to determine if they were real existences. I actually thought that she was real. Hoshi was quite shaken by this. Why did I think that she was real? I clearly heard team leader tell me about this phenomenon. When I saw such a mysterious existence like her, the first thing I should have done was to suspect whether or not she had a physical body. Was it because she looked so real? No, rather than looking real, she looks far more ethereal. She possesses flawless beauty and a mystical aura. No matter how I look at it, such a girl being alone in such a dangerous alternate dimension seems far too unreal. Then what exactly was I thinking? Hoshi was confused. Even now, he still felt that this girl indeed concretely existed in front of him. He couldn't touch her, and she was clearly ethereal. Yet, he still felt that this girl was a real existence. His feelings contradicted his sense of logic and reason, which confused him. A large boss monster was about to appear. He needed to run away soon. But Hoshi didn't give up and tried to reach out to the girl again. Yet, once again, his hand passed right through hers. She was right before him, yet also didn't exist. In that case, he wouldn't need to worry about her at all. He only needed to escape by himself. Yet, Hoshi found it impossible to move from this spot. He didn't want to abandon her. He didn't want to separate from her. This was despite the fact that he didn't know what she was at all. What's going on with my own emotions? Have I been allured by a demon? Or, is it because I simply don't want to be by myself? Hoshi suddenly came to this realization. He was actually afraid for himself, not her. He was afraid that if he separated from this girl, he would then be completely by himself in this unfamiliar place. Spiritual monsters kept popping up everywhere. None of his companions were anywhere to be seen. And he had no clue where to go to find them. Perhaps in the very next instant, a massive number of small monsters would surround him, or a powerful boss monster would block his way, and he would die here. He wanted companions. He didn't want to be by himself. Even if his only companion was an otherworlder. At this moment, dense mist appeared again and speedily formed into a gigantic black wolf boss monster. "I'm begging you, please come together with me," Hoshi pleaded from the bottom of his heart as he reached out his hand. He knew that there wouldn't be any response. Still, he was unable to give up on this tiny bit of hope. The giant wolf monster finished forming and immediately charged at Hoshi. Hoshi's logic was warning him, run. Run. Would he run away or stay behind in the next instant? Hoshi didn't know. He no longer needed to make such a decision. The golden-haired girl who hadn't reacted a single bit up until now suddenly turned to face the charging black wolf boss, lifted her right hand, and flicked her finger lightly. Asterisk smack. Star. As if an invisible super hammer suddenly crashed down, something viciously crushed the giant wolf's head and flattened it into the ground. The wolf boss monster's entire back half was distorted from the impact. Hoshi was startled by the tremendous sound. He couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise at this scene. The next moment, the giant wolf turned into nothing but mist. This boss monster that would have been incredibly difficult for him to deal with was defeated with a single flick of the girl's fingers. Amazing. While Hoshi was still being astonished, the girl put down her hand and stepped forward. A black crack suddenly magically appeared in the ground before Hoshi. This black crack then opened up into a black oval shape with a red pentagram spinning around inside it. Is that the portal to enter and exit Kazuko-san's domain? Hoshi widened his eyes even further. This spell array was quite similar to Kazuko-san's portal. However, the red symbol in the middle of the black oval was different. The girl walked over to this spell array, turned around to glance at Hoshi, and then disappeared in a red flash of light. Does she want me to follow her? Hoshi hesitated for a moment as he looked at this dimensional portal leading to the unknown. He then clenched his fists tightly, gathered all three of his spiritual eagles, and walked up to the spell array. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 630, Thank you for taking me here. Chapter 630, Thank you for taking me here. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Hoshi's vision darkened for a moment, and then he saw something incredibly beautiful. Red, white, yellow, blue. Large amounts of flowers bloomed in varying colors here, creating a beautiful flower garden. Numerous small silver butterflies danced amongst the flowers, and abundant green leaves grew on vines that spread everywhere. These served to accentuate the flowers' beauty even further. Clear water poured out of a long crack on a wall to Hoshi's right. The water cascaded downwards, forming a small waterfall that then became a babbling stream which curved through this entire area. A giant red leaf tree stood in the center of this area. It was apparently the same type of tree as the one from before, except that this one was bigger and also bore some black fruits. So beautiful, Hoshi couldn't help but praise the scenery. He then heard the sound of song again. Following the sound, Hoshi carefully walked past the flower garden so as to not trample on any flowers. When he approached the large red leaf tree, he saw the gold-haired girl sitting on a tree branch as he expected. Just like before, she was singing that mysterious and ethereal song. Hoshi silently enjoyed the performance for a while. No mist was appearing, nor were there any spiritual monsters. This appeared to be a safe zone. Quite a long amount of time passed without any spiritual monsters appearing at all. Hoshi was now confident that this beautiful place was safe. "Thank you for taking me here," Hoshi thanked the girl who was sitting on the tree. He then walked over to the bottom of the tree, sat down against the tree bark, and placed his shield down next to him. Hoshi finally relaxed himself and sighed deeply. He had fought for so long by himself, running everywhere without daring to let down his guard. Now he could finally not worry and rest for a little while. His originally tense state of mind eased itself. The accumulated fatigue of his body instantly overwhelmed him like an unstoppable tidal wave. The pleasant song echoed in his ears, making him feel drowsy. He knew that he shouldn't sleep, but Hoshi gradually closed his eyes, no longer able to fight off the drowsiness overcoming him. He fell asleep right there under the red leaf tree, with a peaceful expression on his beautiful face. Seiji stopped paying attention to how much time had passed after their search for Hoshi past 2 hours. His interdimensional locator spell, mark still indicated a clear direction. This meant that Hoshi was still alive and healthy. Even Seiji was feeling fatigued after traveling in the domain for so long. However, his junior had managed to survive for so long despite this being his first visit to an inner world, and even remained in good condition. This was amazing. Seiji didn't expect that Hoshi would be able to pull it off. He felt that he had underestimated his junior and fourth knight. Any awakened that managed to survive here would rapidly grow in power. Hisashi and Mika next to him were great examples. After fighting here for so long and absorbing large amounts of mist, not only did their powers improve, they even learned new abilities. Bang! Hisashi kicked away an approaching black wolf with his right leg that had thunder entwined around it. Hisashi was no longer restricted to only casting thunder spells with his hands. Even his legs and feet were now capable of producing thunder. This gave him powerful kicking strength, along with much greater agility for jumping, dodging, and close-quarters combat. The drawback to this was that if Hisashi used thunder on his legs and feet for too long, they would start to go numb or even hurt. He would then need to rest or receive healing from Seiji to help cure the symptoms. Obviously, this ability's best use was to improve Hisashi's mobility. However, he also really enjoyed the feeling of kicking small monsters far away with his feet, so he kept using it often in such a manner. Whip! Mika shot out a black band from her Mashiro's clothes. This black band accurately impaled the black wolf that had been kicked into midair by Hisashi. The black wolf was then transformed into mist that was absorbed by the black band. Mika was now able to control her Mashiro's clothes to shoot black bands in a radius of 20 meters. She could control at most 6 black bands simultaneously to attack enemy monsters. Her accuracy with this was far higher than using the spiritual gun to shoot mana bullets, and this also had a lower mana cost as well. The drawback was that these black bands had limited attack power, and could even be broken by boss monsters, which would cause a large amount of damage to Mika. Although this seemed rather subtle, Seiji felt that this new ability of Mika's might become something like a powerful tentacle technique if it leveled up some more. Mika and Hisashi were continuously getting stronger. However, their fatigue was also accumulating. Luckily, there were 3 of them, so they all took turns fighting and resting. Seiji didn't know how much longer it would take for them to find Hoshi. After the domain or inner world transformed, not only were there more paths now, every district was much larger. As the three traveled in the direction that Seiji's interdimensional locator spell indicated, they even passed through a gigantic district that was larger than several football fields put together. There were so many monsters that appeared there which seemed like a tidal wave. It was impossible to count how many monsters were rushing at them. Seiji and his friends broke through this district at the fastest speed possible. They managed to leave the tremendous group of monsters behind them by escaping to another district. What type of boss monster would appear there if we stayed behind and cleared out all the small monsters in such a district? Hisashi asked this question after they escaped. Seiji felt that at minimum, something like a Tyrannosaurus Rex would appear. He didn't know what the maximum limit would be. Perhaps a giant dragon or an amalgamation beast like a chimera would appear. Seiji wanted to find Hoshi as quickly as possible. Seiji was also really worried about Shika and Kazuko, but he also knew that he needed to remain calm. If something irrecoverable truly happened, he would load. But before then, he would believe in his companions. Seiji thought that to himself. They entered another corridor. As they proceeded down this path and killed the small monsters along it, they suddenly heard faint sounds coming from down this direction. Seiji's first reaction was that of delight. However, he soon noticed that the sounds weren't from Hoshi as he first thought. Tat 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 tat, this sounded like continuous gunfire from an assault rifle. This was a sound that Hoshi certainly wouldn't be able to produce. Out of the three that had gotten separated from Seiji, only Shika had a gun with her. But even if she brought out and used it, her gun wouldn't sound like this one. Can you guys hear that? Seiji looked towards Mika and Hisashi. Both of them nodded. That's not a sound that Hoshi, Shika, or Kazuko could possibly produce. I think that it's highly likely that there's others here. Seiji had a serious expression. What should we do? Hisashi blocked a black wolf that tried to jump him. He then swept it away with a kick from his lightning-wreathed foot. Seiji pulled down the cover of his helmet so that his entire face was concealed. Both of you stay behind here. I'll go on ahead to check things out. Be careful, Mika reminded him while impaling two black wolves with her bands. I will. Seiji then cast a concealment spell on himself that made his presence very difficult to sense. It was as if he had put on a camouflage cloak. Seiji carefully trudged, or perhaps a better word would be stealthed, towards the direction of the sounds. He wanted to investigate the situation. He saw 5 people. All 5 were male. Only one among them was wearing spiritual combat equipment, while the other 4 wore ordinary clothing. The one in spiritual combat equipment was obviously a spiritual ability user. He wore a helmet, held an assault rifle-type spiritual gun, and there was also a short sword visibly buckled to his right leg. The other 4 in ordinary clothing were all awakened. 3 of them were all holding different blood-red weapons. There was a brown-haired jacketed man who carried a greatsword. There was a green-haired youth who wore athletic attire and carried a spear. There was a shadowy-appearing youth who wore a hoodie and wielded a dagger in each hand. These 3 were currently fighting together against a large dragon boss monster. 2 acted as warrior-type fighters while the third acted as an assassin. Their teamwork appeared average in Seiji's eyes. The 4th awakened who didn't have any visible weapons was a gray-haired boy who wore a normal shirt. He was holding a tablet computer, something that resembled a tablet computer. Every few seconds, this item would emit a circular red wave. The spiritual ability user stood next to this gray-haired boy. It appeared as if he was either protecting or surveilling this boy. Seiji silently observed them. Just as he was assessing the combat capabilities of the 3 awakened that were fighting the dragon boss monster, the gray-haired boy suddenly looked in Seiji's direction. Did he notice me? Seiji frowned at this. He knew that it wouldn't help even if he retreated now, so he could only stay there unmoving and pretend that he was only a rock. At this moment, the dragon monster suddenly roared and started charging. It abandoned the three awakened it was fighting and charged straight at the gray-haired boy. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 631, Is This a Secret Garden? Chapter 631, Is This a Secret Garden? Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Tat 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 tat. When the gray-haired boy noticed danger and turned around, the spiritual ability user already lifted his assault rifle and fired at the dragon monster, but the spiritual bullets accurately crashed into the dragon monster's head and knocked the boss monster onto the ground. The other three awakened took advantage of this opportunity to unleash all their attacks. The great sword slashed, the spear pierced, and the dagger stabbed in succession. This combination of attacks succeeded in slaying the large boss monster. The dragon monster transformed into a thick mist which was absorbed by the awakened's blood-red weapons. The gray-haired boy then looked back in the direction that he was gazing at earlier. He looked around carefully but couldn't find anything at all. "What's the matter?" the spiritual ability user asked him. "I feel like there was something there just now, . The spiritual ability user also looked in this direction upon hearing this. Was someone else here just now? It wasn't a good thing to meet other people here at all. Nairu Iwazaki, the spiritual ability user and team leader of this small squadron, furrowed his eyebrows. Nairu only wanted to successfully complete the mission that the organization had given to him. He didn't want anything unexpected to occur at all. However, he wouldn't be able to help it if something unexpected happened. It would still be fine if they only had a coincidental meeting with other spiritual ability users or awakened. However, things would be quite troublesome if they met with others that were specifically targeting them. Nairo indicated with a hand gesture to his team members that they should remain vigilant as they walked in the direction that the gray-haired boy sensed something from. They soon heard some sounds as they went down this path. Nairo immediately indicated for everyone to be on full alert and proceed cautiously. "Hello," a male voice, which was obviously disguised by magic, spoke up to them. A male figure who wore a spiritual combat uniform jacket and a full-cover helmet appeared in front of Nairu's team. Nairu's gaze sharpened upon seeing this person. This person was a spirit-branded retainer. Nairo came to such a conclusion from the person's combat uniform along with his own astral vision analysis. He was absolutely confident that this person was a spirit-branded retainer. Two others stood behind the spirit-branded retainer, another male and a female. They were also both wearing full-cover helmets. These two both appeared to be awakened. The male awakened wore a combat uniform and held a shield. The female awakened wore a combat uniform and a dark red cape on top, which appeared to be her mystical creation. Nairo identified these two awakened as real awakened that had acquired their abilities on their own, unlike his subordinates. "We are members of the True Knight Order." "May I ask who you are?" the spirit-branded retainer asked Nairo in a polite manner. "The True Knight Order?" Nairo paused for a moment because he had never heard of such a faction before. "We are the Cliff Squad." Nairo gave them a random name and didn't mention the name of his organization. "The Cliff Squad. Could I ask what you guys are doing here?" "We're simply fighting and training here." "In that case, we won't bother you any further. We shall be taking our leave down this path." After saying this, the jacketed spirit-branded retainer walked down a branching path. The two awakened followed behind him. Nothing happened. Excellent. It was evident that these people also didn't want any trouble. The True Knight Order. Nairo decided to investigate them after he returned. After they left, he looked back at his own teammate, the gray-haired boy named Haida Nishizawa. "Where should we head next?" Haida performed some calculations on his sensory equipment. "That way." He just happened to point at the path that the other three people had gone down. Was that just a coincidence? Nairu furrowed his eyebrows once again. It would be best if this was just a coincidence. But if not, he indicated to his team to proceed down this path at a quick pace. A while after Seiji met with the Cliff Squad, Seiji and his friends saw two large statues. These two statues were both wearing full-body armor. They were knights that wielded two-handed greatswords, and both were as tall as two people and had imposing manners. This was the first time that any of them had ever seen a statue after walking around in the forest palace for so long. And, even more eye-catching than the statues was the giant stone door in between the two statues. There was a large circle carved on the door. A hexagon was carved in the circle. A pentagram carved in the hexagon, a square was carved in the pentagram, a triangle was carved in the square, and finally another circle was carved into the triangle. This was also the first time any of them had seen such a diagram here. Although this was simply the combination of some normal geometric shapes, it still had a rather mystical appearance. Seiji confirmed that the mark on his hand indicated that they needed to travel through this stone door. Is Hoshi behind this door? How are we supposed to get in there? Just as he started wondering, a green mist started emitting from the door. This green mist swiftly infused the two knight statues. Could it be that? Indeed, it was that. Seiji, Mika, and Hisashi witnessed the two knight statues turning dark green and then beginning to move. Asterisk whoosh. Star. The first knight statue suddenly swung its greatsword in a large arc. Seiji and the others were already on guard against this, and dodged backwards in unison. Asterisk shing. Star. The second knight statue suddenly swung its greatsword in a large arc as well. Seiji and the others dodged backwards once again. Asterisk buzz. Star. The third knight statue, the first knight statue's greatsword started glowing black as it swung its greatsword in a large arc once again. It was impossible to dodge the attack this time, so Seiji used evolved body strengthening technique on himself to transform into his golden form as he used his shield to forcibly block the attack. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the force of the blow was so powerful that Seiji barely managed to block it. Moving knight statues? Such a classical type of trap. Hisashi even made a comment while tossing out thunderbolts. Indeed. What would have happened if I had attacked and destroyed them before they started moving? Seiji couldn't help but think this. Unfortunately, he didn't have the free time to think any more along these lines. These two knight statues were incredibly strong. They were far stronger than ordinary boss monsters here. Hisashi's Thunder Boom ability had very little paralysis effect on the knight statues. Meanwhile, the knight statues were able to completely dodge every single dimension-shattering jade attack that Mika tossed at them. The next moment, Mika was whacked into the air with a loud smack. Mika! Seiji didn't even have the spare time to take another look at Mika as he hurriedly protected Hisashi and helped him to retreat out of the battle. A fragile crowd control mage like Hisashi wouldn't be able to withstand even a single blow from such a powerful attack. Although Mika managed to remain standing after taking such a direct blow, her Mashiro's clothes were significantly damaged. Just stall it. Don't force yourself to fight it at all, just wait for me. After shouting this, Seiji tossed away his shield and wielded his long sword in both hands. He used bullet time to dodge the first knight statue's powerful sword swing, and used a martial arts technique. Killing strike, shadow cut. The moment that he swung his sword appeared to become distorted shadow. Asterisk shing. He sliced past with a single cut and a clear sound. The cut knight was split open in half. Large amounts of green mist were emitted from its body with a strange clamorous sound. Follow-up strike, Ice Calamity Blade. Seiji's sword left a blue trail behind it as it slashed into the place that the knight statue had split open. Numerous spiritual blades stabbed into the knight statue's body and froze it solid. Finishing strike, White Lotus. Seiji then formed a long and thick white blade with his magical spell. He viciously swung his sword many times in succession. Seiji forcefully shattered the frozen knight statue into little pieces. One down. Seiji immediately turned to look for the second knight statue. He saw that Mika was gliding at high speed in circles around the second knight statue. She made all sorts of fancy moves as she dodged its attacks. She also kept shooting her spiritual gun in a taunting manner at the knight statue. Seiji was rendered speechless by the sight. He felt that Mika was making incredibly swift progress as an ice skater. Seiji then went over to attract the second knight statue's attention head-on. This allowed Mika to have the time to cast dimension-shattering jade accurately, which helped to finish the battle quickly. The green mist emitting from the two knight statues returned to the stone door. A green light then appeared on the door's geometric formation, forming into highly complex runes that created a mystical spell formation. There was then a loud rumbling as the spell formation split in half. The stone door also split apart to reveal a staircase heading downwards. Seiji and his friends went down this staircase. There was a corridor at the end of the staircase. Upon reaching the end of this corridor, Seiji came across an incredibly beautiful scene. A large red-leaf tree, bright flowers, green leaves and vines everywhere, a clear stream and waterfall, a babbling brook. This all seemed ethereal in its beauty. Is this a secret garden? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 632. Chapter 632, There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. This place definitely counted as a type of hidden oasis. Just its beauty alone made it quite breathtaking. Although Seiji was a little curious what might be hidden here, he was most worried about finding Hoshi right now. After Seiji and his friends entered the flower garden, they soon located the beautiful boy sleeping under the red leaf tree. Hoshi was sitting quietly against the tree bark. He had a peaceful expression and his eyes closed. Seiji couldn't help but think of a certain Night King's final ending when he saw this scene. Fortunately, Hoshi was only sleeping normally, not eternally. Seiji crouched down next to Hoshi, took off his helmet mask, and called out to Hoshi, "Hoshi, wake up." There was no reaction. "Wake up! Fourth night!" Seiji increased his volume and shook Hoshi slightly by his shoulder. "And," Hoshi muttered a light sound. The beautiful boy then furrowed his eyebrows and opened his eyes slightly. After blinking a bit, he slowly opened them more. Hoshi had a confused expression for a moment when he first noticed Seiji's presence. Hoshi then widened his eyes slightly. "Senpai? It's me." Seiji smiled at him. "It was quite difficult for us to find you. I never expected that you were sleeping in such a beautiful place." Hoshi stared at Seiji in surprise for a moment before he slowly turned to glance at Mika and Hisashi, who had also unmasked themselves. "Uehara-senpai. Jumanji-san. Are you guys real? This humble one doesn't think that he is an illusion." Hisashi chuckled. "This is reality. You're not dreaming at all, fourth night. It's wonderful that you're all right, Amami-san." Mika also smiled. Hoshi then looked back at Seiji again. The expression on Hoshi's face gradually turned to one of delight. "Senpai. Team leader." Hoshi suddenly jumped towards Seiji and hugged him. Seiji was rather startled by this. He never expected that his junior would be excited to such a degree. "Calm down. How are you feeling right now? Are you injured anywhere?" "Not at all. I'm fine. It's just," Hoshi sniffled his nose. "I was a little afraid. I'm sorry for leaving you alone for so long." Seiji patted him on the back. "Everything's all right now. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore." The moment Seiji said this, he felt as if he had just uttered a classical death flag, everything should be fine, right? Wah! Team leader, Hoshi did his best to repress his tears so that he wouldn't cry. Everyone fell silent for a moment. Hoshi then let go of Seiji after he managed to calm down his emotions. Still, Hoshi's face remained somewhat red. How did you arrive in this district? Seiji asked what he wanted to know the most. Hoshi instantly recalled something upon hearing this. He hurriedly looked at the red-leaf tree. The mysterious gold-haired girl was no longer there. Seiji, Mika, and Hisashi were all rather mystified by Hoshi's action. They also followed Hoshi's line of sight to the red-leaf tree. However, they only saw red leaves and some black fruits. Is something there? Seiji asked this quite seriously as he recalled how strangely Hoshi had behaved right before the domain changed. No, she isn't there anymore. Hoshi then looked all around him but still couldn't find that girl. She? Yes, an extremely beautiful golden-haired girl. Hoshi told the other three about his experiences. That girl is highly likely to be in existence from another world. Seiji thought about it as he rubbed his chin. Although she's also a bit different from the ones I met before, this girl was able to easily slay a boss monster with a single flick of her finger. She was even capable of opening up portals within Kazuko's domain, as well as teleport Hoshi to such a secret garden-type location. It was obvious that she was completely different from Lloyd and Lana. Was she much more powerful than Lloyd and Lana? Or was she a completely different type of existence? She brought you here so that you could rest here safely. She helped you out. But, it's also possible that she was the one who caused the domain to transform and us to become separated. Seiji had quite a serious expression. Hoshi remained silent. Although he had also considered this possibility, he didn't want to think that it could be true. I don't think that she's evil, Hoshi muttered. I think that something else caused the change in the domain, not her. She helped you out, so I want to believe in her as well, Seiji told him. Seiji recalled the so-called Cliff Squad that he just met not long ago. It was also possible that the change in the domain was because of those people, although Seiji felt that was unlikely. Perhaps he could have tried to obtain some information when communicating with them earlier, but Seiji felt that would have likely been a waste of time. Finding his missing companions was his first priority right now. Seiji wanted to avoid any trouble he could. But just in case, he also saved a file earlier right before he made contact with the Cliff Squad. Let's not think too much into things right now. We can first focus on finding the others. Seiji was about to use interdimensional locator spell again, but was interrupted by the sound of some footsteps approaching in the distance. Seiji instantly reacted by decisively putting on his helmet mask again. He also indicated to Mika and Hisashi to put on their masks while he pulled down Hoshi's helmet mask for him. What's the matter? Hoshi was confused about this. Someone's coming, Seiji told him. The moment he said this, the same people from earlier appeared at the entrance to this district. Nairo Iwazaki led his team to the target location. He discovered that the True Night Order was here already. He was now absolutely certain that the True Night Order also had their sights set on this place. I didn't think that things would be so troublesome. Nairo furrowed his eyebrows. There were 3 of them earlier, but now there was one more person. It wasn't important why another apparent awakened had joined them. The important part right now was how to eliminate them. No matter who they were or what faction this True Night Order belonged to, this wasn't a place that Nairu's organization would possibly give up. In a normal direct battle, the possibility of winning would be very low. Regardless of the 3 awakened on their side, just the spirit-branded retainer alone would be quite difficult for his own team to deal with. Call for backup, their support likely wouldn't arrive in time. In that case, there was only one choice Nairo could make. Nairo instantly made his choice when he saw the jacketed spirit-branded retainer walking over. Kill them all. Nairo coldly gave such an order to his 3 team members that possess spiritual weapons. His 3 team members didn't hesitate one bit upon receiving such an order. They immediately rushed over towards the jacketed spirit-branded retainer with excited expressions on their faces. They had gotten bored of slaying monsters. They wanted to try killing a real person. However, the 3 didn't notice that right after they rushed forward, Nairo immediately took out a black remote from his pocket and pressed 3 red buttons on the remote. The blood-red spiritual weapons that these 3 people were holding instantly started emitting mist that entered their bodies. The 3 felt great pain as their powers greatly increased and their consciousnesses went hazy. Their visions became bright red and an insane desire to kill welled up within their minds. Grah! All 3 individuals roared just like monsters. Boom. Star. The greatsword-wielding individual demolished a large portion of a flower patch with a single swing of his greatsword. This even left a large crack on the ground from the impact. Seiji had an astonished expression under his mask as he managed to dodge this attack. Why did they suddenly attack him with such strong killing intent? Was it to escape from the inner world? Did they find it impossible to leave this gigantic maze-like inner world, so they despaired and wanted to kill an outsider to achieve the condition of a person dying so that everyone else could leave? But these people didn't look like they were anywhere near despair earlier at all. And they were in rather strange manic state right now. Seiji had many questions in his mind, but no free time to ponder any of them. That was because a spear that was flashing bright red swiftly stabbed at him from the side. Clang. Star. Seiji pulled out his sword and managed to knock away the spear. He then immediately felt a gust of wind arriving at his back. Seiji felt an incredible sense of danger. Bullet time automatically activated for him. Thanks to his passive abilities assistance, Seiji barely managed to dodge the hoodie-wearing youth's double dagger backstab. Seiji also counterattacked with a kick. The assassin managed to dodge the powerful kick by jumping backwards. The dagger-wielding youth then adjusted his posture and turned to attack Mika and the others. Careful! Seiji shouted. The next moment, Hisashi shot out a thunderbolt that hit the hoodie-wearing youth. However, this didn't manage to stop the youth's attack at all. Mika brought out her shield and stood in front of Hisashi to protect him. However, the assassin transformed into a shadow and went around her. He aimed directly for Hoshi. The blood-red sharp daggers were filled with killing intent as they aimed directly for Hoshi's neck. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 633, Don't Blame Me for Killing in Self-Defense. Chapter 633, Don't Blame Me for Killing in Self-Defense. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Smack. Star. Barely in the nick of time, Hisashi used a thunder-enchanted foot to viciously kick the assassin away. He then accurately hit the assassin with a thunder boom, which caused some damage and minor slowdown. Hisashi's kick and thunder boom were incredibly well-timed and staggering. He had definitely exceeded his normal level with those attacks. Hoshi managed to escape with his life thanks to Hisashi. I said a classical death flag sentence which almost got Hoshi killed off. Seiji felt guilt, as well as a greater amount of relief. But what he felt most was a deep amount of anger. No matter what the reason is, if you want to kill us, then don't blame me for killing you in self-defense. Seiji's bullet time had activated again as the greatsword wielder and spear wielder tag team attacked him. He immediately decided to use his overload ability on his Gale Wind evolved body strengthening technique. This was the wind element speed-focused version of his body strengthening technique. In exchange for a high amount of constant mana consumption, Seiji would be able to greatly increase his speed. Thanks to overload strengthening the effects, the spell became even stronger. The end result was that Zoom, Seiji transformed into a golden wind. Shing 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 shing. The greatsword-wielding brown-haired man immediately met with a lightning-speed array of slashes. He was unable to even get a clear glimpse of his enemy. The brown-haired man was only able to attempt to forcibly block the attacks with his barrier of red light. Asterisk pop. Star. His barrier was penetrated just a few seconds later. A white sword stabbed through his body from behind. The sword then withdrew and the brown-haired man's body was viciously kicked away towards the spear-wielding green-haired youth. At this moment, the hoodie-wearing youth approached Mika and Seiji's other friends again. The dagger-wielding assassin transformed into a shadow again for a second assassination attempt. Shing! Seiji arrived in a golden wind that was impossible to see clearly. He instantly stopped the assassin's attempt with a swing of his sword. A dense mesh-like series of sword blows followed right after. The assassin was forced to continuously retreat as he barely managed to block the blows. However, his defensive barrier was penetrated as well. A white sword blade impaled him through the chest. The green-haired youth took advantage of this opening to swiftly attack with his spear. Seiji withdrew his sword, whirled around, and easily dodged the spear thanks to his high speed. He then counterattacked continuously with his sword. At this moment, the brown-haired man crawled back up to his feet. The injury on his body wasn't bleeding at all. Instead, mist leaked out of his body, as if he was a spiritual creature and not a human. The exact same happened to the hoodie-wearing youth. Seiji already felt a strange sensation when he impaled the two. Now, it seemed that they were under a strange condition. Their overly vicious expressions, bright red eyes, and abnormal amount of killing intent were all because of the strange condition. Well, since they had transformed into something like monsters, Seiji decided to treat them like monsters. Seiji took on all three enemies at once with the effects of his gale wind speed. He also started casting a seal magic. Tat 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 tat. The spiritual ability user from the enemy group started spraying a great amount of spiritual bullets at him, which caused Seiji some trouble. Fortunately, Hisashi tossed thunderbolts and Hoshi used his spiritual eagles to help Seiji deal with the monster-like enemy trio. Although Mika also fired mana bullets with her gun, her gunmanship was far too terrible, so she missed the great majority of her shots. Sealing spell, Demon Suppression Bell. The moment that his spell was ready, Seiji activated it unhesitatingly. A gigantic golden bell suddenly appeared and covered the deranged trio. Gra! Terrible shrieking came from within the bell. This battle was a failure. Nairo Iwazaki instantly came to this conclusion. He had sacrificed 3 people without killing a single enemy. In fact, his team members had been unable to inflict even a single severe injury. He'd underestimated the opponent. No, he felt that it was more that he'd overestimated those 3. Those 3 were very low-quality spiritual ability users that were able to produce so much power with a combination of drugs and specialized spiritual weapons. These lab rats were even more useless than expected. Nairo would have to make a detailed report about this to his boss. Nairo felt that it was likely that his organization didn't have much expectations for these low-ability spiritual ability users to begin with. It was far more likely that his organization valued these trial version spiritual weapons. However, it was impossible for him to retrieve the spiritual weapons in the current situation. If he didn't leave now, he knew that soon he wouldn't have a chance to leave at all. The True Night Order. Nairo would remember their name. He ordered Haita Nishizawa, who was still next to him, to immediately teleport the 2 of them out of here. The gray-haired boy furrowed his eyebrows deeply as he brought out a black object, held it in his hands, and started uttering an incantation. This object then started to glow red. Haita had a pained expression on his face as if he was in extreme discomfort. However, he was forced to continue with the incantation. At this moment, a golden wind rapidly approached. Nairo instantly reacted by firing a barrage of bullets with his assault rifle's lock-on capabilities. Not only that, he also brought out a few one-time use talismans that allowed him to cast spells instantly. Defensive spell, Prisoner's Cage. Whoosh! A multiple-layered barrier consisting of overlapping spell formations instantly appeared. This barrier definitely gave people the impression of thick and solid. Seiji slashed his sword against this barrier and caused barely a dent. This barrier had excellent defensive properties. A powerful magic spell was needed to break through it. Mika's dimension-shattering jade would be capable of doing so. However, Mika's spell wasn't fast enough. Seiji saw the gray-haired boy toss the glowing red object onto the ground. It then transformed into a bright red circle with a whirlpool-like shape inside. The gray-haired boy then stepped onto this shape and vanished in a flash of light. The spiritual ability user continued remaining on guard against Seiji as he also stepped on the circle and vanished. Seiji sheathed his sword after seeing that the remaining two enemies had escaped. Something flashed in his eyes. This mysterious battle, which started for no reason to Seiji, ended just like that. The brown-haired man, green-haired youth, and hoodie-wearing youth trio had all died. They died in such a pitiful way that seemed like they were burned to death. Mika and Hoshi both vomited at the sight. Seiji also felt his stomach churning at the sight. He felt even worse when he thought about how his own spell had caused this to the trio. However, he didn't regret doing what he had done at all. He wasn't someone who would hold back against an enemy who intended to go to the extent of attempting to kill his friends. Not to mention, these enemies were more monster-like than human. Still, there was something else that he regretted. He regretted not being able to react fast enough the moment that the enemy launched their attack. Hoshi was almost killed because of this.